Hello, beta. Good evening, everyone. So today we are going to go ahead and look at some of the numerical questions जो इस साल के CUET के एग्जाम में CUET PG इकोनॉमिक्स के एग्जाम में आ सकते हैं. ठीक है बेटा. For every question I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to run a poll and I will be looking at the solution that you will be sharing. And उस हिसाब से फिर हम देखेंगे कि how many of you are able to answer the question correctly. Right, बेटा? Okay, so let us go ahead and let us begin with the first question. Right, I am starting the poll. Try to answer the question in the chat window. ठीक है बेटा? So, question number 1. Try to answer what the question answer should be. I am starting the poll now. A consumer consumes two goods. Okay, and you are given that those two goods are X and Y. The price of X is 20 and the price of Y is 10. Marginal utility derived from last unit of X is 40 utils and that from Y is 30 utils. आपको बताना है is the consumer in equilibrium, and if not then you have to tell what they should do. ठीक है बेटा? तो देखो जरा ध्यान से. Try to answer this question with me. प्राइस ऑफ गुड एक्स दिया हुआ है 20, प्राइस ऑफ गुड वाई दिया हुआ है 10. MUX is given as 40, MUY दिया हुआ है 30. Is the consumer in equilibrium? You have to go ahead and tell this. If not, तो what they should do. तो देखो जरा बेटा, what is your equilibrium condition? क्या होता है equilibrium condition? Where MUX by MUY is equal to PX by PY. तो MUX by MUY आ रहा है 40 by 30 माने 4 by 3 and PX by PY आ रहा है 2. So these two are not equal to each other. ये दोनों equal तो नहीं है. So if they are not equal to each other माने consumer is not in equilibrium. Is the consumer in equilibrium? No. ठीक है? So it means this is not correct. अब we know one condition बेटा कि if MUX by MUY is greater than PX by PY, increase consumption of good X. And if MUX by MUY is less than PX by PY, increase consumption of good Y. तो यहां पर हमारा MUX by MUY क्या रहा है? 1 point something. PX by PY is 2. So PX by PY is greater than MUX by MUY. So what the consumer should do? Consumer should increase the consumption of good Y. Consumer will increase the consumption of good Y. तो माने we can go ahead and we can say that consumer will increase the consumption of good Y. I hope ये एकदम clear है आपको condition. When remember this condition बेटा, equilibrium हो जाता है when MUX by MUY is equal to PX by PY. अगर MUX by MUY greater than PX by PY है, increase the consumption of good X. और अगर MUX by MUY less than PX by PY है, increase the consumption of good Y. ठीक है? Okay बेटा, let's go to the question number 2. Take this question, try to do this yourself. I am starting with question number 2 now. I am running the poll for question number 2. A consumer has budget of 100 to spend on good A and B. Price of A is 10 and price of B is 20. Consumer has purchased 6 units of A and 2 units of B. Is the consumer spending entire budget? बहुत ही simple question है बेटा. Try to do this question. Is the consumer spending his entire budget? Very, very simple question. ठीक है. Some are saying A and some are saying B. देखो ध्यान से. Price of good A, that is given to you as 10. Price of good B is given to you as 20. Amount of good A is 6. Amount of good B is 2. तो बेटा what will be the income spent? Expenditure कितना हो जाएगा? PA into A plus PB into B. 10 into 6 plus 20 into 2. 60 plus 40, 100. ये एक्सपेंडिचर हो गया. दिस इज द एक्सपेंडिचर एंड इनकम भी तो 100 ही है. तो इनकम एंड एक्सपेंडिचर आर मीटिंग ना. बोथ इनकम एंड एक्सपेंडिचर आर इक्वल. तो यस, आंसर विल बी यस, स्पेंडिंग एग्जैक्ट 100. बहुत सिंपल क्वेश्चन था. सो यस, आंसर विल बी ए. ओके, डू दिस बेटा. क्वेश्चन नंबर 3. Most of you have answered question 2 correctly. ठीक है. Question number 3. Starting the poll now. The marginal utility of good X, एक function given है बेटा, MUX का, और price of good X given है. At what quantity of X will consumer be in equilibrium, assuming marginal utility of money is 1? Try this. Okay. Most of you are answering it as 3. ठीक है, देखते हैं. तो बेटा क्या हमारा इक्विलिब्रियम कंडीशन है सिंगल गुड में? MUX by MUM should be equal to PX. ऐसे लिख सकते हैं हम इसे, है ना. MUX by MUM should be equal to PX. अच्छा, MUM, if MUM is not given, suppose आपको MUM given नहीं होता है, तो you will simply assume, इसका आप assumption ले लेते हो, assume अगर ये given नहीं भी होता, that MUM is 1. इसको आप assume कर लोगे. ठीक है. So now we just have to equate MUX to PX. तो 50 minus 2QX equal to 10. 40 equal to 2QX. QX equal to 20. Simple. QX equal to 20. So when we have two goods, जब दो goods होते हैं तब कंडीशन बनता है MUX by PX equal to MUY by PY equal to MUM. ये है two good case. This is two good case. And when we have one good, अगर one good case है, then we simply have MUX by PX equal to MUM. Thank you, Tarun. Thank you so much. Okay, so this is how you can go ahead and you can solve this question. So, most of you have answered it correctly. बेटा जिनका ये क्वेश्चन गलत है प्लीज रिवाइज बैक कंज्यूमर थ्योरी, ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है। ये बेसिक्स हैं क्लास 11th एंड 12th के कंज्यूमर थ्योरी के, एंड यू हैव टू बी वेल अवर्स्ड विद दीज थ्योरम, दीज कॉन्सेप्ट्स, ये अच्छे से आपको आने चाहिए कॉन्सेप्ट। ठीक है, नाउ लेट अस गो अहेड टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन, क्वेश्चन नंबर 4। Starting the poll now. Question number 4. Try to do this beta. A consumer is spending 200 on good Y, priced at 50, 150 on good Z, priced at 30. MUY is 100, MUZ is 90. Is the consumer in equilibrium? बहुत similar question है to question 1 that we have done. Very, very similar question. MUX by PX should be equal to MUY by PY for consumer equilibrium. अगर consumer equilibrium में होगा तो MUX by PX equal to MUY by PY होगा. In this case हमारे goods के जो नाम है that is Y and Z. MUY is 100, PY is given to as 50, तो ये तो 2 हो गया. MUZ is 90 and PY is given to you as what beta? PY दिया PZ कितना दिया हुआ है? PZ is given to you as 30, तो ये 3 हो गया. सो ये दोनों इक्वल तो नहीं है, दे आर नॉट इक्वल, माने कंज्यूमर इज नॉट एट इक्विलिब्रियम. ये बात क्लियर हो गई कि कंज्यूमर इक्विलिब्रियम में नहीं है. नाउ व्हाट वी कैन डू इज वी कैन फाइंड आउट द कंडीशन. तो क्या कंडीशन बताइए मैंने आपको? इफ MUX by MUY ग्रेटर देन PX by PY, इसको दूसरे तरीके से भी लिख सकते हैं. MUX by PX ग्रेटर देन MUY by PY, then increase consumption of good X. इस कंडीशन में X का कंजम्पशन बढ़ाना है. And if MUX by MUY less than PX by PY, माने MUX by PX less than MUY by PY, तो बेटा इस केस में इंक्रीज कंजम्पशन ऑफ गुड Y, दूसरे गुड का कंजम्पशन बढ़ाना है. तो जिसका MU बाय P का रेशियो ज्यादा होगा यू विल बी इंक्रीजिंग द कंजम्पशन ऑफ दैट गुड. तो यहां देखो किसका ज्यादा है, दिस इज 3 एंड दिस इज 2, so 3 is more, that means you will increase the consumption of good Z. Whatever has more ratio, जिसका marginal utility by price का ratio ज्यादा होगा आप उसके consumption को increase करोगे, you will increase the consumption of that good. So the correct answer is 3. बहुत कम बच्चों ने 3 आंसर दिया है बेटा. You have to revise this concept. The correct answer is 3. Okay? ठीक है, I am ending the poll now. Let's go to the next question. Question number 5. Starting the poll. Try to do question number 5 beta. Very simple questions but important for the revision of your consumer theory. Basic consumer theory के लिए this is very very important. The price of good X is 15. Marginal utility per rupee spent on X is 4. Price of good Y is 10. What should be marginal utility in equilibrium? बहुत simple question है बेटा. Try to do this. तो इक्विलिब्रियम के लिए हमें क्या चाहिए? MUX by PX equal to MUY by PY. Simple. So MUX is what? MUX दिया हुआ है 4. PX is what? Price of good X 15. MUY is what? We don't know. Price of good Y is what? 10. तो बेटा MUY कितना हो जाएगा? 4 into 10 divided by 15. 40 by 15. It will be 40 by 15. ठीक है. अब इस केस में एक्चुअली बिकॉज यू आर नॉट गिवन द ऑप्शंस में 40 by 50 is not given, so you can mark the most approximate answer. ठीक है. समटाइम्स बहुत रेयर ऐसा होगा कि आपको जो आंसर है वो डेसिमल में ना दिया हो, तो यू कैन गो अहेड एंड यू कैन मार्क द अप्रोक्सीमेट आंसर. आप ये कर सकते हो, राइट? अदरवाइज यू विल बी गिवन एन एक्चुअल ऑप्शन ऑल्सो. ठीक है. तो वी विल जस्ट कीप दिस हियर. इसको हम इसी पे छोड़ देंगे. ओके. So this is the answer that you should be getting. MUX by PX equal to MUY by PY करके आप इसको यहाँ पे you can end it, right? Okay. Now let's go to the next question बेटा. तो अब थोड़ा सा हम डिफिकल्ट करते हैं क्वेश्चन लेवल को. Try to do this question. This is advanced level 2. Yes, it's not even the closest one. I think some printing mistake. This should have been 1. Then I would have got the answer as 40. Then it would have made sense. ठीक है. Okay, now let's just change the questions level. This is an advanced level question. Try to do this one. I am starting the poll for question number 6. समटाइम्स इन CUET आपको एक बार देखना होगा, किसी किसी में डेसिमल्स के साथ आंसर नहीं दिया होता है. जस्ट बी अ लिटिल अवेयर ऑफ दैट and mark the closest one in that case. Okay, try to do this one. Question number 6. A consumer allocates, ये थोड़ा मुश्किल है, ध्यान से करेंगे. A consumer allocates a budget of 120 between good X and Y. Price of X is 10, price of Y is 20. Marginal utility functions are given to you. How many units of X and Y will consumer consume in the equilibrium? Try to do this one, beta. This is a good question. ठीक है. So let's look at this together. तो कैसे होगा बेटा? First of all, you will find MRS. MRS is MUX by MUY. MUX given है यहाँ पे 60 minus 2QX. MUY given है 100 minus 5QY. So this will be my MRS. You have to equate MRS to PX by PY. तो PX है 10, PY है 20. 10 by 20 is 1 by 2. तो आ गया यहां से 60 minus 2QX upon 100 minus 5QY is equal to 1 by 2. बेटा solve this, क्या हो जाएगा यहां से? What will you get? You will get 120 minus 4QX equal to 100 minus 5QY. ठीक है. तो यहां से हमारे पास एक इक्वेशन आ जाएगी. इफ आई टेक दिस ऑन द अदर साइड, 120 minus 100 is equal to 4qx minus 5qy. 20 is equal to 4qx minus 5qy. ये आपका इक्वेशन नंबर 1 हो गया. दिस इज योर फर्स्ट इक्वेशन. ठीक है. नाउ वी विल गो अहेड एंड वी विल सॉल्व फॉर द सेकेंड इक्वेशन. बेटा सेकेंड इक्वेशन क्या होगी हमारी? सेकेंड इक्वेशन विल बी बजट लाइन इक्वेशन. तो बजट लाइन इक्वेशन क्या हो जाएगी? px इंटू क्यूएक्स प्लस py इंटू qy इज इक्वल टू इनकम. px कितना है? 10, py 20. सो 10qx 20qy इनकम 120 इक्वल टू 120. ये हो गया हमारा इक्वेशन नंबर 2 बेटा. तो वी हैव टू इक्वेशंस. इक्वेशन 1 ये है और इक्वेशन 2 ये है. टू इक्वेशन, टू वेरिएबल, सॉल्व देम साइमल्टेनियसली. दोनों को एक साथ हमें सॉल्व करना है. तो 10qx प्लस 20qy इक्वल टू 120 एंड 4qx माइनस 5qy इक्वल टू 20. ठीक है. सो सॉल्व दीज टू इक्वेशन साइमल्टेनियसली. बेटा यहां से इसको थोड़ा सिंप्लीफाई कर लेते हैं. qx प्लस 2qy, मैंने 10 कॉमन लिया है, इक्वल टू 12. और यहां से हमारे पास qx आ जाएगा 12 माइनस 2qy. पुट दिस qx इन दिस इक्वेशन. 4 12 minus 2qy minus 5qy equal to 20. 48 minus 8qy minus 5qy equal to 20. ठीक है. तो हमारे पास यहां से आ गया 48 minus 20 equal to 8, 9, 10, 11, 13qy. qy will be 28 by 13. This will be your qy. qy will be 28 by 13. तो अब हम देखेंगे, अगर यहाँ पे भी यही हमें देखने को मिलेगा कि वी आर नॉट एबल टू गेट समथिंग विच इज अ होल नंबर. हमें कुछ होल नंबर नहीं आ पा रहा है. वी आर गेटिंग अ फ्रैक्शन. नाउ इफ फ्रैक्शन इज गिवन टू यू इन एग्जाम, क्योंकि दिस इज कमिंग आउट एज अप्रोक्सीमेटली 2.15, अगर आपको फ्रैक्शन एग्जाम में दिया हुआ है तो नथिंग लाइक दैट, दैट विल बी योर आंसर. बट अगर फ्रैक्शन एग्जाम में गिवन नहीं है, देन वी विल गो विद द मोस्ट अप्रोक्सीमेट ऑप्शन. ठीक है. दिस हैज हैपेंड इन द पास्ट दैट अभी आई थिंक इन 2024 पेपर ओनली वी वर नॉट गिवन द फ्रैक्शन इन एग्जाम. ठीक है. आंसर वॉज कमिंग अप्रोक्सीमेटली एज 150.12, ऐसा कुछ आंसर आ रहा था हमारा. एंड ऑप्शंस वर 150, 140. So if fractions are not given in exam, you will mark the most approximate answer. That is what my suggestion to you is. ठीक है. So qy is 2.15. You will find qx. qx will be 12 minus 2 into 2.15. Just solve this beta and get the answer for the value of x. ठीक है. This is how you will solve it. Solution ऐसे होगा. ठीक है. Now if your options match, very well. If they don't match, mark the most approximate option. That's the only thing. ठीक है. So the method is important. क्या किया हमने मेथड में? हमने MRS को px by py से इक्वेट किया. यहां से हमारे पास एक इक्वेशन आया एंड दूसरा इक्वेशन वी गॉट फ्रॉम द बजट लाइन. दो इक्वेशंस हमारे पास आ गई. Two equation, you solve them simultaneously and you will go ahead and you will get the answer. ठीक है. Okay. So qx is coming out as, I am going by the comments, 70 by 13, approximately 5.38. तो हम इसको 5 और इसको 2 लेके we can just mark that as the answer. Approximate case में. हाँ. So that will be your answer. ठीक है. Okay, beta. So I hope that this session was useful to you. I will be bringing more such sessions in the future. The aim is for us to do some numericals now. ठीक है. Theory तो होता रहेगा, but we need to be very well versed with numerical also. So therefore, we will be doing more such sessions in the future. ठीक है, thank you बेटा. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. But we'll try and revise the entire international economics MCQs today. After this, I will not pick up international. मतलब हमने बहुत revision दे दिया international को. So we'll pick up on the next subject from the next class. Try and answer these questions. ठीक है? Quickly keep answering it in the chat window. पहला question देखो. According to Ricardian model, what determines countries' comparative advantage? Absolute productivity of labor, difference in opportunity cost between countries, level of economic development या size of labor force. Okay, correct. All of you have gone ahead and answered the question correctly. So the correct answer to this question will be B. The Ricardian model is about the difference in opportunity cost between countries और उसी को हम comparative advantage का नाम दे देते हैं. So whichever country has comparative advantage, that is the country which will be producing that particular good. Comparative advantage means low opportunity cost. It means low opportunity cost. ठीक है? Okay. Now let's go to the next question. Suppose country X has 1 hour of labor, it produces 4 units of wine or 2 units of cheese. Country Y has 1 hour of labor, produces 3 units of wine or 3 units of cheese. Which good should country X export? Which good should country X export? Try to answer it in the chat window. ठीक है. सो कंट्री एक्स का देखो बेटा, इधर 1 घंटे में इधर इट कैन प्रोड्यूस 4 वाइन और 2 चीज. सो इफ आई डिवाइड 4 by 2, सो आई विल गेट 2 by 1. माने या तो वो 2 वाइन प्रोड्यूस कर सकती है या 1 चीज. ठीक है. और अगर हम कंट्री वाई की बात करें, इफ वी टॉक अबाउट कंट्री वाई, तो कंट्री वाई का क्या है? 1 hour ऑफ लेबर प्रोड्यूसेस 3 units ऑफ वाइन और 3 units ऑफ चीज. तो 3 वाइन और 3 चीज. माने अगर हम इसको डिवाइड करें तो बेटा 3 ÷ 3 माने 1, सो या 1 वाइन या 1 चीज. सो व्हेन कंट्री एक्स गिव्स अप 1 चीज, जब ये 1 यूनिट ऑफ चीज गिव अप करता है तो ये 2 वाइन प्रोड्यूस कर सकता है. और कंट्री वाई जब 1 यूनिट ऑफ चीज गिव अप करता है तो ये 1 वाइन प्रोड्यूस कर सकता है. दैट मीन्स कंट्री एक्स कैन प्रोड्यूस मोर वाइन by giving up cheese, right? So it has comparative advantage in producing wine. So we will say that answer is wine. ठीक है? So that is the correct answer. तो answer to question number 2 is A. ठीक है? Go to the next question, beta. Try to answer this question. Question number 3. In Ricardian model, which assumption simplifies the analysis of trade? Capital is immobile between countries. There are transportation costs. Labor moves freely between countries. Multiple factors of production are considered. रिकार्डियन मॉडल में कौन सा इनमें से एजम्पशन करेक्ट एजम्पशन है? सो सो ऑल ऑफ यू आर आंसरिंग द क्वेश्चन करेक्टली, गुड. तो रिकार्डियन मॉडल में जब हम एजम्पशन का बात करते हैं बेटा, रिमेंबर वी एज्यूम कैपिटल टू बी इमोबाइल. We assume only labor to be mobile, not capital. तो Ricardian model assumes only labor to be the only factor of production. उसमें सिर्फ एक ही factor of production है labor. Capital does not move between countries. We only focus on labor productivity. हम सिर्फ labor की productivity की ही बात करते हैं. So yes, the correct answer to this question will be A. ठीक है. Question number 4. Which of the following is true about absolute and comparative advantage? If a country has absolute advantage, it cannot benefit from trade. Comparative advantage requires country to be most efficient producer. Absolute advantage refers to producing more output with same resources. Comparative advantage is irrelevant when one country is more productive in all goods. ठीक है, ओके. डी, सी, सी, डी. देखो, कंपैरेटिव एडवांटेज तभी भी सही रहेगा इवन इफ अ कंट्री कैन प्रोड्यूस ऑल गुड्स यूजिंग लेस रिसोर्सेस. ऑल गुड्स यूजिंग लेस रिसोर्सेस का मतलब होता है कि उसके पास एब्सोल्यूट एडवांटेज है, बट कंपैरेटिव उसके पास फिर भी एक ही गुड में ही होगा. इट विल स्टिल हैव कंपैरेटिव इन ओनली वन गुड, right? So even when a country can produce all goods using less resources, जैसे ऐसे country A 1 hour of labor में 3 एप्पल या 4 ऑरेंजेस बना सकती है, एंड कंट्री बी 2 एप्पल या 3 ऑरेंजेस बना सकता है. सो इन द एब्सोल्यूट सेंस व्हेन आई नोटिस, इट इज क्लियर कि कंट्री बी को कम रिसोर्सेज लग रहे हैं टू प्रोड्यूस दैट. It is only using two, country B is producing less in absolute term, and country A is producing more in absolute terms. But to be comparative will only be in one good. Comparative cannot be in both goods. So D is not a correct statement. Comparative is still relevant when a country is productive in all goods. Okay, so all of you are correct. The correct answer will be C. Absolute advantage refers to producing more output with same resources. अगर मैं same resources को use करके ज्यादा output बना पाऊं तो country A has absolute advantage. So C is the correct statement. ठीक है. So comparative advantage focuses on producing goods at lower opportunity cost, which still allows for trade even if you have absolute advantage in all good. ये बहुत important statement है कि अगर आपके पास absolute advantage हर good में है, even if you have absolute advantage in all good, तो भी comparative में आप एक ही गुड में कंपैरेटिव एडवांटेज रख के ट्रेड कर सकते हो. ओके, नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन. Which scenario demonstrates comparative advantage? Question number 5. Try to answer it, beta. Country A produces more of all goods than country B. Country B produces car at a lower opportunity cost than country A. Both countries produce equal quantity of good. Countries avoid trade to be self-sufficient. एग्जैक्टली तो जैसे ही हमने कंपैरेटिव एडवांटेज टर्म पढ़ना है, वी नो दैट इट इज रिलेटेड टू लोअर अपॉर्चुनिटी कॉस्ट. कंपैरेटिव एडवांटेज का मीनिंग ही अपॉर्चुनिटी कॉस्ट से रिलेटेड है. सो द करेक्ट आंसर टू दिस क्वेश्चन विल बी बी. कंट्री बी प्रोड्यूसेस कार एट लोअर अपॉर्चुनिटी कॉस्ट देन कंट्री ए. तो दैट इज द करेक्ट स्टेटमेंट. ठीक है, नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन, क्वेश्चन नंबर 6 बेटा. In Ricardian model, wages between countries differ because high productivity leads to high wages, trade equalizes wages globally, labor is the only factor of production, government sets uniform wage globally. Countries के बीच में wages क्यों अलग होंगी according to the Ricardian model? Correct. So countries will have different wages according to Ricardian model. Why? क्योंकि बेटा wage differ का मतलब ही क्या है? It means that your productivity is different. तभी तो आपको wage अलग अलग मिलेगा, right? So wages can differ in different countries because labor can be differently productive. ठीक है? So answer will be A. High productivity will lead to higher wage. ठीक है, क्वेश्चन नंबर 7. What happens to world production when countries specialized based on comparative advantage? World production decreases, world production remains the same, world production increases, there is no impact on production. What happens to world production when countries specialize on comparative advantage? Yes, all of you are correct. Comparative advantage say you produce that good which has lower opportunity cost. तो उस गुड, क्योंकि आप सिर्फ वही गुड प्रोड्यूस कर रहे हो एंड दूसरा गुड इंपोर्ट कर रहे हो, यू आर इंपोर्टिंग द अदर गुड, सो इट इंक्रीजेस द प्रोडक्शन ऑफ दैट पर्टिकुलर गुड. And when each country will do that, तो overall world production will increase. तो world का production जो है, it will go ahead and it will increase. So yes, C is the correct answer. Yes, point beyond PPF is achieved for consumption also. You can consume beyond what you can produce. ठीक है, next question, question number 8. How does the Ricardian model explain gain from trade? By showing how trade reduces unemployment, by illustrating that specialization based on comparative advantage increases consumption possibility, by focusing on trade restriction, by ignoring productivity differences. करेक्ट. तो कंपैरेटिव एडवांटेज कैसे एक्सप्लेन करता है गेन फ्रॉम ट्रेड को बेटा? इट एक्सप्लेन्स गेन फ्रॉम ट्रेड बेस्ड ऑन कंपैरेटिव, सॉरी, रिकार्डियन मॉडल बेस्ड ऑन कंपैरेटिव एडवांटेज. तो एकदम सही बात है कि आंसर विल बी बी. ठीक है. इट इंक्रीजेस कंजम्पशन पॉसिबिलिटी, वही जो मैं अभी बोल रही थी, दैट यू कैन कंज्यूम बियॉन्ड योर प्रोडक्शन पॉसिबिलिटी फ्रंटियर. तो हमारा वैसे हम सिर्फ यहीं पे कंज्यूम कर सकते हैं, बट आफ्टर रिकार्डियन मॉडल आप अपने प्रोडक्शन पॉसिबिलिटी फ्रंटियर से ऊपर भी कहीं पे कंज्यूम कर सकते हो. योर इंडिफरेंस कर्व कैन बी अबव द पीपीएफ ऑल्सो. यू कैन कंज्यूम बियॉन्ड योर पीपीएफ. ठीक है, नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन. If country A produces wheat and steel with lower opportunity cost than country B, what should country B do to benefit from trade? Stop trading with country A. Specialize in the good where it has least disadvantage. Produce both goods domestically. Impose tariff to protect its industry. Okay. तो यहां पे हम ये बोल रहे हैं कि कंट्री ए का जो अपॉर्चुनिटी कॉस्ट है वो दोनों ही गुड्स में, स्टील में भी और व्हीट में भी, कंट्री बी से कम है ना? तो कंट्री बी क्या कर सकता है? मैक्सिमम व्हाट इट कैन डू इज इट कैन प्रोड्यूस दैट गुड जिसमें उसको डिसएडवांटेज मिनिमम हो. सो यस, द आंसर इज बी. इवन इफ कंट्री बी इज लीस्ट एफिशिएंट, अगर कंट्री बी ज्यादा एफिशिएंट नहीं है दोनों गुड्स बनाने में, इट कैन स्टिल गेन फ्रॉम ट्रेड by specializing where its relative inefficiency is the smallest. Relatively जहां पे उसकी inefficiency सबसे कम हो, वहां पे it can go ahead and it can produce. ठीक है, क्वेश्चन नंबर 10. Which of the following would not be the reason why trade occurs? Difference in labor productivity, similarity in opportunity cost, variation in technology across countries, comparative advantage in production. कब ट्रेड नहीं होगा? When will trade not take place? Correct. All of you have answered it correctly. Trade will not take place when opportunity costs are same. अगर opportunity cost same ही है तो comparative advantage किसी भी country को नहीं है, तो incentive to trade will just diminish, right? There will be no incentive to trade. ठीक है, let's move on. Next question. In specific factor model, which of the following factor is considered mobile between sectors? Which of the factor is considered mobile between sectors? Correct, correct, correct. Yes. तो स्पेसिफिक फैक्टर मॉडल भी लेबर को ही मोबाइल एज्यूम करता है. इट एज्यूम्स दैट लेबर कैन मूव इजीली बिटवीन सेक्टर्स, एंड कैपिटल एंड लैंड को इट एज्यूम्स दैट दे आर सेक्टर स्पेसिफिक. वो उस सेक्टर से बाहर नहीं निकल सकते हैं, बट लेबर कैन मूव बिटवीन डिफरेंट सेक्टर्स. सो द करेक्ट आंसर टू दिस क्वेश्चन इज ए. करेक्ट. ठीक है, नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन बेटा. Which of the following best explains income distribution effect of trade in the specific factor model? All factors of production benefit equally from trade. Specific factor in export sectors gain while those in import competing sector lose. Labor always benefits regardless of the sector. Trade has no effect on factor income. करेक्ट, सही बात है. तो स्पेसिफिक फैक्टर मॉडल बेसिकली क्या बोलता है? दैट दोज सेक्टर्स विच आर एक्सपोर्टिंग, उसमें जो फैक्टर्स यूज होंगे. सो इफ यू आर एक्सपोर्टिंग गुड एक्स एंड गुड एक्स यूजेस द लेबर, right, then this will gain. And if you are importing good y and it uses capital, then that will lose. Import competing sectors will lose and exporting factors will gain. So trade benefits owners of factors used intensively in the export sector. जो फैक्टर एक्सपोर्ट सेक्टर में यूज हो रहा होगा उसको बेनिफिट मिलेगा बिकॉज ऑफ इंक्रीज डिमांड. फैक्टर स्पेसिफिक टू इंपोर्ट कंपीटिंग सेक्टर फेस डिक्लाइनिंग रिटर्न्स. ठीक है बेटा, नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन. ट्राई टू डू दिस वन. Suppose a country specializes in agricultural good and opens to trade. Which group is most likely to benefit? Worker in manufacturing sector, owners of agricultural land, capital owner in manufacturing sector, consumers. Absolutely, that is the correct answer. Yes. तो बेटा जो सेक्टर में आप एक्सपोर्ट करोगे उसी को ही तो बेनिफिट मिलेगा. तो अगर आप एग्रीकल्चरल सेक्टर में एक्सपोर्ट कर रहे हो, उसमें स्पेशलाइज कर रहे हो, और एग्रीकल्चरल सेक्टर में सपोज लैंड इज इंटेंसिवली यूज्ड, तो जो लैंड ओनर्स होंगे दे विल बी द वन हु वुड बी बेनिफिटेड, राइट? The demand of the land will increase, the return from land will increase, and it benefit the land owners. ठीक है. Question number 4. Try to do this one. How does trade affect real wage in specific factor model? Real wage rises in both sector equally. Real wage increases in export sector may decrease relative to certain good. Real wage are unaffected. All worker experience decline in real wage. Correct. All of you are correct. Yes, that's the right answer. Absolutely. तो बेटा स्पेसिफिक फैक्टर मॉडल में कौन बेनिफिट होगा? वो बेनिफिट होगा फैक्टर जो गुड एक्सपोर्ट हो रहा होगा. वॉट एवर गुड इज गेटिंग एक्सपोर्टेड, दैट फैक्टर विल बी बेनिफिटेड. ठीक है. सो इफ दैट फैक्टर विल बी बेनिफिटेड, तो उस फैक्टर का जो भी रियल वेज होगा दैट वुड गो अहेड एंड इट विल इंक्रीज. So workers benefit from higher wage in export sector. If the price of import competing good rises, their purchasing power may decline. ठीक है. Next question. In the specific factor model, what determines allocation of labor between sector? Government intervention, difference in factor endowment, relative wage rate, consumer preferences. क्या डिटरमाइन करेगा कि लेबर कहां पे कितना होगा, कौन से सेक्टर में कितना लेबर जाएगा? व्हाट विल डिटरमाइन दैट? गुड. यस, ऑल ऑफ यू आर राइट. सो हाँ, ऑफ कोर्स आप हमेशा उस सेक्टर में जाओगे जहां पे वेज रेट ज्यादा है. You will move across that sector where wage rate is more. So labor moves towards the sector offering higher wage until wage equalize across sector, reflecting marginal productivity of labor. So बेटा ये भी important point है that the wage is paid equal to value of marginal product of labor. ठीक है. Next question. Which statement is true regarding the mobility of factors in the specific factor model? All factors are perfectly mobile. Labor is the only factor that moves between sector. Capital and labor move freely. No factor is immobile. करेक्ट. तो ये हमने पहले भी पढ़ा दैट लेबर is the only factor which is assumed to be mobile, and it will move based on the wage differences. तो अगर सेक्टर ए का वेज ज्यादा है एंड सेक्टर बी में वेज कम है, इट विल मूव टुवर्ड्स सेक्टर ए. इट विल इंक्रीज द सप्लाई ऑफ वर्कर्स इन सेक्टर ए, डिक्रीज द सप्लाई ऑफ वर्कर इन सेक्टर बी टिल द वेजेस इक्वलाइज, जब तक वेज बराबर ना हो जाए. But labor is the only factor which can move between sectors. बाकी दोनों factors are assumed to be immobile. Next question. What happens to return to specific factor when price of good produced in their sector increases? Return decreases, return remains unchanged, return increases, or return is unaffected. ध्यान से think and answer. A, C, okay, others? So when the price of good increases, माने suppose good X is using labor बेटा. अब अगर good X का प्राइस इंक्रीज होगा तो हमें गुड एक्स का सप्लाई इंक्रीज करना पड़ेगा, लॉ ऑफ सप्लाई. If good X का supply will increase, then I want more input, so I will increase the demand of labor. When I will increase the demand of labor, so I will increase the wage that I am offering. है ना? So answer is C. Return increases because of higher demand for the specific factor. ठीक है. Next. Why might some group oppose free trade according to specific factor model? All groups benefit equally, so opposition is irrational. Owner of factor in import competing sector lose their income. Consumer always lose from free trade. Export sector worker face unemployment. क्यों ऐसा होगा कि कुछ लोग इस मॉडल में ऑपोज करेंगे? Absolutely. Yes, that's the correct answer. Exactly. Because import competing sector के जो लोग हैं, they are losing their income. ठीक है. It is only benefiting that factor which good is getting exported. जिस गुड को आप एक्सपोर्ट कर रहे हो सिर्फ उस फैक्टर को फायदा हो रहा है और दूसरे फैक्टर को नुकसान हो रहा है. So the owner of factor in import competing sector, it is going to go ahead and lose their income and hence they may oppose. Correct. Now let us go ahead and let us take the next question. Question number 9. In the short run, which effect dominates factor income changes in responses to trade? Technological advances, shift in consumer preferences, price change of good and corresponding demand for specific factor, monetary policy intervention. Correct. All of you are correct. Yes. तो factor income changes किसकी वजह से आ रहे हैं? The specific factor model basically emphasizes in the change of the price of the good. ठीक है? I just explained you. When price of good X will increase, then there will be increase in supply of good X, which will increase the demand of labor, increasing the wage of labor. So answer will be C. Correct. Last question from this topic. How does specific factor model differ from the Ricardian model of trade? दोनों में क्या difference है? Ricardian model includes multiple factors of production. Specific factor model focuses on short-run immobility of certain factors. Ricardian assumes full mobility. Both models predict identical income distribution. Specific factor model ignores difference in technology. What is the difference between Ricardian model and specific factor model? Okay. Correct. So the correct answer is B. Ricardian model, it emphasizes comparative advantage and it talks about fully mobile labor. Specific factor model also examines short run factor immobility, जिसकी वजह से income distribution पे फर्क पड़ता है. So yes, the correct answer to this question is Hello, beta. Good evening, everyone. Beta, welcome to the next class or next session of CUET Most Expected Questions. आज हम बेटा डिफरेंशिएशन से रिलेटेड क्वेश्चंस लेंगे, देखते हैं कि हाउ मेनी वी आर एबल टू गो अहेड एंड सॉल्व. I have started the poll on the right hand side. You can go ahead and answer the question in the poll. ठीक है. I know a lot of you would be watching match today and would be busy with the match, but still I wanted to go ahead and have this session with you. ठीक है. तो take some time out from the match and try to do this question बेटा. ठीक है. तो बेटा फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन, आपको फंक्शन एफ एक्स दिया हुआ है और आपको एफ डैश एक्स निकालना है. द फंक्शन एफ एक्स दैट इज गिवन टू यू. बहुत सिंपल क्वेश्चंस हैं और इतने ही सिंपल क्वेश्चंस आपके एग्जाम में भी आप सीयूईटी में एक्सपेक्ट कर सकते हो. सो यू आर गिवन द फंक्शन एफ एक्स इज इक्वल टू एल एन x square plus 1, and you have to go ahead and you have to find out f dash x. Poll has been started. Try to answer this question better. ठीक है. ओके, आई एम वेटिंग फॉर द पोल. तो बेटा अगर एफ एक्स जो है वो एल एन एक्स स्क्वायर प्लस 1 होगा तो एफ डैश एक्स क्या हो जाएगा? लॉग का डिफरेंशिएशन 1/1 अपॉन एनीथिंग दैट कम्स इनसाइड लॉग इनटू चेन रूल लगा रहे हैं. सो यू हैव टू डिफरेंशिएट एक्स स्क्वायर प्लस 1. सो एक्स स्क्वायर प्लस 1 का डिफरेंशिएशन विल बी 2x. सो यू विल गेट 2x अपॉन एक्स स्क्वायर प्लस 1. So 2x upon x square plus 1 माने आंसर will be A. ठीक है. अच्छा, sometimes in exam what they will do ना, they will ask you to evaluate f dash x at a particular value. ठीक है. माने वो बोलेंगे find f dash x at x equal to 0 या x equal to 1. ऐसा कुछ एक वैल्यू दे देंगे जिसपे वो आपको f dash x को इवेल्युएट करने को बोल सकते हैं. सो फॉर एग्जाम्पल इफ दे से what is f dash x at x equal to 1. So then कुछ नहीं करना. Instead of x you will plug in 1. So you will get this as 2 into 1 upon 1 square plus 1 माने 2 by 2, that means 1. So the answer will be 1. So ऐसा भी आपको क्वेश्चन एग्जाम में आ सकता है. Okay, now let's go on to the next question बेटा. Question number 2. Find second derivative of this function. You are given this function. You have to go ahead and you have to find the second order derivative. ठीक है. I am starting the poll for question number 2. Find second order derivative for this function. Try to do this question better. Give it a try. अगर आपने लास्ट ईयर का 2025 का एग्जाम का पैटर्न देखा हो तो ये सारे के सारे डेरिवेटिव्स आपको मैच द फॉलोइंग में आए थे. सो दैट इज ऑल्सो वन थिंग विच यू हैव टू कीप इन माइंड कि ये क्वेश्चन हमें मैच द फॉलोइंग में भी आ सकता है. सो विच मीन्स दैट यहाँ पे वो आपको दे कैन गिव यू 4 फंक्शंस और यहाँ पे वो आपको एफ डैश एक्स दे सकते हैं and they can ask you to match the function with the derivative. That kind of question can also be asked in exam. तो simple है. अगर हमें differentiate करना आता है, if we know how to differentiate, we can also find out the derivative of the function. But अब बहुत ध्यान से करना है. It is asking the second order derivative. I see some people are answering based on first order derivative. तो वो हमें mistake नहीं करनी है. We have to find the second order derivative of the function. So fx is given to us as e x to the power 2. तो f dash x क्या होगा बेटा? First of all, exponential का differentiation is exponent itself into power का differentiation, x square का differentiation will be 2x. So this is my first order derivative. So those students who are answering as D, वो गलत है बेटा. We are asked second order derivative, not first order derivative. डोंट बी इन अ हरी, डू इट करेक्टली। अब हमें सेकेंड ऑर्डर डेरिवेटिव निकालना है, सो वी विल यूज प्रोडक्ट रूल बेटा। सो प्रोडक्ट रूल में डिफरेंशिएशन ऑफ फर्स्ट फंक्शन, इसका डिफरेंशिएशन क्या होगा, e टू द पावर एक्स स्क्वायर इंटू पावर का डिफरेंशिएशन विल बी 2x इंटू सेकेंड एज इट इज प्लस differentiation of second function 2x का differentiation will be 2 into first as it is. So we are using product rule here, differentiation of first function second as it is plus differentiation of second function into first as it is. So you can take e x square common, you can take 2 common, and जब हम ये सब common लेंगे so what will I get here बेटा, यहाँ से I will get 2x square and यहाँ से I will get 1, right? Here I will get 2x square and here I will get 1. So this is going to be your second order derivative of this function. इसका second order derivative ये होगा. This is going to be the second order derivative of this function. E x to the power 2 into 2, 2x square plus 1. This is going to be your second order derivative of this function. ठीक है? Is this clear, beta? Okay, so answer should be C but without x. 2 e to the power x square 1 plus 2x square. ये आंसर होगा, but there should be no x in it. There should be no x in it. That is going to be the answer to your question. ठीक है? Okay. Now let's move on to the next question, beta. Question number 3. Try to do this question. I am starting the poll for this one. Try to do question number 3. Poll started. Do question number 3, beta. बेटा इट इज x टू द पावर x, बहुत ध्यान से हमें क्वेश्चन करना है, x टू द पावर x, fx is given as x to the power x. You have to find f dash x. तो इसमें हम क्या कर सकते हैं, what we can do बेटा, y ले लो, let y is equal to x to the power x, ठीक है, and बेटा take log on both side, तो ln y will be ln x to the power x, right? बेटा ये जो पावर है, we know ln m to the power n is n ln m. So ln y will be x ln x. ठीक है? Now you can differentiate on both sides. दोनों ही साइड पे we will differentiate the function. So अगर मैं लेफ्ट हैंड साइड देखूं, differentiation of ln y will become 1 by y with respect to x कर रहे हैं ना, तो dy by dx. 1 by y dy by dx. And यहाँ पे what we can do बेटा, we can use product rule. So differentiation of first function, second as it is, first function as it is, differentiation of the second function. तो ये हो जाएगा 1 by y dy by dx equal to ln x plus 1. This is what will happen बेटा. ठीक है? तो यहाँ से आ जाएगा dy by dx equal to y into ln x plus 1. And y क्या था? What was y? X to the power x. So this will be dy by dx equal to x to the power x ln x plus 1. X to the power x ln x plus 1. So the correct answer to this question, most of you have answered it correctly. Yes, you are correct. Correct answer will be A. A is the correct answer to this question. ठीक है? तो yes, that's the right answer. ठीक है बेटा? Next question. Question number 4. Very simple question. Question number 4. I am starting the poll now. Question number 4, try to answer this question. Poll has been started. Try to answer question number 4. You're given a function sine inverse x square. You have to differentiate it with respect to x. बेटा सारे के सारे ट्रिग्नोमेट्रिक फंक्शंस को यू विल गो हेड एंड यू विल रिवाइज. ठीक है, चाहे साइन एक्स हो या साइन इनवर्स एक्स हो, you have to go ahead and you have to revise all, right? So try to do this question. Tell me what should be the answer to this one. Okay, all of you are answering it almost correctly. So beta, what is the differentiation of sine inverse x? अगर y is equal to sine inverse x होता, so what would have been dy by dx? It would have been 1 upon 1 minus x square under root. 1 upon 1 minus x square under root अगर ये sine inverse x होता. If this would have been sine inverse x, तो उसका differentiation ये हो जाता. ठीक है, अब here what has happened is that my angle is x square. Angle x नहीं है, angle x square है. So since my angle is x square, since I am given y is equal to sine inverse x square, तो बेटा फर्स्ट थिंग एंगल x स्क्वायर के हिसाब से चलेगा. यहाँ पे x की जगह पे आई हैव टू रिप्लेस इट विद x स्क्वायर. सो व्हाट विल बी dy by dx? इट विल बी 1 अपॉन 1 माइनस, यहाँ पे मेरा एंगल ही x स्क्वायर है, सो x स्क्वायर का होल स्क्वायर अंडर रूट इनटू differentiation of the angle, differentiation of the angle. So differentiation of x square will be 2x, right? Differentiation of x square will be 2x. तो यहाँ पे हमारा क्या हो जाएगा आंसर? What will be dy by dx बेटा? It will be 2x upon 1 minus x to the power 4 under root. 2x 1 minus x to the power 4 under root. है ना? So this is going to be the answer in this case. So your correct answer will be answer number A. It will be A. ठीक है? Okay, beta. Next question, question number 5. Try to answer question number 5 now. I am starting the poll. Try to answer question number 5. बेटा एक हिंट है कि if y, when y is tan inverse x, पहले उसका डिफरेंशिएशन कर लो एक बारी. So if y is tan inverse x, तो dy by dx it is 1 upon 1 plus x square. dy by dx is 1 upon 1 plus x square. अब इस बेसिस पे try to answer this question. ठीक है, try to answer this now. So if y is equal to tan inverse x, dy by dx is 1 upon 1 plus x square. अब देखो यहाँ पे एंगल रूट x है, माने यहाँ पे x की जगह पे आई हैव टू रिप्लेस रूट x. ये एंगल रूट x बन रहा है. सो पहला चीज ये है दैट इंस्टेड ऑफ x आई हैव टू रिप्लेस दिस बाय रूट x. ठीक है, तो क्या हो जाएगा बेटा? dy by dx विल बी 1 अपॉन 1 प्लस रूट x स्क्वायर इनटू रूट x का डिफरेंशिएशन. सो रूट एक्स का डिफरेंशिएशन हो जाता है 1/2 रूट एक्स. Differentiation of root x is 1/2 root x. So what will you get? You will get 1/2 root x. और ये हो जाएगा, इसको अगर मैं ओपन करूं, 1 + √x का होल स्क्वायर इज जस्ट x बेटा. √x का होल स्क्वायर इज जस्ट x. So the correct answer to this question will be answer number A. 1/2 √x, 1 + x. That is the answer to this question. Okay. ठीक है बेटा, let's move on to the next question. Ending this poll. Question number 6. Try this one beta. Try question number 6. Poll has been started. Try to answer this question in the poll. Question number 6. You're given a function. इसमें बस बहुत simple है बेटा. You just have to apply chain rule. You're given y is equal to x square ln x. Just apply chain rule and try to do this question. Beta, in questions में there is no scope to make mistake. You have to do it correctly. No scope to make mistakes, huh? देखो, what will happen in this case? Let's apply chain rule. So dy by dx will be differentiation of the first function into second as it is plus first function as it is differentiation of the second function. तो बेटा ये हो जाएगा 2x ln x plus x. ठीक है, तो 2x ln x plus x is nothing but answer number A. So the correct answer to this question is A. ठीक है, let's move on to the next question. Question number 7. Try to do this question. I am starting the poll now. Try to do question number 7, beta. Very simple question. Beta, hint इसको यूज करो कि when fx is 1/x, f dash x is -1/x square. बस इसी basis पे we can go ahead and we can solve this question. So if fx, it will be 1/x square plus 1, है ना? तो सेम रूल लगाना है हमने कि जो भी डिनोमिनेटर में है उसका स्क्वायर होगा और एक नेगेटिव साइन लगेगा. So f dash x will be -1/x square plus 1 whole square into इसका डिफरेंशिएशन x square plus 1 का डिफरेंशिएशन. So x square plus 1 का डिफरेंशिएशन will be what? X square का डिफरेंशिएशन will be 2x, 1 का डिफरेंशिएशन will be 0. So what will we go ahead and get? -2x upon x square plus 1 whole square. -2x upon x square plus 1 whole square. That will be your derivative of the function. So the people who have answered as A, it is correct. बेटा A और B बहुत सिमिलर हैं, सिर्फ एक नेगेटिव और पॉजिटिव साइन का ही डिफरेंस है. सो बी वेरी वेरी केयरफुल. डोंट, CUET का एग्जाम विल बी इजी, है ना, बट वी डोंट हैव टू मेक सिली मिस्टेक्स. आई सी सम स्टूडेंट्स हैव आंसर्ड B and C ऑल्सो. तो हमें प्रॉपरली चेन रूल को अप्लाई करना है. प्रॉपरली वी हैव टू सी व्हाट इज हैपनिंग एंड अकॉर्डिंगली वी हैव टू आंसर. ठीक है, let us begin with question number 8. I am starting the poll for question 8 also, and question 8 is this. Try to do this question, beta. Find the derivative of the function. Function is given to you as e to the power x sin x. इसका differentiation करना है. Apply chain rule. Try to find the derivative. Okay. सो बेटा सिंपल है, प्रोडक्ट रूल लगाना है, कुछ तो है नहीं इसमें करने लायक, ऐसा कुछ बहुत डिफिकल्ट नहीं है, बट स्टिल आई सी स्टूडेंट्स आर आंसरिंग बी सी ए, different answers I am getting. So let's solve this together. So your given function is e to the power x sin x. So differentiate the function, beta. Differentiation of first function e to the power x का e to the power x ही रहेगा into second as it is, plus first function as it is, differentiation of second function sin x का differentiation हो जाएगा cos x. ठीक है, so what will happen if I take e to the power x common, I will get sin x plus cos x, है ना? अच्छा, suppose write it in the comment below, give me answer in comment section. If I ask you evaluate this function at 0, tell me what will be the answer. Evaluate the derivative of the function at 0. What do you think will be the answer? करो बेटा, evaluate the derivative of the function at 0. Tell me what will be the answer. Put 0 instead of x. E to the power 0, sin 0, cos 0. Right? And e to the power 0 is 1. Sin 0 is 0. Cos 0 is 1. So you will get the answer as 1. Correct. The answer will be 1. That is the correct answer. So sometimes you will be asked to evaluate the function also. आपको sin x, cos x, ये जो trigonometric functions हैं, sin x, cos x, e to the power x, log x, ये सारे functions you have to remember very well, बेटा. These things can be asked in exam. Vertical asymptote क्या है इसका, horizontal asymptote क्या है, these kind of questions can be asked in exam. So you have to remember the graph of these functions also. उनको अच्छे से आपको पढ़ना है, the graph of the function. ठीक है? Okay बेटा, let's move on to the next question. Question number 9. Try to do this question. Question number 9. Try to do this one, beta. Again, आप इसमें go ahead and put quotient rule लगा लो. Try to solve using quotient rule. तो ठीक है, let's solve this together, beta. I see most of you are answering as A and some students are answering as B. ठीक है, देख लेते हैं. So derivative of the function will be differentiation of the numerator, log x का differentiation 1 by x हो जाएगा, denominator as it is, minus differentiation of denominator, numerator as it is, upon डिनोमिनेटर होल स्क्वायर, है ना? तो दिस विल कैंसल आउट, सो यू विल हैव 1 minus ln x upon x square. So yes, you are correct. The correct answer will be A. The correct answer will be A. अच्छा, tell me something again, answer it in the chat window. ठीक है? So my question is, if I ask you, for what value of x is derivative not defined? x की कौन सी वो वैल्यूज हैं जिसमें आपका f डैश x डिफाइंड नहीं है? फॉर व्हाट वैल्यू ऑफ x इज डेरिवेटिव ऑफ दिस फंक्शन नॉट डिफाइंड? टेल मी द आंसर टू दिस वन. व्हाट वैल्यू ऑफ x इज डेरिवेटिव नॉट डिफाइंड? क्या लगता है x की वो क्या वैल्यू होगी जिसमें डेरिवेटिव नहीं निकाल सकते हम फंक्शन का? एनीवन? वेरी इजी. गुड, यस, दैट इज द करेक्ट आंसर. बेटा डिनोमिनेटर को तो पहले हम जीरो कर ही नहीं सकते, ठीक है? सो इट इज नॉट डिफाइंड व्हेन x इक्वल टू 0. एंड इज ln 0 डिफाइंड? वो भी नहीं हो रहा है. सो यस, दैट इज द करेक्ट आंसर. वी कैन नॉट डिफाइन द डेरिवेटिव ऑफ दिस फंक्शन एट 0. दैट इज द करेक्ट आंसर. सो दिस काइंड ऑफ क्वेश्चन कैन ऑल्सो बी आस्क्ड इन एग्जाम. बहुत ध्यान से हमें इसको सॉल्व करना है, ठीक है? ओके, नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन, क्वेश्चन नंबर 10. ट्राई टू डू दिस क्वेश्चन बेटा. I've started the poll. Okay. Very good. Most of you have answered it correctly. Others? So use the hint beta. What is the differentiation when y is equal to cos inverse x? तो dy by dx क्या हो जाता है? What is the differentiation of cos inverse x? Minus 1 upon 1 minus x square under root. ये हो जाता है डिफरेंशिएशन ऑफ cos इनवर्स x, है ना? तो अब हमारा जो एंगल है बेटा, फिर से देखो, एंगल x स्क्वायर है, तो x की जगह आई हैव टू रिप्लेस x स्क्वायर. x की जगह आई हैव टू रिप्लेस x स्क्वायर इनटू डिफरेंशिएशन ऑफ x स्क्वायर, और x स्क्वायर का डिफरेंशिएशन क्या हो जाएगा? 2x, है ना? सो व्हाट विल हैपन इन दिस केस? इट विल बी minus 2x upon 1 minus x to the power 4 under root. Minus 2x upon 1 minus x to the power 4 under root. So the correct answer to this question will be A. It will be A. So all those who have answered these questions correctly, congratulations. Beta, please revise back your differentiation अच्छे से. Last time देखा गया था कि differentiation पे match the following questions were asked. इन्हीं को मैं match the following बना सकती हूँ. I can give you 4 functions and ask you to differentiate. So everyone will go back and revise all trigonometric functions also, exponential function, log function, इन सब का differentiation और integration आपको अच्छे से revise करना है. Okay. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Beta, today we are going to go ahead and talk about index numbers. This is a very important topic from the point of view of your exam, and definitely we can see a question or two on index number. Okay. When we talk about index number is basically a change in variable over time. कोई भी वेरिएबल हो सकता है. Change in quantity over time, change in prices over time, change in any variable over time. जब हम उसकी बात करते हैं, that is called as index number. Okay. There are various kind of index numbers that we go ahead and we study. First of all, we need to talk about something which is known as simple index number. Simple index number. When we talk about simple index number, the first kind of simple index number that we have, it is called as simple aggregate method. Simple aggregate method. Okay. Simple aggregate method is basically when we go ahead and when we have this formula. Index number is equal to summation P1 by P0 into 100. Or if I am doing for quantity, summation Q1 by Q0 into 100. माने हम सारे के सारे करेंट ईयर प्राइसेस को ऐड करेंगे और न्यूमरेटर में डालेंगे. Base year prices we will add and we will put in the denominator and we will multiply with 100. When we go ahead and when we do that, right, then that is basically your simple index number. Very simple, huh? Summation of P1 upon summation of P0 into 100, that is called as simple index number. What is the property of simple index number? क्या होते हैं simple index number? वो index number जो एक single item पे based होते हैं. So they measure changes for single item. Right? This is our simple index number. There is another formula which you have to remember. It is called as, ये हो गया मेथड 1 जिसमें हम सिंपल एग्रीगेट मेथड यूज कर रहे हैं, और मेथड 2 हो गया सिंपल एवरेज और रिलेटिव मेथड. सिंपल एवरेज और रिलेटिव मेथड. बेटा इसमें क्या फॉर्मूला हो जाता है हमारे इंडेक्स नंबर का? जो भी हम इंडेक्स नंबर यहां से कैलकुलेट कर रहे हैं, we divided by number of observation. So index number formula here becomes summation P1 by P0 into 100 divided by n. Divided by n. So when we go ahead and when we find an average, average माने हम divide कर रहे हैं by number of observation, right? Then what you go ahead and what you get, that is basically your simple average or simple relative method, right? Now, simple index number, they are rarely used in the real life. आपको इतना basic formula कभी statistics में use होता हुआ नहीं दिखेगा, but they build an foundation for the aggregate index number. जो हम आगे वाले पढ़ेंगे उसके लिए एक foundation की तरह ये set करेगा. So let me give you an example. So for example, if I ask you, you're given this. Suppose I ask you find simple index or simple price index for rice. Okay. And I give you some information. Year 2015, 2020 and year 2015 is your base year. Okay. And price of rice here was suppose 50, 75. And I ask you, calculate the simple index number and what will be its interpretation. And interpret. ठीक है. So simple index number का formula क्या हो जाएगा? It is going to be the price in 2020. देखो यहाँ पे ध्यान से. Base is coming in the denominator. Current is coming in the numerator into 100. यही formula था इसका. Simple index number का. So your answer would be 75 upon 50 into 100. Right? Just do this 2, 3, 50, 150. 150. तो हम हमेशा मानते हैं कि हमारा जो बेस ईयर में इंडेक्स नंबर का वैल्यू होता है ना, दैट इज 100. एंड नाउ व्हाट इज इंडेक्स नंबर कमिंग हियर? इंडेक्स नंबर इज कमिंग एज 150. So what we can say, यहां से हमारा क्या इंटरप्रिटेशन आएगा? That price, because we are finding for price, increased by 50% in whatever year this is, 2020 compared to 2050. Price increased by 50% in 2020 as compared to 2015. ये हमारा simple index number का basic application हो गया, right? Okay. Now let us go ahead and let us understand an example of the suppose simple aggregate number, right? So suppose you are given something like this. Base year is always 100. Base year means अगर मेरे को 2015 का 2015 के ही रिस्पेक्ट में निकालना है तो 2015 ईयर के अंदर आपका वैल्यू उस साल भी 50 रहा होगा, बेस ईयर भी 50 रहा होगा into 100. So it will be always 100. Because in that year, the current and the base value will be the same. So if the current and base value will be the same, you will get always the answer as 100. Right? And this is then you have calculated this index number for 2020. 20 liya na year humne 2020. Right? So this is the difference between the two. Okay. Now, supposedly, you are asked to go ahead and you are asked to find out average index number, simple average index number. Okay? So let us go ahead and let us take an example to do that also. So, question. You're given that there are 3 commodities. Commodity A, B, and C. And suppose you are given the base year price and current year price. So base year price दिया हुआ है आपको. उनका base year माने suppose 2015 ही ले लेते हैं. And current year price. Suppose I will take at 2020 only. Right? And you are asked to find simple average or aggregate index. You're given some numbers. I will just fill this up. 20, 40, 60, 30, 50, 90 random. हाँ? तो अब हमें क्या करना है? पहले हम क्या निकालेंगे? हम निकालेंगे इसका प्राइस इंडेक्स, सिंपल प्राइस इंडेक्स. सो मेथड स्टेप 1. Find simple price index for each commodity. For each commodity, we will find simple price index. So I'm making here simple price index, right? What will be simple price index? इस commodity के लिए, commodity A के लिए simple price index will be current year by base year into 100, right? So we just found this. This will come out as 150. Commodity B के लिए what will happen? Current year by base year into 100, right? So this will be 25 into 5, 125. Okay. Commodity C के लिए what will happen? 90 by 40 into 100, right? So just 90 by 60, sorry. So 3 by 2. So this is going to give you again 150, right? So you will find the simple price index for each of them. Step 2, find average of simple price index of commodities. So price index पहले का क्या हो गया? 150, 125, 150. So what we will do? 150 plus 125 plus 150 divided by 3, right? So you will get 5, 10, 11, 12, 425 divided by 3. So this is going to be your simple price index average. So simple average index. It's also called as simple relative index. तो जब हम relative निकालते हैं या average निकालते हैं, we divided by the number of observations. और जब हम सिर्फ एक commodity के लिए निकालते हैं, we just keep P1 by P0 into 100. Now, method, second thing in index number. That is when we go ahead. Yes, this is simple average method, correct. The second thing that we have to go ahead and देखो, here aggregate, I don't want to find out. So average काफी है. When you say average, you need to divide by the number of observations. When you don't divide by number of observation, then it is simple price index. When you use the word average or relative, then you divide it by number of observations. सिर्फ उतना ही difference है. So you just find the average of different simple price index. Okay. Now the next thing that we need to go ahead and we need to understand, that is basically called as aggregate index number. Right. So you can also make a table like this. That index number can be simple or aggregate. Within simple, I have taught you two. One is simple index number. One is simple average index number. Now we are doing what is called as an aggregate index number. In an aggregate index number, as the word suggests, we need to go ahead and we need to aggregate. Okay. So for aggregating, what you will do is there are two kinds of aggregates which you can go ahead and you can use. First aggregate is unweighted aggregate index. Unweighted aggregate index means you are going to aggregate the current and base year prices, but there is no weight that will be assigned to them. So for example, let's take an example. So I have commodity A, B, and C. And this is price in the base year. Suppose base year is 2015 and price in current year, 2020. Okay, you're given some prices, 20, 30, 50, 25, 35, 60. Aggregate mane, I will aggregate all base year prices I will aggregate all current year prices and I will divide and multiply with 100. So when I take the sum, what will I get? 5 and 5, 10. 10, 6 and 6, 120. Right? So my aggregate index will be sum of all current prices, sum of all base prices into 100. That means it will be 120. So when we talk about aggregate index, you will aggregate them, right? So what is the interpretation of this 120? That there is 20% rise in prices in 2020 as compared to 2015. तो फिर से देखो डिफरेंस देखो, जब हमने सिंपल इंडेक्स निकाला था तो वो एक ही कमोडिटी के लिए था। सबसे पहली बात, यहाँ पे हम इंडिविजुअल कमोडिटीज के लिए निकालते हैं, जैसे हमने यहाँ पे सिर्फ राइस के लिए निकाला। यहाँ पे हमने अलग अलग कमोडिटीज तो ली, वी टुक डिफरेंट कमोडिटीज, बट हर एक का हमने इंडिविजुअली निकाला है। सो वी आर फाइंडिंग इंडिविजुअली फॉर ईच ऑफ देम। ए का हमने इंडिविजुअली सिंपल इंडेक्स निकाला, बी का हमने इंडिविजुअली सिंपल इंडेक्स निकाला और सी का हमने इंडिविजुअली सिंपल इंडेक्स निकाला। आई हैवंट एग्रीगेटेड, ये नहीं किया कि हमने यहाँ पे सारे प्राइजेस को ऐड कर दिया। वी आर नॉट डूइंग दैट। what we are doing is we are just going ahead and we are finding them individually. That is the property of simple index number, that you will find for each commodity separately. But when we talk about aggregate index, तो aggregate में we aggregate all current year prices together, we aggregate all base year prices also together, and then it is current by base into 100. ठीक है, अगर वो सिंपल होता तो हम हर एक का अलग अलग निकालते। इसका सिंपल हो जाता 25 बाय 20 इंटू 100, इसका सिंपल हो जाता 35 बाय 30 इंटू 100, इसका सिंपल हो जाता 60 बाय 50 इंटू 100. सो ईच कमोडिटी सिंपल विल बी सेपरेट. It is in different index for each commodity, right? But for your aggregate, you sum all the prices together of the base year, sum all prices of current year, current by base into 100. Now, isi aggregate mein the second thing that we have to do, that is called as weighted aggregate index. Right, weighted aggregate index. So now the formula will be summation W, whatever weight is given to you, into price of the base current year, summation W price of the base year into 100. So you will be also multiplying with weight. और weight क्या होगा? Importance of each item. So for example, again, you're given commodities, commodity A, B and C. You're given some price. Earlier was without weight, unweighted. Now is with weight. So you're given some weight. Weight is 5, 3, 2. You're given some prices in the base year, suppose 2015. And some prices in the current year, suppose 2020. So you get 20, 30, 50, 25, 35 and 60. So now what we will do? First of all, each base year and current year should be multiplied with the weight. Should be multiplied with the weight. So 20 into 5. ये हो गया W into P naught. P naught माने base year. And W into PT ये हो गया ये. So 25 into first 20 into 5. This will be 100, right? 30 into 3, 90. 50 into 2, 100. Sum this. This will be 290. Then 25 into 5, 125. 35 into 3, 105. 60 into 2, 120. Sum this over and you will get 350. 350. Okay. So now what is your index? Weighted index? This current by base into 100. So 350 divided by 290 into 100. Quickly just solve this and tell me what answer you're getting. What is the answer you're getting here? Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So today we are going to go ahead and we are going to do some questions on the quantity theory of money. Okay. I think the screen share is stopped. Give me a minute. So when we talk about the quantity theory of money, there are various versions that you have to do. Let me first tell you those. सबसे पहले you need to go ahead and you need to understand the classical quantity theory of money. When we talk about classical quantity theory of money, इसको हम फिशर्स इक्वेशन ऑफ एक्सचेंज भी बोलते हैं. This is also called as Fisher's equation of exchange. Okay. Now, when we talk about Fisher's equation of exchange, this theory is the most initial theory that was given. Most initial theory. I don't know what is happening today. Just give me again a minute. I hope it would be visible now. Let's see, huh? Okay. So when we talk about the quantity theory of money, there are various quantity theories of money that you have to go ahead and you have to study. सबसे पहला जो क्वांटिटी थ्योरी ऑफ मनी हमें पढ़ना होगा, दैट विल बी कॉल्ड एज द फिशर्स इक्वेशन ऑफ एक्सचेंज. फिशर्स इक्वेशन ऑफ एक्सचेंज को हम क्लासिकल क्वांटिटी थ्योरी ऑफ मनी भी बोलते हैं, एंड इट इज द फर्स्ट क्वांटिटी थ्योरी ऑफ मनी दैट वाज गिवन. ठीक है. इन दिस क्वांटिटी थ्योरी ऑफ मनी द इक्वेशन दैट वी हैव वो हो जाता है बेटा एम वी इज इक्वल टू पी टी. एम वी इज इक्वल टू पी टी. ठीक है. हियर एम is the money supply. V is called as the velocity of money. Velocity of money is the number of times that money changes hand. कितनी बारी money अपना, कितनी बारी आप एक इंसान से दूसरे इंसान के पास you're taking money, how many times you are changing the hand, that is the velocity of money. P is the price level, and T is called as the volume of transactions. ठीक है, ये सबसे पहला इक्वेशन है क्वांटिटी थ्योरी ऑफ मनी का. एंड दिस गोज अहेड एंड दिस बेसिकली सेज दैट इफ आई होल्ड वेलोसिटी ऑफ मनी कांस्टेंट, then how much money we will be requiring will be proportionate to the value of the transaction. कितना वैल्यू हो रहा है ट्रांस इकोनॉमी में, उस पर डिपेंड करेगा. The second quantity theory of money equation that you have to go ahead and you have to remember, that is basically given by Cambridge School of Thought. Okay. Cambridge School of Thought basically goes ahead and basically says that you have to go ahead and you have to keep M as some proportion of PY. Okay. Now, what we can go ahead and what we can do is we can also basically form Cambridge School of Thought from जो इस इन्होंने equation दिया, we can go ahead and we can take that from the Fisher equation also. हम वहां से भी इसको derive कर सकते हैं. ठीक है. So what basically the first thing that we have to go ahead and we have to do in this case is that अगर हम देखें we have mv is equal to pt, ये फिशर ने दिया था. So first thing that we recognized is that it is very difficult to go ahead and to understand what will be the number of transactions in the economy. Economy में transaction को measure करना बहुत ही मुश्किल है, right? So first thing that they said is that we should be replacing transaction with the output in the economy. Output कितना produce हो रहा है, that is easy to tell. But to understand when transaction is taking place, that is difficult to tell. So the first thing that we went ahead and we said is that we should be equating MV is equal to PY. P into Y, this is called as nominal GDP. Nominal GDP, value of the GDP. And Y हो जाता है आपका output या real GDP. Right? So what we have seen is that first thing जो हमने यहाँ पे change लेके आया is that from T we went to Y. ये पहला चीज हो गया. The other thing is that I can take V on the other side and I will get M is equal to 1 by V Py. So I will get M is equal to Kpy. ठीक है. Here when we go ahead and when we say M is equal to Kpy, then I am trying to tell beta how you can remember how you are going from Fisher to Cambridge. क्या क्या changes हुए? This is what I am trying to tell you. Yes. So when we talk about Fisher's equation of exchange, सबसे पहले यहाँ पे T था. But when we look at Cambridge School, यहाँ पे Y है. That's the first thing. The second thing is that here you have small k. और ये small k क्या है? How we can derive this is that this small k is nothing but 1 by V. So we said that, okay, this small k that we have here, this is nothing but this is basically 1 divided by velocity of money. It is the reciprocal of velocity of money. तो अगर velocity of money constant है, तो 1 by constant भी constant होगा. So 1 by V is also a constant and we call this as K. ठीक है. इस equation का क्या interpretation है? What is the interpretation of this equation? ये equation बोलता है that the amount of money, it is proportional. K is the proportion. It is proportional to the value of GDP. Value of nominal GDP of the economy. कि कितना मनी हमें अपनी इकोनॉमी में चाहिए होगा, दैट इज गोइंग टू बी प्रोपोर्शनेट, सम प्रोपोर्शन. ये के कुछ भी हो सकता है. के कैन बी 4, के कैन बी 5, के कैन बी 10. इट इज सम प्रोपोर्शन टू द वैल्यू ऑफ द नॉमिनल जीडीपी इन द इकोनॉमी. ठीक है. अच्छा, one thing that many exams you should be aware about is when they were launched. Yeah, someone asked me also. So MV is equal to PT beta. This is something which was given by Fisher and it was given in his book, Purchasing Power of Money in the year 1911. 1911 में उन्होंने अपनी बुक में Purchasing Power of Money में उन्होंने इस के बारे में he mentioned it for the first time, and this was called as the equation of exchange, right? Similarly, if they ask you ki go ahead and tell us in the chronological order, ki, you know, which school of thought gave when which quantity theory of money, right? So chronological order ke liye bhi it is important that you remember the year also in which these were introduced. Okay. So when we talk about the Cambridge School of Thought, um, Cambridge School of Thought में हमारे पास बहुत सारे we have various versions which were developed, and you had a particular version which was developed by Marshall. You had a particular version which was developed by Keynes, a particular version which was developed by Pigou. ये सारे Cambridge School of Thought में आ जाते हैं. Marshall, Pigou, Keynes, ये सारे के सारे आते हैं, ठीक है? But if someone asks you what is the Cambridge equation in generally Cambridge School of Thought का equation हम कैसे लिख सकते हैं, right? Then this is where how you can go ahead and how you can write that equation कि m is equal to k times py. This is how your equation will be written. And since there are many people related to this, हाँ, एक इंसान ने तो लिखा नहीं है, बहुत लोगों ने इसके बारे में बोला है Cambridge School of Thought के बारे में. So how do I know which year is this accounted for? So Cambridge School of Thought also primarily it began in the 20th century. But if I have to go ahead and if I have to go, give you some year, it basically gained its popularity in 1920s because they reworked on the Fisher theory. So after the Fisher theory was given, after that, basically, Cambridge School of Thought, it went ahead and it, talked about its theory, right? So agar meko chronological order mein, if I have to go ahead and if I have to tell that, so I will be saying that definitely the Cambridge School of Thought, it came after the, Fisher theory, definitely, right? Now, the next thing that we need to go ahead and we need to do is, suppose someone asks you in particular that, okay, tell me what equation was given by Marshall in particular. I have to declare exactly Marshall ne kya equation diya. So there is no particular equation which is stated for Marshall. Marshall mein mera equation same hi rahega. It will be m is equal to k times py. I will be writing exactly same Cambridge School of Thought equation for Marshall equation. Nothing will different. But if someone asks me, what is the theory given by, suppose Keynes, right? Then for Keynes, I can go ahead and I can specify another theory, जिसको उन्होंने quantity theory of money भी बोला. And he basically went ahead and he talked about this in his book. And we all know the name of his book, The General Theory of Employment, Interest and Money. The General Theory of Employment, Interest and Money, right? And in his, can anyone tell me when this book was written? किस साल में ये book लिखा गया? We know it was for Great Depression, but which year this book was written? Good, 1936, absolutely. So in this book, he also talked about liquidity preferences. And unka version, if I have to link it to quantity theory of money, so I will be linking it to this version that the demand of money is equal to L comma Y. That means that the demand of money is linked to two things. First, it is linked to the real output, right? And second, it is linked to interest rate. जो हम अपना LM equation में demand of money का equation पढ़ते हैं, it is going to be very similar to that, right? So when we talk about Keynes theory in particular, Keynes quantity theory of money, we go ahead and we say that it is linked to liquidity preference theory. LM curve है ना, यहाँ से derive होता है. So we go ahead and we say it is the liquidity preference theory. And we also go ahead and we also say that there is not much focus on velocity. He hasn't talked a lot about velocity, right? He has focused on interest rate. He has focused on the real GDP, right? But not on velocity. Then the next thing is, suppose someone goes ahead and suppose someone says that, in particular, we want to go ahead and we want to know about Pigou's quantity theory of money. ये सब Cambridge में आ रहे हैं, हाँ? But if someone goes ahead and someone says, go ahead and tell me about Pigou's quantity theory of money. So Pigou is also linked to the same equation. Equation will remain the same. M is equal to KPY. In general, there is no difference. वही जो हमने quantity theory का Cambridge में पढ़ा होगा, you will go ahead and write exactly same equation. Cambridge School of Thought का equation है Pigou को, you will be linking it to that, right? If someone goes ahead and asks me that, which economist, they assumed that there is stable velocity of money. Stable velocity of money means constant velocity of money. So Cambridge School of Thought को हम constant velocity से भी link कर सकते हैं. And why is that? Because we know K is equal to 1 by V. And we assume K to be constant. We assume कि हमारा proportion constant है. So K can be constant only when V is constant, right? So Cambridge School of Thought is also linked to constant velocity of money. That is also something which you have to go ahead and you have to remember. Okay. Now, another thing which we need to go ahead and we need to understand is the next school of thought. एक तो हो गया हमारा Fishers, ठीक है? एक हो गया हमारा Cambridge School of Thought. अब हम next पे आते हैं. Okay, so it basically, yes, here M stands for the demand of money, but remember that in equilibrium, demand is equal to supply of money. है ना? तो हम supply of money को indirectly link कर सकते हैं. We can go ahead and we can link it to supply of money also. ठीक? Okay. The next school of thought which we need to go ahead and which we need to understand, that is called as monetarist quantity theory of money. ठीक है? The monetarist quantity theory of money, it was basically given by Friedman. Right. Whenever you study anything, suppose मैं फ्रीडमैन के बारे में पढ़ रही हूँ, then I should be also very clear with the statements. Is this restatement of absolutely, absolutely. All these are restatements of quantity theory of money because initially quantity theory was given by Fisher. So whatever other people have stated is a restatement of quantity theory of money, definitely. Right? Fisher didn't assume constant velocity. He did. Even for Fisher theory, if I have to go ahead and I have to ask what kind of velocity it is, so you will tell me it is a stable constant velocity, definitely, right? But he didn't assume stable cash preference. So what do I mean by that? यहाँ पर इस मॉडल में ना m is equal to k times py, we assume that k is constant. They introduced a term called k. ठीक है? And K is called as cash preference. Cash preference means what? Ki supposedly, let's say that my income is my nominal GDP. My income is 400 rupees, right? So what will be my demand of money? Suppose my demand of money is 80% of the total income, right? So this number that I have here, this K is also called as cash preference. कितना पैसा हम cash में रखना चाहते हैं? And we assume that in Cambridge School of Thought, this cash preference, it is constant, right? Let me make a table also for you simultaneously. उससे आपको थोड़ा सा और help हो जाएगी. So you can make this table. You can write like this: theory, focus, assumptions, implications, right? Theory was classical, also called as Fisher theory. ठीक है? Focus was on supply of money, money supply. Assumption was constant velocity. क्योंकि ये क्लासिकल स्कूल ऑफ थॉट था तो assumption ये भी थी कि हम फुल एम्प्लॉयमेंट लेवल पे होंगे हमेशा, वी विल बी ऑलवेज ऑन फुल एम्प्लॉयमेंट लेवल, राइट. एंड if I use the equation mv is equal to py and I keep y at full employment level constant and v also constant, so increase in m equal to increase in p, माने we know this is called as neutrality of money. तो ये इसका implication हो गया, ठीक है. Then the second school of thought that we have done, that is basically Cambridge. Cambridge had more focus on the cash balance approach. So they were more towards the demand of money. उनका equation demand money oriented था. Even Keynes का equation भी demand of money oriented था. Keynes I can write separately so that it doesn't create confusion. You can write Keynes here. ठीक है. So focus of Keynes was on, again, demand of money. ठीक है. How Keynes also separated from the actual Cambridge equation. Cambridge का equation was m is equal to kpy, right? So they were only focusing on the output. वो ये बोल रहे थे कि demand of money is only a function of the output, right? But when we talk about Keynes went ahead and he said कि demand of money, it's a function of interest rate and output. माने he gave some importance to speculative demand for money. He gave some importance to speculative demand also because he introduced interest rate. और जैसे ही interest rate आ जाता है, we basically have the role of speculative demand also. Okay, so Cambridge में we have stable assumption is stable cash preference. That means stable K. And Keynes में we have nothing related to velocity उन्होंने नहीं बोला. So I will not say that it is a stable velocity, rather it's an unstable velocity. We cannot say velocity is constant. Okay? We are only focusing on interest rate and output. Here the implication is that whenever there is going to be change in the nominal GDP, M will change. Okay? So M will be affected. By nominal GDP. And here the implication is that it will be affected both by interest rate and Y. So it means that there is some role of speculative demand also. So you have speculative demand and you have transaction demand also. Right? Both have some role to be played. Fisher assumed V constant. Yes. T also to be constant. Correct. यहाँ पे ना I can write MV is equal to PY also. And I can write MV is equal to PT also. MV equal to PT एकदम basic equation है. Equation of exchange. But ये भी Fisher का ही एक version है. MV is equal to PY. Interpretation of M is equal to KP by Y. What will we say is the money demand or money supply? Money demand. Cambridge focused on the demand of money. So the demand of money, it is some proportion of the value of the GDP in the economy. Demand of money. Huh? In classical, both are fine. MV is equal to PY. This is version 2. ये basic version है. This is called as equation of exchange. MV is equal to PT. Okay. What is transaction demand? Whatever you are using to do daily transactions. जो भी आप अपना कुछ खरीदने के लिए, आउटपुट खरीदने के लिए जो भी आप मनी का डिमांड कर रहे हो, that is transaction demand. Okay. Next, what is the assumption of Cambridge School. Assumption is just that we assume that there is a constant K. So when we go ahead and when we say M is equal to KPY, we assume K is constant. K को हम constant assume करते हैं. Which factor proves velocity is not constant in case? So basically, it just means that we don't, because he didn't assume stable velocity. That means we are just assuming that it is unstable velocity. Because stable velocity is not something which happens in the real economy, right? The number of times that money changes hand keeps changing, right? So अगर हम assume कर रहे हैं, we will specifically mention that हमने assume कर लिया number of times money changes hand will remain constant, will remain stable. But if my theory does not talk about that, that means I am saying that velocity can change. So unstable just means that it can change, right? It's not constant. He didn't say that velocity will be constant. Okay. Now, let's go ahead and let's talk about the Friedman theory, right? So when we talk about Friedman theory, जब हमें ऐसा किसी की बात करनी होती है, तो एक बात याद रखना होता है that we also want to go ahead and we also want to understand which statements were given by an economist. ठीक है? So there is a very famous statement which was given by Friedman, and that is that inflation. So please write down. So Friedman said that money. So let's talk about inflation first. So inflation is considered a monetary phenomena in the long run. Inflation is a monetary phenomena in the long run. This is what Friedman went ahead and said. Okay. Now, when we talk about Friedman, right? तो फ्रीडमैन का व्यू भी एंड फ्रीडमैन का जो व्यू है उसको हम फ्रीडमैन्स रीस्टेटमेंट भी बोलते हैं. दैट इज बेसिकली, yes, this is a statement given by Friedman. Inflation is considered to be a monetary phenomena in the long run, right? He has many statements. Whenever you study an economist, you should know what their famous statements are. वो definitely आपको exam point of view से पता होना चाहिए, right? Okay, so when we talk about Friedman's quantity theory of money, he also has a very similar quantity theory of money that was initially given by Fisher, right? He basically just उनका क्या aim था, क्या extra उन्होंने किया, is that he said that money is an asset, right? And since money is an asset, we should also be going ahead and we should also be talking about the wealth aspect of money, right? That is also equally important that we study the wealth aspect of money. So please write down here. Friedman focused on wealth aspect of money. Okay. And another thing which he went ahead and he said that is basically related to your asset form of money, right? So he said that because money can be a wealth aspect, it means that it can act as an asset. Okay. So this just goes ahead and this just means money is an abode of purchasing power, money is an asset. Yes. So exactly. He focused on money being an asset. He focused on money having some wealth power. Mane, I can go ahead and I can think of money as something which can be used as an asset. ठीक है, कुछ चीज जो मेरे को कुछ रिटर्न दे सकता है, वो हम मनी को उस तरीके से भी सोच सकते हैं, right? He also used one more term for money. He said that money can also be thought as, although quantity theory में उन्होंने नहीं बोला, but he said money can be thought as a luxury good, similar to education and recreation. ठीक है. And because money can be thought as a luxury good, can someone tell me what is the income elasticity of luxury good? What is the income elasticity of luxury good? Absolutely, it is greater than one. So he said that even for money, if I consider money as a luxury good, तो उसका जो elasticity होगा, income elasticity होगा, that will be more than one. ठीक है? That means when your income will increase, so percentage change in what money you hold due to percentage change in income, ये जो हम निकालेंगे, it will be more than one, because money will be considered as a luxury good. So these are some of the statements which he went ahead and he gave. ठीक है? Another aspect which you need to go ahead and you need to understand is, और इससे related नहीं है, but I will just go ahead and I will just list down. You can go ahead and read about it. That is basically called as the thrift theory. द थ्रिफ्ट थ्योरी ऑफ मनी. ठीक है, ये एक बारी अगर इफ टाइम परमिट्स एक बारी पढ़ लेना. इट्स नॉट अ लॉट, बट it's not much relevant from the aspect of view of the quantity theory. Okay, so now based on, yes, given by Friedman, correct. So now based on this, Friedman, he basically said that we can hold money in various ways. हम पहले तो wealth को various ways में hold कर सकते हैं. So if I talk about my wealth, overall wealth, I can hold my wealth in terms of money. I can hold my wealth in bonds. I can hold my wealth in equity. I can hold my wealth in form of the capital goods, right? And I can hold my wealth in form of human capital, right? That means my education. So money, bond, equity, capital good, and human capital. These are the 5 things which will be part of my portfolio. Okay. And he said that therefore, when we go ahead and when we talk about the demand of money, इस equation को हम ऐसा कुछ लिख सकते हैं. It's a big equation. आपको बस इतना ही याद रखना है. This is also fine if you understand this portfolio. But ऐसा कुछ हम demand of money का equation लिख सकते हैं, that it is a function of P, RB, then RE, right? Then W, right? Then mu, and all some other factors. P is the general price level. How much money I will hold will depend on inflation level in that economy, कि उस साल उसमें कितना economy में inflation चल रहा है, right? RB is the return on bonds. So when there will be more return on bonds, opportunity cost of holding money will be high. तो आप उसमें money में ज़्यादा पैसा नहीं रखोगे in your hand, you will invest it in bond. RE is the return on equity, right? Then W is your wealth of the individual, right? Then similarly, you can have other factors also. Like you can have, I can add one more factor here. I can add Y also here, right? So Y is the real income of individual or output in the economy, right? And at last, if any other factor is left, just like we do in econometrics, we can have some mu which can represent other factors affecting the portfolio of the individual. Right? So basically how is Friedman's theory different? कि फ्रीडमैन ने बहुत सारे फैक्टर्स पे डिपेंड करने को बोला मनी को, कि इकोनॉमी में प्राइस लेवल कितना है, बॉन्ड्स पे रिटर्न कितना है, इक्विटी पे रिटर्न कितना है, वेल्थ कितना है, और वाई कितना है, एंड सो ऑन एंड सो फोर्थ. इसका अगर मैं बहुत बेसिक वर्जन निकालूं, इफ आई फाइंड अ वेरी बेसिक वर्जन, तो वो mv इक्वल टू पी वाई ही आता है when we only take p and y, right? But if I want to write a bigger version, if I want to write in detail, तो ये वर्जन फ्रीडमैन का रीस्टेटमेंट है, where he said that money depends on a lot of factors like price, like the rate, return on bonds, return on equity, your wealth. यहाँ पे ये म्यू में आपका ह्यूमन कैपिटल में इन्वेस्टमेंट भी आ सकता है, इन्वेस्टमेंट ऑन योर एजुकेशन, etc etc. All these things will go ahead and tell how much will be your demand for money. Negative relation between RB and M. Yes. No, this is under quantity theory of money. Thrift theory by Friedman. Right? Okay. So this is the Friedman theory. ठीक है? अब but just remember the basic things, हाँ? कि किसने theory में क्या दिया? At least the basic level should be clear to you. Okay. When did Friedman give in theory? His theory, it was in late 1950s. University of Chicago में. Yes, 1956 to be precise. That's right. Okay, fine. So let us go ahead and now let us take few questions on quantity theory of money and let's see how much we understand now. Try to answer the first one. Hello everyone, good evening. बेटा आज हम कुछ MCQ questions लेंगे. The topic that I'm covering today, that is basically macro trends. Occupational structure. Macro trends, occupational structure. This is the topic that I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to cover today. ये आज हम करेंगे, ठीक है? This is from Indian economy, right, beta? We will be covering this topic together. जो भी questions होंगे, I will be posting each of this question on the. I will be posting each of this question on the poll, and you will be going ahead and you will be answering the question on the poll. ठीक है? Question number 1 on your screen. Try to answer this one, beta. In India, which sector employs highest percentage of workforce? कौन सा सेक्टर का हाईएस्ट वर्कफोर्स है, वो आपको आंसर देना है. ट्राई टू आंसर दिस क्वेश्चन बेटा. ट्राई टू आंसर इट इन द पोल विंडो. Which sector has highest percentage of workforce? Okay. Primary sector, good. How about others, beta? ठीक है. Okay. So, yes, that is in fact the correct answer. प्राइमरी सेक्टर का हाईएस्ट एम्प्लॉयबिलिटी है अभी भी, इवन टुडे. इन दिस केस बेटा यू हैव टू ऑल्सो रिमेंबर, आपको क्या करना होगा ना, दिस इज अ होमवर्क थिंग, दैट ऑल ऑफ यू विल ऑल्सो फाइंड आउट 2021, 22, 23, 24, फॉर दीज 4 years, इन 4 साल के लिए you have to go ahead and you have to find out what is the primary sector employment in percentage terms, secondary sector employment and tertiary sector employment. ये एक होमवर्क क्वेश्चन है. हर सेक्टर ने कितना कितना परसेंट एम्प्लॉय किया है, हाउ मच दे हैव एम्प्लॉयड, यू हैव टू गो अहेड एंड यू हैव टू टेल मी दैट. ठीक है. अच्छा देखो बेटा, the primary sector, which includes agriculture, forestry, fishing and other activities, has traditionally been the largest employer in India. ठीक है. प्राइमरी सेक्टर में ये सब आ जाता है, एग्रीकल्चर, फॉरेस्ट्री, फिशिंग एंड अदर एक्टिविटीज. इवन दो इट्स शेयर इन जीडीपी हैज डिक्लाइंड, शेयर इन जीडीपी हाईएस्ट नहीं है, ओनली एम्प्लॉयमेंट इज हाईएस्ट. A significant portion of Indian population is engaged in agriculture. And हमें पता है कि यहाँ पे agriculture में there is also a concept of disguised unemployment. There is a concept of disguised unemployment. तो वो भी एक, we need to go ahead and we need to remember that thing. ठीक है बेटा. Okay, let's go on to the next question. Question number 2. The process of shift in employment from primary to secondary sector and tertiary sector is known as. I am starting the poll now. So start the poll for question number 2. Urbanization, globalization, structural transformation, या liberalization. When we shift from primary to secondary to tertiary sector, जब हम एक इकोनॉमी में शिफ्ट करते हैं, ये ट्रांजिशन लेके आते हैं, so what is this called beta? Is it called urbanization, globalization, structural transformation या liberalization? Try to answer this question. Okay, students are saying A or C. Most of the students are saying C. ठीक है. That is the correct answer beta. Answer है C. The correct answer is structural transformation. It refers to gradual shift in employment and GDP contribution from primary to secondary to tertiary. This occurs in case of economic development. अच्छा, एक और इसमें there is a concept. So in India what happened ना, कि हम सीधा प्राइमरी से टर्शरी सेक्टर की तरफ गए. ठीक है. We did not focus on the manufacturing sector. We did not focus on the secondary sector. Our shift was directly from primary to tertiary. Instead of shifting first to the secondary sector. और इस concept को बेटा, it is called as the concept of missing middle. माने हमने जो डेवलपमेंट की, हम सीधा सर्विस सेक्टर की तरफ घूमे, instead of developing our primary sector first, and this is called as the concept of missing middle. ठीक है. Okay beta, question number 3. In India, which of the following trend is observed in occupational structure over time? Increase in agricultural employment, decrease in secondary sector employment, increase in tertiary sector employment, decrease in service sector employment. Try to answer question number 3. Poll is on your screen. Question number 3 beta. Again, whenever such questions are asked, it is my request that all of you will also remember the you will also go ahead and you will also remember what is the occupational structure exactly. सिर्फ theoretically नहीं जानना है हमें. We need to understand the occupational structure of India in terms of percentage also. ठीक है. और आपको at least 2021 से लेके 2024 तक you have to go ahead and you have to remember. ठीक है. जैसे for example, if I talk about इंडिया ओवरऑल, तो आप देखोगे कि इन एग्रीकल्चरल सेक्टर एम्प्लॉयमेंट इज 40 to 45%. ठीक है. एंड व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट द सेकेंडरी सेक्टर, एम्प्लॉयमेंट इज 25 to 28%. ठीक है. एंड व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट टर्शरी सेक्टर, एम्प्लॉयमेंट इज 30 to 35%. बट फॉर एवरी ईयर, हर साल के लिए आपको इंडिविजुअली इस डेटा को रिमेंबर रखना. यू हैव टू रिमेंबर दिस, यू हैव टू कीप दिस इन माइंड. सबको ये याद रखना होगा कि 2021 में तीनों सेक्टर ने क्या कंट्रीब्यूट किया एम्प्लॉयमेंट में एंड जीडीपी में, 2022 में कितना था, 23 में कितना था और 24 में कितना था. दैट टेबल all of you will go ahead and all of you will prepare. ठीक है. Okay, let's go on to the next question beta. Question number 4. Which sector in India has shown fastest growth in employment in the recent decades? Question number 4 beta. Which sector has shown fastest growth in employment in the recent decade? Try to answer it in the poll window. Okay. Some are saying manufacturing, some are saying construction, some are saying services. Fastest growth in employment, definitely service sector बेटा. अभी मैंने आपको कॉन्सेप्ट समझाया, द कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ मिसिंग मिडिल. कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ मिसिंग मिडिल. मिसिंग मिडिल का कॉन्सेप्ट ही ये बोलता है दैट यू डिडंट फोकस ऑन द मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर, ऑन द सेकेंडरी सेक्टर, यू डायरेक्टली मूव्ड टू द सर्विस सेक्टर. एंड अभी मैंने यहाँ पे आपको ये भी बताया दैट सर्विस सेक्टर इज ग्रोइंग वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग आफ्टर एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर. जो सेक्टर मैक्सिमम एम्प्लॉयमेंट रखता है दैट इज एक्चुअली द सर्विस सेक्टर, right? So it is the service sector which has grown the fastest. So service sector has expanded rapidly due to factors like digitalization, outsourcing, increased demand for financial and professional services. It has become leading contributor to GDP. बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट है बेटा. इट इज द लीडिंग कंट्रीब्यूटर टू जीडीपी. अगेन इसमें इफ यू रिमेंबर, you have to also go ahead and remember the numbers. So service sector contribution to GDP of India, right, in 90 in this year, in 2024 कितना रहा? You need to go ahead and you need to also remember that. Just give me a minute. Okay, so give me a Okay. So some issue, beta. So which sector has grown fastest? May, as I was telling you, you have to also go ahead and you have to also remember कि कौन से साल का बात हो रहा है, and what is the number. Just go ahead and remember that also, right? So next question. Question number 5. What is the approximate contribution of primary sector to India's GDP of the recent years? 50 to 55%, 25 to 30%, 15 to 20%, 5 to 10%. Try to answer this question. Try to answer question number 5 now. All of you are right. Yes, the answer is C, beta. So, although the primary sector has the highest employment तो बहुत ज्यादा है, but उसका share GDP में काफी कम है, and it is continuously declining. And the highest contribution is the service sector, tertiary sector, which is contributing the most to the GDP of the country. ठीक है. Next question. Question number 6. We'll run the poll for question number 6 now. Which of the following best describes India's occupational structure? Predominantly agricultural, balanced across sector, highly industrialized, dominated by government jobs. किस तरीके का सेक्टर है इंडिया में? Okay. So, of course, all of you are absolutely correct, beta. The correct answer to this question is that it is predominantly agricultural sector. Definitely, that is the correct answer to this question. So, answer will be A. India's occupational structure is largely agricultural. अच्छा, इसमें one thing that you can go ahead and you can write this down. So, when we talk about agricultural sector, right? अगर सपोज मैं आपसे बोलूं कि व्हाट आर द की ट्रेंड्स, व्हाट आर द की ट्रेंड्स ऑफ 2024 इन इंडिया इन द ऑक्यूपेशनल सेक्टर, है ना? तो आप बोलोगे 1, मैम, देयर इज डिक्लाइन इन एग्रीकल्चरल वर्कर्स. दिस इज अ की ट्रेंड. सेकेंडली, देयर इज इंक्रीज इन गिग एंड प्लेटफॉर्म इकोनॉमी. गिग एंड प्लेटफॉर्म इकोनॉमी माने बच्चे, माने इनफॉर्मल जॉब्स जैसे डिलीवरी, फ्रीलांसिंग, ये सारे जो जॉब्स होता है इसमें इंक्रीज आया है. देन थर्ड, देयर इज इम्पैक्ट ऑफ एआई एंड ऑटोमेशन. देयर इज इम्पैक्ट ऑफ एआई एंड ऑटोमेशन माने जो हमारा रूटीन जॉब्स था वो रिप्लेस हो रहा है. अब टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन जॉब्स है, हाँ, एआई में जॉब्स आ रहा है, राइट? देन फोर्थ, there are various government initiatives which you have to remember. जैसे for example, you will remember Skill India, है ना? You will remember Startup India. ये गवर्नमेंट इनिशिएटिव्स जो भी हैं इन द जॉब सेक्टर, whatever we have done in the survey, in the budget, आपको वो भी याद रखने होंगे, right? And fifth, you have to also understand the trend of urbanization and migration. What is the trend of urbanization and migration? माने most people they are shifting towards cities. वो agricultural job से non agricultural job की तरफ जा रहे हैं. So they are shifting towards the cities, right? So this kind of question can be asked in exam. So you have to also remember what is the trend, recent trend of 2024. ठीक है बेटा. Let's move on to the next question. Which of the following is not a reason for slow industrialization in India? Lack of infrastructure, skilled labor shortage, high agricultural productivities, bureaucratic delays. Try to answer question number 7, beta. We'll run poll for question number 7 now. Very good. That is the correct answer. All of you have answered it correctly. So answer is C, high agricultural productivity. ये रीजन नॉट अ रीजन पूछ रहे हैं ना, तो नॉट अ रीजन माने अगर एग्रीकल्चर में प्रोडक्टिविटी अच्छी ही होती तो देन देयर वुड हैव बीन नो रीजन, राइट? सो इट इज नॉट बिकॉज ऑफ हाई एग्रीकल्चरल प्रोडक्टिविटी कि इंडस्ट्रीज ग्रो नहीं कर रही हैं. It is because of lack of infrastructure, because of skill shortage, right? Because of bureaucratic delays that we have slow industrialization. Acha, isme then there is a concept which is called as every year, beta, there is an index which is reproduced. Usko bola jata hai ease of doing business. ठीक है? Ease of doing business basically हमें ये बताता है कि how easy और how difficult it is to do business in a country. अब अगर हम इंडिया की 1991 से पहले की बात करें, ड्यूरिंग द इंदिरा गांधी पीरियड, बिफोर 1991, it was seen that the ease of doing business was very very इंडिया का जो रैंक था वो बहुत पीछे था, राइट? इंडिया वाज रैंक्ड वेरी वेरी लो. मतलब इट वाज अ वेरी ब्यूरोक्रेटिक काइंड ऑफ प्लेस. ठीक है, हमें पता है ड्यूरिंग दैट पीरियड देयर वाज लाइसेंस राज. ठीक है, ड्यूरिंग लाइसेंस राज इफ यू हैड टू स्टार्ट एनी इंडस्ट्री, इफ यू हैड टू स्टार्ट एनी बिजनेस, अगर आपको कुछ भी शुरू करना था तो वो शुरू करने के लिए आपको एक लाइसेंस लेना पड़ता, इजंट इट? तो बेसिकली इट वाज वेरी डिफिकल्ट टू स्टार्ट एनी न्यू बिजनेस. कुछ भी नया करना बहुत ही मुश्किल था, राइट? बट स्लोली हमने देखा दैट दिस ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस इट इम्प्रूव्ड. तो जब ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस इंप्रूव हो जाता है, व्हेन इट इंप्रूव्स, व्हाट डज दैट मीन बेटा? इट मीन्स दैट नाउ यू कैन इजीली गो अहेड एंड डू बिजनेस इन दैट कंट्री. ठीक है, प्लस हमने एफडीआईज भी अलाउ कर दिए, वी अलाउड फॉरेन डायरेक्ट इन्वेस्टमेंट. सो विथ टाइम कंपेरेटिवली इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन इंप्रूव्ड. बट फर्स्ट इन इंडिया इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन, इंडस्ट्रीज का इस्टेब्लिश होना इंडिया में शुरू में स्पेशली बहुत ज्यादा मुश्किल था. इट वाज वेरी डिफिकल्ट टू इस्टेब्लिश एनी इंडस्ट्री इन इंडिया. ठीक है, ओके. India's agricultural sector is often characterized by slow productivity due to outward practices and small land holdings. ये भी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट है बेटा, दैट इन एग्रीकल्चरल सेक्टर इन इंडिया ये देखा गया है कि जो हमारी लैंड होल्डिंग्स हैं वो बहुत ज्यादा छोटी हैं. सो व्हाट हैज हैपेंड इज, सपोज देयर वाज अ फार्मर. ठीक है, इसका ये एक जमीन थी. नाउ दिस फार्मर हैड 4 चिल्ड्रन. ठीक है, सो द सेम लैंड इट गॉट डिवाइडेड बिटवीन 4 चिल्ड्रन. 4 बच्चों में डिवाइड हो गया. नाउ ईच ऑफ देम हैज अ स्मॉल लैंड होल्डिंग. ठीक है, एंड दे कैन डू व्हाटएवर बिजनेस दे वांट, अपना 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 कर रहे हैं. Now this land, because it is so small, when you have smaller lands, उनका जो yield होता है, उनका जो productivity per acre होता है, that falls, right? So you have very small productive, very less productivity. तो जब land holding छोटा हो जाता है, when you have small land holdings, the productivity starts declining. ठीक है, again ये farmer के भी they will have 2 children, the land will be further divided. And they may be growing different things. कोई राइस ग्रो कर रहा है, कोई वीट, कोई जवार, कोई रागी. So the productivity of the land has fallen, बहुत ज्यादा गिर चुकी है, right? So one reason why agricultural sector is not performing well, that is also due to small land holdings with time जो आए हैं. ठीक है, okay, next question बेटा. Which state in India has highest percentage of workforce engaged in agricultural sector? कौन से स्टेट में हाईएस्ट लोग एग्रीकल्चरल सेक्टर में काम कर रहे हैं? महाराष्ट्र, पंजाब, यूपी, केरला। बट दिस क्वेश्चन कैन ऑल्सो बी आस्क्ड कि आपको इनको क्रोनोलॉजिकल ऑर्डर में लगाना है, फ्रॉम हाईएस्ट टू लोएस्ट एम्प्लॉयमेंट इन एग्रीकल्चर sector. You have to arrange them in chronological order from highest to lowest in agricultural sector. तो ये क्वेश्चन भी एक आ सकता है, ठीक है? Try to answer this बेटा. Okay, so we have very mixed response. So correct answer is C. ठीक है? Uttar Pradesh has highest rural population and significant proportion of workforce engaged in agricultural sector. फिर से एक important question है बेटा कि 2021, 22, 23 एंड 24 में एटलीस्ट कुछ स्टेट्स का, लाइक यूपी, लाइक बिहार, लाइक पंजाब, हाँ, यू हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड कि इन्होंने कितना कितना एग्रीकल्चर में प्रोडक्शन किया, एम्प्लॉयमेंट किया. प्लीज पिक अप दिस डेटा, दिस इज अ होमवर्क, राइट? एंड ट्राई टू डू दिस क्वेश्चन बेटा. ओके, लेट्स गो ऑन टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन. The Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act, Manrega, primarily aims at promoting industrial employment, providing guaranteed wage employment to rural area, encouraging private sector hiring, or boosting exports. Try to answer this question, beta. Try to answer this question. Question number 9. Absolutely, all of you are correct. Answer is B. It provides guaranteed. बेटा गारंटी एक्ट है ना, तो guaranteed wage employment in rural areas, right? For 100 days, at least 100 days. This is very important. At least 100 days. ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है. एंड यू हैव टू ऑल्सो रिमेंबर, तो इट कैन बी आस्क्ड इन टू वेज, दैट विच ईयर इट केम इन. ठीक है, कौन से साल में इसको इंट्रोड्यूस किया गया, एंड वॉज इट एवर री-इन्फोर्स्ड, क्या इसको हमने दोबारा कभी लेके आए या नहीं लेके आए, राइट? सो यू हैव टू गो अहेड एंड रीड एवरीथिंग अबाउट मनरेगा. ये बहुत ही बेसिक आपका एक्ट है, विच इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फ्रॉम एग्जाम पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू, बहुत ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है, राइट? सो as all of you are correctly saying it, absolutely it was launched in 2005. ठीक है, एंड इसका फोकस क्या क्या था बेटा? फर्स्ट, राइट टू वर्क. एवरीबडी विल बी गिवन गारंटीड जॉब. सबका अधिकार है, एवरीवन हैज अ राइट टू गेट जॉब. ठीक है. सेकंड, डिसाइडिंग ऑन मिनिमम वेज. थर्ड बेटा, इट ऑल्सो हैड सम इंक्लूसिविटी. इंक्लूसिविटी माने क्या? इट फोकस्ड ऑन द मार्जिनलाइज्ड ग्रुप्स, माने विमेन, SC, ST, दैट वाज आल्सो देयर. ठीक है. फोर्थ बेटा, एम्प्लॉयमेंट विदिन 5 किलोमीटर्स. विदिन 5 किलोमीटर्स आपको जॉब मिलेगा, राइट? एंड इफ इट इज बियॉन्ड 5 किलोमीटर, आपको एक्स्ट्रा वेज मिलेगा. टाइमली पेमेंट ऑफ वेज, राइट? ट्रांसपेरेंसी, माने आधार कार्ड के साथ लिंक्ड होगा. right? So these are some of the important concepts of मनरेगा. ठीक है, क्यों किया हमने मनरेगा? Why was मनरेगा introduced? Aim was to reduce poverty, ताकि लोगों को नौकरी मिल पाए, गरीबी कम हो पाए, to remove poverty, to improve women empowerment, विमेन को और एम्पावर करने के लिए, राइट, टू गो अहेड एंड डू रूरल डेवलपमेंट, ठीक है, टू डू क्राइसिस सपोर्ट, कि ठीक है ड्यूरिंग इकोनॉमिक डाउन टर्न्स, जैसे कोई ड्रॉट आ गया, कोई पैंडेमिक आ गया, लोगों की नौकरी चली गई, तो मनरेगा विल बी अ गुड थिंग टू गो अहेड एंड एडॉप्ट. ठीक है, सो दिस इज अबाउट मनरेगा. जब भी हम मनरेगा पढ़ते हैं, इट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टू सी कि मनरेगा क्या है, राइट. एंड बेटा एवरी ईयर, सो फॉर एग्जाम्पल अगर मैं आपसे पूछूं कि 2024-25 में व्हाट इज द बजट, व्हाट इज द अमाउंट अलॉटेड फॉर मनरेगा, कितना पैसा हमने मनरेगा को अलॉट किया है, सो यू हैव टू रिमेंबर दैट. ठीक है, इट इज अप्रोक्सीमेटली 85,000 CR. So how much money has been allotted to मनरेगा? That kind of question can also be asked in exam. ठीक है, you have to also remember that. Okay. Question number 10, beta. Try to answer it. I'm starting the poll now. What is disguised unemployment commonly seen in India's agricultural sector? Unemployment due to lack of job, worker employed but not contributing, high salary in service sector, seasonal migration for jobs. Question number 10. Try to answer this question. वेरी गुड, दैट इज द करेक्ट आंसर बेटा. डिस्गाइज्ड अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट मींस हिडन अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट, मतलब लोग अनएम्प्लॉयड ही हैं और बट हमें दिख नहीं रहा है क्योंकि वो अपने आप को एम्प्लॉयड दिखा रहे हैं. सो इन टर्म्स ऑफ इकोनॉमिक्स, बिकॉज वी आर इकोनॉमिक्स स्टूडेंट, हमें उसका इकोनॉमिक्स इंटरप्रिटेशन पता होना चाहिए. सो डिस्गाइज्ड अनएम्प्लॉयमेंट हैज दोज लेबर्स वेयर मार्जिनल प्रोडक्टिविटी ऑफ लेबर इज लेस देन इक्वल टू जीरो. तो वो लेबर जिनका मार्जिनल प्रोडक्टिविटी या जीरो हो या नेगेटिव हो, right, that means they are not contributing anything to the output, वो कुछ भी output को contribute नहीं कर रहे हैं, that will be basically your disguised unemployment. So the correct answer to this question will be B, that disguised unemployment occurs when workers are engaged, more workers are engaged than needed. So there is a land, इसमें मुझे सिर्फ 2 workers का जरूरत है, but I have employed 3 workers. So the one extra worker that I have, वो हो गया disguised unemployment. अगर इस वर्कर को हम यहां से निकाल भी देंगे, then also my productivity, my output will not be changed. ठीक है, so in agriculture this means extra worker could leave the farm without reducing the output. ठीक है, okay beta, so we will go ahead and we will stop here for today. ठीक है, this was just one of the sessions on macro trends. We will keep more such sessions based on macro trends in the future. ठीक है, thank you beta. Hi, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. But today's topic of discussion is skewness, curtices, and movements. Okay, this is a very, very important topic from exam point of view. बहुत ज़्यादा important है ये topic हमारे लिए और 150% इसमें से एक ना एक क्वेश्चन तो एग्जाम में it will be asked, right? Let us try to understand first of all what is skewness. स्क्यूनेस में बेसिकली skewed data. Skew का क्या मतलब है? So when we talk about skewness, when we talk about skewed data, what skew means? Skew का मतलब हो जाता है lack of symmetry. Right? So for example, when is a figure called to be symmetric in maths? Maths में हम किसी भी चीज को symmetric कब बोलते हैं? Whenever we draw any figure, मैं कोई भी एक figure बनाऊं. Suppose I draw this figure, right? And I try to go ahead and I try to pass a perpendicular line on the x-axis. Suppose this is my x-axis और यहां से मैंने एक perpendicular line draw किया. I jot down a perpendicular line. ठीक है? If this perpendicular line it divides the figure into identical part, माने ये जो part है part A ये exactly part B के जैसा दिखे, माने area of part A exactly area of part BI. If this happens, then we call that it is a symmetric data. तो हम उसको एक symmetric data बोल सकते हैं. ठीक है? Again, take another example. Suppose I have this. Normal distribution. I draw a perpendicular line. मैंने एक perpendicular line बीच से draw किया. Such that it divides it in exactly two parts. उसने उसको exactly two parts में divide किया. But please don't annotate anything on the screen. It creates a lot of issue for me. Okay, so I draw a perpendicular line such that the two areas are exactly the same. एकदम same area create हो रहे हैं. That means area A and area B, they are exactly the same. दोनों एकदम equal आ रहे हैं. When this happens, अगर ऐसा कुछ हो रहा है, then we can go ahead and we can call this as symmetric data, symmetric figure. ठीक है? Now the question is when it is not symmetric, जब ये symmetric data नहीं होगा, then we can go ahead and we can say that we have a skewed data. ठीक है? So skewness is the amount of asymmetry in the data. कितना asymmetrical है मेरा डेटा, अगर मुझे वो जानना है तो वो हमारा skewness बताता है. ठीक है? Now in stats, symmetric data has a property that mean is equal to median is equal to mode. अगर मीन मीडियन मोड को इंसाइड कर जाए, इफ मीन इज इक्वल टू मीडियन इज इक्वल टू मोड, then it is called as symmetric data. And skewness is of two types. दो तरीके का हम skewness पढ़ लेते हैं. The first is positive skewness. The second is negative skewness. ठीक है? Positive skewness has a property that mean is greater than median is greater than mode. And negative skewness has this property that mode is greater than median is greater than mean. Positive skewness में it is also called as right skewed data. और नेगेटिव स्क्यूनेस वाले को बोला जाता है लेफ्ट स्क्यूड डेटा. पॉजिटिव स्क्यूनेस में हमारा वाइट इज कॉल्ड राइट स्क्यू डेटा बिकॉज टेल ऑन द राइट साइड इज लॉन्गर. इसका जो राइट साइड का टेल होता है वो ज्यादा बड़ा होता है. और बेटा यहां पे टेल ऑन लेफ्ट साइड इज लॉन्गर. ठीक. Let us try to go ahead and draw the diagram for all these three cases. तो अगर हमारे पास एक सिमेट्रिक डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन है, सिमेट्रिक डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन के लिए ये हमारा एक नॉर्मल डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन काइंड ऑफ डेटा होता है और यहां पर एकदम सेंटर में वी हैव मीन, मीडियन, मोड, ऑल थ्री आर इक्वल. तीनों वैल्यूज एकदम इक्वल के होते हैं. यहां पे हम फ्रीक्वेंसी ले लेते हैं. So if mean is equal to median is equal to mode, अगर ये तीनों ही equal के हैं, then we can go ahead and we can say that it is a symmetric data. ठीक है. Now let us go ahead and let us try to plot for asymmetric data or skewed data. तो इसमें पहला आ जाता है हमारे पास positive skewness. बेटा ये positive skewed data हो गया और ये वाला नेगेटिव स्क्यूड डेटा हो गया. ठीक है. यहां पे देखो कि मोड ये है. मोड मींस वन विथ हाईएस्ट फ्रीक्वेंसी. तो मोड सबसे पहले आ रहा है. मोड इज द लोएस्ट वैल्यू. लोएस्ट वैल्यू माने जैसे मोड यहां पे हो गया हमारे पास 10. फिर मीडियन आ रहा है. सपोज मीडियन है इस डेटा का 12 और फिर यहां कहीं पे मीन आ रहा है. तो मीन इज कमिंग एट द एंड. मीन इज द हाईएस्ट वैल्यू. यहाँ पे कुछ मीन का वैल्यू होगा, यहाँ पे कुछ मीडियन है, यहाँ पे कुछ मोड है. राइट. एंड हियर इट इज द रिवर्स. दिस इज द मीन, then this is the median, then this is the mode. अब sometimes I may ask you, give me an example. इसका एक example बताओ कि what is going to be an example of positive skewed and negative skewed. तो positive skewed में we can have an example which is going to be your income distribution. Right. एंड नेगेटिव स्क्यूनेस में द एग्जाम्पल कैन बी ऐसे ही कुछ एक एग्जाम्पल क्रिएट कर रहे हैं. इट कैन बी स्कोर इन एन इजी एग्जाम. लेट मी टेल यू व्हाई आई हैव रिटन स्कोर इन एन इजी एग्जाम. तो स्कोर इन एन इजी एग्जाम में देखो, इफ द एग्जाम इज इजी एवरीवन विल स्कोर गुड मार्क्स. सबके ही अच्छे मार्क्स आएंगे. अगर सबके ही मार्क्स अच्छे होंगे तो अच्छे मार्क्स का फ्रीक्वेंसी जो है, right? What is mode? Mode is the one with the highest frequency, right? So most of the students have scored well, right? So suppose the highest mark scored is, suppose it's a paper out of 20 and highest mark score is 18. ठीक है. तो 18 का फ्रीक्वेंसी सबसे हाईएस्ट भी है. हाईएस्ट फ्रीक्वेंसी माने ज्यादातर बच्चों के, मोस्ट ऑफ द स्टूडेंट्स हैव स्कोर्ड गुड मार्क्स, हैव स्कोर्ड हाईएस्ट मार्क्स. राइट. यस, लाइक द current exam, even CUET exams are becoming easy these days, right? So yes. So exam mein mode will be high, right? If exam is easy. Achha, here why I have written income distribution, because in income distribution the people with highest income, जिनका income बहुत ज्यादा होता है, वो बहुत कम होते हैं, and usually in any economy, developing economy like India, most of the people, they have average, बहुत medium income होता है. So suppose if I tell you that this is income in thousands, माने 10,000 इनकम के लोग ज्यादा हैं, देर आर मोर पीपल हु हैव 10,000 इनकम. बाकी लोगों का इनकम जो है, जो ज्यादा इनकम है, वो कम लोगों का है. सो मे बी 12,000 इनकम इज विद लेस पीपल, 15,000 income is with even less people. So more people have less income, right? That means when I have to show income distribution in developing economies where few people earn high income, सिर्फ ये जो high income है, ये सिर्फ कुछ लोगों के पास ही है. High income जैसे 15,000, 20,000, इसका frequency बहुत कम है. Only few people have high income and most people have low income. So this can be showed by this kind of data, है ना? तो इसमें हमारे पास positive skewness हो सकता है. It can be a right skewed data, right? So this is how you can also link it to some examples. जिसमें हम कुछ example भी पढ़ सकते हैं कि how skewness can be linked to these examples. Now, how do we measure skewness? तो इसमें सबसे पहला method that we have, it is called as absolute measure of skewness. बेटा ये वाला जो है absolute measure of skewness, rarely used. बहुत कम बारी, very rarely we use absolute measure of skewness. ठीक है, हम क्या यूज करते हैं? We use something which is called as relative measure of skewness. बट फिर भी पहले हम एक बार एब्सोल्यूट पढ़ लेते हैं. सो इन एब्सोल्यूट मेजर ऑफ स्क्यूनेस you have some measures. So one is skewness is given by mean minus median, right? Second method which people use, skewness is given by Q3 minus Q2 minus Q2 minus Q1. Okay. But this method, it is not used very often. इसको हम बहुत ज्यादा यूज नहीं करते हैं because this is not unit free, right? And what we go ahead and what we use, उसको हम बोल देते हैं relative measure of skewness or coefficient of skewness. So the next measure we have, जिसको हमें अब करना है, वो होता है relative measure of skewness or coefficient of skewness. One good thing about coefficient of skewness, जब भी हम किसी भी चीज का coefficient पढ़ते हैं, coefficient of correlation, coefficient of skewness, coefficient of anything that you study, ये हमेशा it is independent of units of measurement. माने ये नहीं है कि if mean is in kg तो coefficient will also be in kg. Sorry. So it is not in any units. किसी units में नहीं होता. It is unit free. That is why this is the most common method used. अब इसमें there are various formulas बेटा. पहला formula आ जाता है कार्ल पियर्सन coefficient of skewness. ठीक है. This is not unit free. This is in units. That is why rarely used. Like it will be in kg, in meter. So that does not make a lot of sense to us. Okay. So we want to always go for a unit-free measure as much as possible. अच्छा, so Carl Pearson coefficient of skewness, बेटा इसका formula number 1 बहुत important है, you need to remember. Skewness is equal to 3 mean minus median divided by standard deviation. Right, this is formula number 1. The second formula that you also have, that is skewness is equal to mean minus mode upon standard deviation. Right? So these two formulas you have to remember. एक ही बात है actually, the two formulas are exactly the same only because of the relationship between mean, median and mode. तो हमें पता है कि mean minus mode is approximately equal to 3 mean minus 3 median. है ना? We have studied this. और इसको हम दूसरे तरीके से भी लिख सकते हैं. So if I just take this on the other side, you would have learned that, है ना? So minus mode is approximately equal to 2 mean minus 3 median. Mode is approximately 3 median minus 2 mean. So using this formula, जो हम हमेशा से we are studying the relationship between mean, median and mode, जो हमने relationship पढ़ा है, based on that, one can be derived from other, either this or this, right? These two formulas, they are the same, दोनों एक ही चीज है. You can go ahead and you can use any of the two formulas. Now, the question is that how do I know the skewness based on this formula? कैसे हम skewness को interpret करेंगे based on this? So if this coefficient of skewness is positive, the data is positively skewed. If it is 0, then it is symmetric. And if it is negative, then it is negatively skewed. Right? So based on what your coefficient of skewness is, you can go ahead and you can tell whether the data is negatively skewed, positively skewed, or symmetric. Okay. So take a question. You're given mean is 50. You're given median is 45. Find. You're given standard deviation is 10. Find coefficient of skewness. In skewness, we don't have strong, medium, etc., etc. It's either negatively skewed or positively skewed. It's not correlation, right? Absolutely correct. Yes. So just use the formula. So coefficient of skewness हो जाएगा 3 mean minus median upon standard deviation. Right? 350 minus 45 upon 10. 1.5. Okay, since this is greater than 0, so we can say that this is positively skewed. Let's take another question. So supposedly I go ahead and I tell you that you have zaruri nahi hai har bari, you will be given skewness, right? You can also be given a data and you can be asked to apply this. So suppose let's work with a simple data set. You're given a data set. Quickly try to do this. 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 80. Find coefficient of skewness. Try this. Find mean first. What will be mean? Sum of all observations divided by number of observations. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So you will get 60.71. Exactly. Now go ahead and either find the median or find the mode, up to you. So I'll go through the median formula. So because this is already arranged in the ascending order, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 80. So median for odd number will be the fourth value in this case, n plus 1 by 2, 7 plus 1 by 2, 8 by 2, माने fourth value. So fourth value will come out as 60, है ना? तो median will be 60. अच्छा, एक important चीज इसमें, हाँ. So if you notice, यहाँ पे हर चीज का frequency 1 है. Each of them have frequency as 1. So anyways, you cannot find mode of this data directly. Mode निकालने के लिए you need to use this formula. There is no other way to find the mode in this data because everything has frequency 1. किसी का भी frequency 2 नहीं है, right? So anyways, you will not be able to directly say that mode is that number. So median के साथ काम करना would be easy in this case. Okay, now find standard deviation. So standard deviation will be summation x minus x bar whole square divided by the number of observation under root. Quickly find out the standard deviation. "45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 80. X minus x bar. X bar is 60.75. So you will get minus 15.71, minus 10.71, minus 5.71, minus 0.71, 19.29. Better square these. I am leaving it to you to please check that the numbers I am writing here are correct. Square करके 18.39, 86.39, 372.04. So if you find the standard deviation, it will be sum of these observations, which I am getting as 870.68 divided by 7 under root. So yara 11.15 approximately. I hope all of you are getting 11.14. Yes, they can still come. Such questions can be asked in exam. The number will be easy. ठीक है, numbers आपको easy दे देंगे, but they can expect you to calculate this. Don't worry. I mean, that much can be asked. Yes. So what will be coefficient of skewness? 3 mean minus median divided by standard deviation. Right? It will be 360.71 minus 20 divided by 11.15, approximately 0.19. So again, if you notice, this is very close to 0. माने ये डेटा more or less symmetric है, but फिर भी 0 तो नहीं है ना, so we will say it is positively skewed. It's positively skewed, but it is very, very close to being a symmetrical distribution because this is very, very close to 0, right? So therefore, we can say it is almost symmetrical. ऐसा लिख सकते हैं. Since the coefficient is very close to 0. Okay. And since you asked me ki ma'am, when, if, what is the range? So range में usually when coefficient of skewness is greater than 1, right? Then we say it is highly positively skewed. Similarly, when coefficient of skewness is less than -1, minus 1.5, -2, highly negatively skewed. If it is very close to 0, जैसे यहाँ पे हो रहा है, so of course it is still skewed, positively skewed, but it is very close to being symmetric. Almost symmetrical है. Symmetrical नहीं है, but almost symmetrical है. Okay. Now, it will be mentioned in exam, which formula to use. Okay. Not always you have to use Karl-Pearson. If nothing is mentioned, then Karl-Pearson. Second formula, beta. Bowley's measure of skewness. Now, when we talk about Bowley's measure of skewness, this is based on the quartile deviations. So, इसका दो formulas है फिर से. Skewness coefficient is Q3 minus median minus Q1 upon Q3 minus median plus median minus Q1. Okay. So if you remember, but this is Q1. Q1 माने first quartile है ना? So 1/4 data यहाँ पर है. 3/4 वहां पे है. This is Q2. Q2 means half data here and half data here. This is nothing but median. And ये Q3 है. 3/4 is coming first and 1/4 is coming later. Okay. So Q3 minus median. Median minus Q1. So we are talking everything with respect to median. Difference between these two is this value. Difference between these two is this value. Similarly, difference between these two यहाँ पे आ गया, and difference between these two यहाँ पे आ गया. Instead of median, if I just open this up, अगर मैं इसको थोड़ा open up करूं, so I'll get Q3 minus 2 median plus Q1 upon Q3 minus Q1. इसी formula को, if I just open this up, I can also write like this. And we know median and Q2 is the same thing, only second quartile हो या median हो एक ही बात है. So we can also go ahead and write it like this. Q3 minus 2Q2 plus Q1 upon Q3 minus Q1. Up to you. ये formula is a little easy to remember because it is the gap of last two minus first two upon last two plus first two. इसी formula को if I open it up, I will get this formula. ये वाला formula आ जाएगा. And median की जगह पे I can also write Q2. So all three things, तीनों ही चीजों का जो interpretation है, जो formula है, they are actually coming out to be the same. Again, the interpretation is also the same, that if this coefficient comes out greater than 0, then positively skewed. Okay. If it comes out less than 0, negatively skewed. And if it comes out 0, then symmetric. Ye interpretation, it remains the same. Okay. Okay, let us go ahead and let us do one question based on it. So I'm giving you a data and use Bowley's formula to find the skewness. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. Find coefficient of skewness using Bowley's formula. Give it a try. Okay, first let's find the first quartile, Q1. It is n plus 1 item 1 by 4. N कितना है? N is 10. 10 plus 1, 11 by 4th item. That means 2.75th item. Okay. So whenever you go ahead and whenever you get 2.75th item, then what will you go ahead and what will you consider in this case? How will you go ahead and how will you find the quartile in this case? Okay. Third item. Okay. Go ahead. Do that once. Yes, exactly. You can do like that also. Tell me the answer, then we will solve it. ठीक है. So beta, whenever you will get the question like this ना, when you get 2.75, तो हम क्या करते हैं ना, that in this case depends on what you are given in exam. Third item is also correct because it is closest to the third item, right? But suppose in your exam you are also given an option of 27.5, ऐसा कुछ option दिया हुआ है. So there is a formula here that Q1, if you are getting this in decimals, अगर आपको यहाँ पे decimal आ रहा है 2.75, 2.85, अगर कोई decimal आ रहा है, so what you will do is you will consider, देखो 2.75 माने second item plus 0.75 माने 0.75 of third minus second item. Okay. So what you will do is second item plus 0.75, third is 30 minus 20, 20 plus 0.75, 10, 27.5. So in this case, your first quartile will become 27.5. Like that only, beta, try to do for the second one. Second quartile nikalo Q2. So again, how many items are there? There are 10 items, right? It is even. तो हम Q2 कैसे निकाल सकते हैं? Q2 is whenever there are even number of items, n by 2. So if you remember the formula, which means that I will be taking the fifth item, sixth item, which means n by 2 plus 1 by 2, right? So 10 by 2 minus fifth item, 10 by 2 plus 1 minus sixth item by 2. Fifth item is 50, sixth item is 60. So 50 plus 60 by 2, that means 55. अब Q3 निकालो. Find Q3. Q3 is what? 3 by 4 n plus 1 item. ठीक है. So 3 by 4 of 11th item. So 33 by 4. So 33 by 4 is 8.25. फिर से इसको हम split करेंगे. This means 8th item plus 0.25, 9th minus 8th item, right? So 8th item is 80 plus 0.25, 90 minus 80, 80 plus 2.5, 82.5. This is how you can go ahead and you can find. Okay. So we have got these three quartiles now. Now let us go ahead and apply the formula of skewness. So what will be skewness? क्या हो जाएगा skewness? Q3 plus Q1 minus 2Q2 upon Q3 minus Q1. So Q3 is coming out to be 82.5 plus 27.5 minus 2 times 55 upon, this is coming out as 82.5 minus 27.5. So when you will do this, you will get the answer as 0. ठीक है. अगर आप actually वैसे भी कर लेते, supposedly you would have taken this as approximate to third item, है ना? तो third item would have come out as 30. और यहाँ पे अगर आप इसको, because this is 8.25 less than 8.5, इसको आप approximately 8th item भी अगर लेते, तो it would have come out as 80. Then also you would have got the skewness as coefficient of skewness as 0. तो भी coefficient of skewness तो 0 ही आता, right? But just remember this way also. Sometimes in exam, if this is asked to me, right? This is, maybe they have also given some option to me. So I will be selecting this option then. This is the closest answer, right? Q2. Yes. Q2 is nothing but median. So median is n by 2 plus n by 2 plus 1th item by 2. हेलो एवरीवन, गुड इवनिंग। बेटा आज हम कुछ एमसीक्यू क्वेश्चंस लेंगे। द टॉपिक दैट आई एम कवरिंग टुडे दैट इज बेसिकली मैक्रो ट्रेंड्स, occupational structure. Macro trends, occupational structure. This is the topic that I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to cover today. ये आज हम करेंगे, ठीक है? This is from Indian economy, right बेटा? We will be covering this topic together. जो भी questions होंगे, I will be posting each of this question on the I will be posting each of this question on the poll, and you will be going ahead and you will be answering the question on the poll. Okay. Question number 1 on your screen. Try to answer this one, beta. In India, which sector employs highest percentage of workforce? कौन सा sector का highest workforce है वो आपको answer देना है. Try to answer this question, beta. Try to answer it in the poll window. Which sector has highest percentage of workforce? Okay. Primary sector, good. How about others, beta? ठीक है. Okay. So, yes, that is in fact the correct answer. Primary sector का highest employability है अभी भी, even today. In this case, beta, you have to also remember, आपको क्या करना होगा ना? This is a homework thing that all of you will also find out 2021, 22, 23, 24. For these 4 years, in 4 साल के लिए, you have to go ahead and you have to find out what is the primary sector employment in percentage terms, सेकेंडरी सेक्टर एम्प्लॉयमेंट एंड टर्शरी सेक्टर एम्प्लॉयमेंट, ये एक होमवर्क क्वेश्चन है। हर सेक्टर ने कितना कितना परसेंट एम्प्लॉय किया है, हाउ मच दे हैव एम्प्लॉयड, यू हैव टू गो अहेड एंड यू हैव टू टेल मी दैट, ठीक है। अच्छा देखो बेटा, द प्राइमरी सेक्टर विच इंक्लूड्स एग्रीकल्चर, फॉरेस्ट्री, फिशिंग एंड अदर एक्टिविटीज हैज ट्रेडिशनली बीन द लार्जेस्ट एम्प्लॉयर इन इंडिया, ठीक है। प्राइमरी सेक्टर में ये सब आ जाता है, एग्रीकल्चर, फॉरेस्ट्री, फिशिंग एंड अदर एक्टिविटीज। इवन दो इट्स शेयर इन जीडीपी हैज डिक्लाइंड, शेयर इन जीडीपी हाईएस्ट नहीं है, ओनली एम्प्लॉयमेंट इज हाईएस्ट। A significant portion of Indian population is engaged in agriculture, and हमें पता है कि यहाँ पे agriculture में there is also a concept of disguised unemployment. There is a concept of disguised unemployment, तो वो भी एक we need to go ahead and we need to remember that thing, ठीक है बेटा। Okay, let's go on to the next question, question number 2. The process of shift in employment from primary to secondary sector and tertiary sector is known as. I am starting the poll now. So start the poll for question number 2. Urbanization, globalization, structural transformation, या liberalization. When we shift from primary to secondary to tertiary sector, जब हम एक इकोनॉमी में शिफ्ट करते हैं, ये ट्रांजिशन लेके आते हैं, सो व्हाट इज दिस कॉल्ड बेटा? इज इट कॉल्ड अर्बनाइजेशन, ग्लोबलाइजेशन, स्ट्रक्चरल ट्रांसफॉर्मेशन या लिबरलाइजेशन? ट्राई टू आंसर दिस क्वेश्चन। ओके, स्टूडेंट्स आर सेइंग ए और सी, मोस्ट ऑफ द स्टूडेंट्स आर सेइंग सी, ठीक है। दैट इज द करेक्ट आंसर बेटा, आंसर है सी। The correct answer is structural transformation. It refers to gradual shift in employment and GDP contribution from primary to secondary to tertiary. This occurs in case of economic development. अच्छा, एक और इसमें there is a concept. So in India what happened ना, कि हम सीधा प्राइमरी से टर्शरी सेक्टर की तरफ गए, ठीक है। We did not focus on the manufacturing sector. We did not focus on the secondary sector. Our shift was directly from primary to tertiary, instead of shifting first to the secondary sector. और इस concept को बेटा, it is called as the concept of missing middle. माने हमने जो डेवलपमेंट की, हम सीधा सर्विस सेक्टर की तरफ घूमे, instead of developing our primary sector first, and this is called as the concept of missing middle, ठीक है। ओके बेटा, क्वेश्चन नंबर 3. In India, which of the following trend is observed in occupational structure over time? Increase in agricultural employment, decrease in secondary sector employment, increase in tertiary sector employment, decrease in service sector employment. Try to answer question number 3. Poll is on your screen. Question number 3 beta. Again, whenever such questions are asked, it is my request that all of you will also remember the you will also go ahead and you will also remember what is the occupational structure exactly. सिर्फ theoretically नहीं जानना है हमें. We need to understand the occupational structure of India in terms of percentage also. ठीक है, और आपको at least 2021 से लेके 2024 तक you have to go ahead and you have to remember, ठीक है। जैसे for example, if I talk about India overall, तो आप देखोगे कि in agricultural sector employment is 40 to 45%, ठीक है। And when we talk about the secondary sector, employment is 25 to 28%, ठीक है। And when we talk about tertiary sector, employment is 30 to 35%. But for every year, हर साल के लिए आपको individually इस डेटा को रिमेंबर रखना, you have to remember this, you have to keep this in mind. सबको ये याद रखना होगा कि 2021 में तीनों सेक्टर ने क्या कंट्रीब्यूट किया एम्प्लॉयमेंट में, जीडीपी में, 2022 में कितना था, 23 में कितना था और 24 में कितना था. दैट टेबल all of you will go ahead and all of you will prepare. ठीक है? Okay, let's go on to the next question, beta. Question number 4. Which sector in India has shown fastest growth in employment in the recent decades? Question number 4, beta. Which sector has shown fastest growth in employment in the recent decade? Try to answer it in the poll window. Okay. Some are saying manufacturing, some are saying construction, some are saying services. Fastest growth in employment, definitely service sector, beta. अभी मैंने आपको कॉन्सेप्ट समझाया, द कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ मिसिंग मिडिल. कॉन्सेप्ट ऑफ मिसिंग मिडिल. मिसिंग मिडिल का कॉन्सेप्ट ही ये बोलता है दैट यू डिडंट फोकस ऑन द मैन्युफैक्चरिंग सेक्टर, ऑन द सेकेंडरी सेक्टर, यू डायरेक्टली मूव्ड टू द सर्विस सेक्टर. एंड अभी मैंने यहाँ पे आपको ये भी बताया दैट सर्विस सेक्टर इज ग्रोइंग वेरी स्ट्रॉन्ग. आफ्टर एग्रीकल्चर सेक्टर जो सेक्टर मैक्सिमम एम्प्लॉयमेंट रखता है, दैट इज एक्चुअली द सर्विस सेक्टर, right? So it is the service sector which has grown the fastest. So service sector has expanded rapidly due to factors like digitalization, outsourcing, increased demand for financial and professional services. It has become leading contributor to GDP. बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट है बेटा. इट इज द लीडिंग कंट्रीब्यूटर टू जीडीपी. अगेन इसमें इफ यू रिमेंबर, you have to also go ahead and remember the numbers. So service sector contribution to GDP of India, right? In this year, in 2024, कितना रहा? You need to go ahead and you need to also remember that. Just give me a minute. Okay, so give me a okay. So some issue, beta. So which sector has grown fastest? Mein, as I was telling you, you have to also go ahead and you have to also remember कि कौन से साल का बात हो रहा है, what is the number. Just go ahead and remember that also, right? So next question. Question number 5. What is the approximate contribution of primary sector to India's GDP of the recent years? 50 to 55%, 25 to 30%, 15 to 20%, 5 to 10%. Try to answer this question. Try to answer question number 5 now. All of you are right. Yes, the answer is C, beta. So, although the primary sector has the highest employment तो बहुत ज्यादा है, but उसका share GDP में काफी कम है, and it is continuously declining. And the highest contribution is the service sector, tertiary sector, which is contributing the most to the GDP of the country. ठीक है. Next question. Question number 6. We'll run the poll for question number 6 now. Which of the following best describes India's occupational structure? Predominantly agricultural, balanced across sector, highly industrialized, dominated by government jobs. किस तरीके का सेक्टर है इंडिया में? Okay. So, of course, all of you are absolutely correct, beta. The correct answer to this question is that it is predominantly agricultural sector. Definitely, that is the correct answer to this question. So, answer will be A. India's occupational structure is largely agricultural. अच्छा, इसमें one thing that you can go ahead and you can write this down. So, when we talk about agricultural sector, right? अगर सपोज मैं आपसे बोलूं कि व्हाट आर द की ट्रेंड्स, व्हाट आर द की ट्रेंड्स ऑफ 2024 इन इंडिया इन द ऑक्यूपेशनल सेक्टर, है ना? तो आप बोलोगे वन, मैम देयर इज डिक्लाइन इन एग्रीकल्चरल वर्कर्स, दिस इज अ की ट्रेंड. सेकेंडली, देयर इज इंक्रीज इन गिग एंड प्लेटफॉर्म इकोनॉमी. गिग एंड प्लेटफॉर्म इकोनॉमी माने बच्चे, माने इनफॉर्मल जॉब्स जैसे डिलीवरी, फ्रीलांसिंग, ये सारे जो जॉब्स होता है इसमें इंक्रीज आया है. देन थर्ड, देयर इज इम्पैक्ट ऑफ एआई एंड ऑटोमेशन. देयर इज इम्पैक्ट ऑफ एआई एंड ऑटोमेशन माने जो हमारा रूटीन जॉब्स था वो रिप्लेस हो रहा है. अब टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन जॉब्स है, हाँ, एआई में जॉब्स आ रहा है, राइट? देन फोर्थ, there are various government initiatives which you have to remember. जैसे for example, you will remember Skill India, है ना? You will remember Startup India. ये गवर्नमेंट इनिशिएटिव्स जो भी हैं इन द जॉब सेक्टर, वॉट एवर वी हैव डन इन द सर्वे इन द बजट, आपको वो भी याद रखने होंगे, राइट? एंड फिफ्थ, यू हैव टू ऑल्सो अंडरस्टैंड द ट्रेंड ऑफ urbanization and migration. What is the trend of urbanization and migration? माने most people they are shifting towards cities. वो agricultural job से non agricultural job की तरफ जा रहे हैं. So they are shifting towards the cities, right? So this kind of question can be asked in exam. So you have to also remember what is the trend, recent trend of 2024. ठीक है बेटा. Let's move on to the next question. Which of the following is not a reason for slow industrialization in India? Lack of infrastructure, skilled labor shortage, high agricultural productivities, bureaucratic delays. Try to answer question number 7, beta. We'll run poll for question number 7 now. Very good. That is the correct answer. All of you have answered it correctly. So answer is C, high agricultural productivity. ये रीजन नॉट अ रीजन पूछ रहे हैं ना, तो नॉट अ रीजन माने अगर एग्रीकल्चर में प्रोडक्टिविटी अच्छी ही होती तो देन देयर वुड हैव बीन नो रीजन, राइट? सो इट इज नॉट बिकॉज ऑफ हाई एग्रीकल्चरल प्रोडक्टिविटी कि इंडस्ट्रीज ग्रो नहीं कर रही हैं. It is because of lack of infrastructure, because of skill shortage, right? Because of bureaucratic delays that we have slow industrialization. अच्छा, इसमें then there is a concept which is called as every year बेटा there is an index which is reproduced, उसको बोला जाता है ease of doing business. ठीक है. ease of doing business basically हमें ये बताता है कि how easy or how difficult it is to do business in a country. अब अगर हम इंडिया की 1991 से पहले की बात करें, ड्यूरिंग द इंदिरा गांधी पीरियड, बिफोर 1991, it was seen that the ease of doing business was very very इंडिया का जो रैंक था वो बहुत पीछे था, राइट? इंडिया वाज रैंक्ड वेरी वेरी लो. मतलब इट वाज अ वेरी ब्यूरोक्रेटिक काइंड ऑफ प्लेस. ठीक है. हमें पता है ड्यूरिंग दैट पीरियड देयर वाज लाइसेंस राज. ठीक है. ड्यूरिंग लाइसेंस राज इफ यू हैड टू स्टार्ट एनी इंडस्ट्री, इफ यू हैड टू स्टार्ट एनी बिजनेस, अगर आपको कुछ भी शुरू करना था तो वो शुरू करने के लिए आपको एक लाइसेंस लेना पड़ता. इजंट इट? तो बेसिकली इट वाज वेरी डिफिकल्ट टू स्टार्ट एनी न्यू बिजनेस. कुछ भी नया करना बहुत ही मुश्किल था, राइट? बट स्लोली हमने देखा दैट दिस ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस इट इम्प्रूव्ड. तो जब ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस इंप्रूव हो जाता है, व्हेन इट इंप्रूव्स, व्हाट डज दैट मीन बेटा? इट मीन्स दैट नाउ यू कैन इजीली गो अहेड एंड डू बिजनेस इन दैट कंट्री. ठीक है. प्लस हमने एफडीआईज भी अलाउ कर दिए, वी अलाउड फॉरेन डायरेक्ट इन्वेस्टमेंट. सो विथ टाइम कंपेरेटिवली इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन इंप्रूव्ड. बट फर्स्ट इन इंडिया इंडस्ट्रियलाइजेशन, इंडस्ट्रीज का इस्टेब्लिश होना इंडिया में शुरू में स्पेशली बहुत ज्यादा मुश्किल था. इट वाज वेरी डिफिकल्ट टू एस्टैब्लिश एनी इंडस्ट्री इन इंडिया. ठीक है. ओके. India's agricultural sector is often characterized by slow productivity due to outward practices and small land holdings. ये भी बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट पॉइंट है बेटा, दैट इन एग्रीकल्चरल सेक्टर इन इंडिया ये देखा गया है कि जो हमारी लैंड होल्डिंग्स हैं वो बहुत ज्यादा छोटी हैं. सो व्हाट हैज हैपेंड इज, सपोज देयर वाज अ फार्मर. ठीक है. इसका ये एक जमीन थी. नाउ दिस फार्मर हैड 4 चिल्ड्रन. ठीक है. सो द सेम लैंड इट गॉट डिवाइडेड बिटवीन 4 चिल्ड्रन. 4 बच्चों में डिवाइड हो गया. नाउ ईच ऑफ देम हैज अ स्मॉल लैंड होल्डिंग. ठीक है. एंड दे कैन डू व्हाटएवर बिजनेस दे वांट. अपना 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 कर रहे हैं. Now this land, because it is so small, when you have smaller lands, उनका जो yield होता है, उनका जो productivity per acre होता है, that falls, right? So you have very small productive, very less productivity. तो जब land holding छोटा हो जाता है, when you have small land holdings, the productivity starts declining. ठीक है. Again ये farmer के भी they will have 2 children, the land will be further divided. And they may be growing different things. कोई राइस ग्रो कर रहा है, कोई वीट, कोई जवार, कोई रागी. So the productivity of the land has fallen. बहुत ज्यादा गिर चुकी है, right? So one reason why agricultural sector is not performing well, that is also due to small land holdings with time जो आए हैं. ठीक है. Okay, next question बेटा. Which state in India has highest percentage of workforce engaged in agricultural sector? कौन से स्टेट में हाईएस्ट लोग एग्रीकल्चरल सेक्टर में काम कर रहे हैं? महाराष्ट्र, पंजाब, यूपी, केरला. बट दिस क्वेश्चन कैन ऑल्सो बी आस्क्ड कि आपको इनको क्रोनोलॉजिकल ऑर्डर में लगाना है, फ्रॉम हाईएस्ट टू लोएस्ट एम्प्लॉयमेंट इन एग्रीकल्चर sector. You have to arrange them in chronological order from highest to lowest in agricultural sector. तो ये क्वेश्चन भी एक आ सकता है. ठीक है. Try to answer this बेटा. Okay, so we have very mixed response. So correct answer is C. ठीक है. Uttar Pradesh has highest rural population and significant proportion of workforce engaged in agricultural sector. फिर से एक important question है बेटा कि 2021, 22, 23 एंड 24 में एटलीस्ट कुछ स्टेट्स का लाइक यूपी, लाइक बिहार, लाइक पंजाब, हाँ, यू हैव टू अंडरस्टैंड कि इन्होंने कितना कितना एग्रीकल्चर में प्रोडक्शन किया, एम्प्लॉयमेंट किया. प्लीज पिक अप दिस डेटा. दिस इज अ होमवर्क, राइट? एंड ट्राई टू डू दिस क्वेश्चन बेटा. ओके, लेट्स गो ऑन टू द नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन. The Mahatma Gandhi National Rural Employment Guarantee Act, MNREGA, primarily aims at promoting industrial employment, providing guaranteed wage employment to rural area, encouraging private sector hiring, or boosting exports. Try to answer this question, beta. Try to answer this question. Question number 9. Absolutely, all of you are correct. Answer is B. It provides guaranteed. बेटा गारंटी एक्ट है ना, तो guaranteed wage employment in rural areas, right? For 100 days, at least 100 days. This is very important. At least 100 days. ये बहुत important है. And you have to also remember, so it can be asked in two ways, that which year it came in. ठीक है, कौन से साल में इसको इंट्रोड्यूस किया गया, एंड वॉज इट एवर रीइंफोर्स्ड. क्या इसको हमने दोबारा कभी लेके आए या नहीं लेके आए, राइट? सो यू हैव टू गो अहेड एंड रीड एवरीथिंग अबाउट मनरेगा. ये बहुत ही बेसिक आपका एक्ट है, विच इज वेरी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट फ्रॉम एग्जाम पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू. बहुत ज्यादा इंपॉर्टेंट है, राइट? सो as all of you are correctly saying it, absolutely it was launched in 2005. ठीक है, एंड इसका फोकस क्या क्या था बेटा? फर्स्ट, राइट टू वर्क. एवरीबडी विल बी गिवन गारंटीड जॉब. सबका अधिकार है. एवरीवन हैज अ राइट टू गेट जॉब. ठीक है. सेकंड, डिसाइडिंग ऑन मिनिमम वेज. थर्ड बेटा, इट ऑल्सो हैड सम इंक्लूसिविटी. इंक्लूसिविटी माने क्या? इट फोकस्ड ऑन द मार्जिनलाइज्ड ग्रुप्स, माने women, SC, ST, that was also there. ठीक है. फोर्थ बेटा, एम्प्लॉयमेंट within 5 kilometers. Within 5 kilometers आपको जॉब मिलेगा, राइट? एंड इफ इट इज बियॉन्ड 5 किलोमीटर आपको एक्स्ट्रा वेज मिलेगा. टाइमली पेमेंट ऑफ वेज, राइट? ट्रांसपेरेंसी माने आधार कार्ड के साथ लिंक्ड होगा, राइट? सो दीज आर सम ऑफ द इंपॉर्टेंट कॉन्सेप्ट्स ऑफ मनरेगा. ठीक है. क्यों किया हमने मनरेगा? व्हाई वाज मनरेगा इंट्रोड्यूस्ड? एम वाज टू रिड्यूस पॉवर्टी, ताकि लोगों को नौकरी मिल पाए, गरीबी कम हो पाए, टू रिमूव पॉवर्टी, टू इंप्रूव विमेन एम्पावरमेंट, विमेन को और एम्पावर करने के लिए, राइट? टू गो अहेड एंड डू रूरल डेवलपमेंट. ठीक है. टू डू क्राइसिस सपोर्ट, कि ठीक है ड्यूरिंग इकोनॉमिक डाउनटर्न, जैसे कोई ड्रॉट आ गया, कोई पैंडेमिक आ गया, लोगों की नौकरी चली गई, तो मनरेगा विल बी अ गुड थिंग टू गो अहेड एंड एडॉप्ट. ठीक है. सो दिस इज अबाउट मनरेगा. जब भी हम मनरेगा पढ़ते हैं, इट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट टू सी कि मनरेगा क्या है, राइट? एंड बेटा एवरी ईयर, सो फॉर एग्जाम्पल अगर मैं आपसे पूछूं कि 2024-25 में what is the budget, what is the amount allotted for मनरेगा, कितना पैसा हमने मनरेगा को अलॉट किया है. So you have to remember that. ठीक है, it is approximately 85,000 CR. So how much money has been allotted to मनरेगा? That kind of question can also be asked in exam. ठीक है, you have to also remember that. Okay. Question number 10, beta. Try to answer it. I'm starting the poll now. What is disguised unemployment commonly seen in India's agricultural sector? Unemployment due to lack of job, worker employed but not contributing, high salary in service sector, seasonal migration for jobs. Question number 10. Try to answer this question. Very good. That is the correct answer. But disguised unemployment means hidden unemployment. मतलब लोग unemployed ही हैं और but हमें दिख नहीं रहा है क्योंकि वो अपने आप को employed दिखा रहे हैं. So in terms of economics, because we are economics student, हमें उसका economics interpretation पता होना चाहिए. So disguised unemployment has those labors where marginal productivity of labor is less than equal to 0. तो वो labor जिनका marginal productivity या 0 हो या negative हो, right? That means they are not contributing anything to the output. वो कुछ भी output को contribute नहीं कर रहे हैं. That will be basically your disguised unemployment. So the correct answer to this question will be B, that disguised unemployment occurs when workers are engaged, more workers are engaged than needed. So there is a land, इसमें मुझे सिर्फ 2 workers का जरूरत है, but I have employed 3 workers. So the one extra worker that I have, वो हो गया disguised unemployment. अगर इस वर्कर को हम यहां से निकाल भी देंगे, then also my productivity, my output will not be changed. ठीक है. So in agriculture, this means extra worker could leave the farm without reducing the output. ठीक है. Okay, beta. So we will go ahead and we will stop here for today. ठीक है. This was just one of the sessions on macro trends. We will keep more such sessions based on macro trends in the future. ठीक है. Thank you, beta. Hi, good afternoon, good evening, everyone. Beta, today's topic of discussion is skewness, curtices, and movements. Okay, this is a very, very important topic from exam point of view. बहुत ज़्यादा important है ये topic हमारे लिए और 150% इसमें से एक ना एक क्वेश्चन तो एग्जाम में it will be asked, right? Let us try to understand first of all what is skewness. स्क्यूनेस में बेसिकली skewed data. Skew का क्या मतलब है? So when we talk about skewness, when we talk about skewed data, what skew means? Skew का मतलब हो जाता है lack of symmetry. Right? So for example, when is a figure called to be symmetric in maths? Maths में हम किसी भी चीज को symmetric कब बोलते हैं? Whenever we draw any figure, मैं कोई भी एक figure बनाऊं. Suppose I draw this figure. Right? And I try to go ahead and I try to pass a perpendicular line on the x-axis. Suppose this is my x-axis और यहां से मैंने एक perpendicular line draw किया. I jot down a perpendicular line. ठीक है? If this perpendicular line it divides the figure into identical part, माने ये जो part है part A ये exactly part B के जैसा दिखे, माने area of part A exactly area of part BI. If this happens, then we call that it is a symmetric data. तो हम उसको एक symmetric data बोल सकते हैं. ठीक है? Again, take another example. Suppose I have this. Normal distribution. I draw a perpendicular line. मैंने एक perpendicular line बीच से draw किया. Such that it divides it in exactly two parts. उसने उसको exactly two parts में divide किया है. But please don't annotate anything on the screen. It creates a lot of issue for me. Okay, so I draw a perpendicular line such that the two areas are exactly the same. एकदम same area create हो रहे हैं. That means area A and area B, they are exactly the same. दोनों एकदम equal आ रहे हैं. When this happens, अगर ऐसा कुछ हो रहा है, then we can go ahead and we can call this as symmetric data, symmetric figure. ठीक है? Now the question is when it is not symmetric, जब ये symmetric data नहीं होगा, then we can go ahead and we can say that we have a skewed data. ठीक है? So skewness is the amount of asymmetry in the data. कितना asymmetrical है मेरा डेटा, अगर मुझे वो जानना है तो वो हमारा स्क्यूनेस बताता है. ठीक है? नाउ इन स्टैट्स सिमेट्रिक data has a property that mean is equal to median is equal to mode. अगर मीन मीडियन मोड को इंसाइड कर जाए, इफ मीन इज इक्वल टू मीडियन इज इक्वल टू मोड, then it is called as symmetric data. And skewness is of two types. दो तरीके का हम skewness पढ़ लेते हैं. The first is positive skewness. The second is negative skewness. ठीक है? Positive skewness has a property that mean is greater than median is greater than mode. And negative skewness has this property that mode is greater than median is greater than mean. Positive skewness में it is also called as right skewed data. और नेगेटिव स्क्यूनेस वाले को बोला जाता है लेफ्ट स्क्यूड डेटा. पॉजिटिव स्क्यूनेस में हमारा वाइट इज कॉल्ड राइट स्क्यू डेटा बिकॉज टेल ऑन द राइट साइड इज लॉन्गर. इसका जो राइट साइड का टेल होता है वो ज्यादा बड़ा होता है. और बेटा यहां पे टेल ऑन लेफ्ट साइड इज लॉन्गर. ठीक. Let us try to go ahead and draw the diagram for all these three cases. तो अगर हमारे पास एक सिमेट्रिक डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन है, सिमेट्रिक डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन के लिए ये हमारा एक नॉर्मल डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन काइंड ऑफ डेटा होता है. और यहां पर एकदम सेंटर में वी हैव मीन, मीडियन, मोड, ऑल थ्री आर इक्वल. तीनों वैल्यूज एकदम इक्वल के होते हैं. यहां पे हम फ्रीक्वेंसी ले लेते हैं. So if mean is equal to median is equal to mode, अगर ये तीनों ही equal के हैं, then we can go ahead and we can say that it is a symmetric data. ठीक है. Now let us go ahead and let us try to plot for asymmetric data or skewed data. तो इसमें पहला आ जाता है हमारे पास positive skewness. बेटा ये positive skewed data हो गया. और ये वाला नेगेटिव स्क्यूड डेटा हो गया. ठीक है. यहां पे देखो कि मोड ये है. मोड मींस वन विथ हाईएस्ट फ्रीक्वेंसी. तो मोड सबसे पहले आ रहा है. मोड इज द लोएस्ट वैल्यू. लोएस्ट वैल्यू माने जैसे मोड यहां पे हो गया हमारे पास 10. फिर मीडियन आ रहा है. सपोज मीडियन है इस डेटा का 12. और फिर यहां कहीं पे मीन आ रहा है. तो मीन इज कमिंग एट द एंड. मीन इज द हाईएस्ट वैल्यू. यहां पे कुछ मीन का वैल्यू होगा, यहाँ पे कुछ मीडियन है, यहाँ पे कुछ मोड है. राइट. एंड हियर इट इज द रिवर्स. दिस इज द मीन, then this is the median, then this is the mode. अब sometimes I may ask you, give me an example. इसका एक एक example बताओ कि what is going to be an example of positive skewed and negative skewed. तो positive skewed में we can have an example which is going to be your income distribution. Right. And negative skewness में the example can be ऐसे ही कुछ एक example create कर रहे हैं. It can be score in an easy exam. Let me tell you why I have written score in an easy exam. तो score in an easy exam में देखो, if the exam is easy, everyone will score good marks. सबके ही अच्छे marks आएंगे. अगर सबके ही marks अच्छे होंगे तो अच्छे marks का frequency जो है, right? What is mode? Mode is the one with the highest frequency, right? So most of the students have scored well, right? So suppose the highest mark scored is, suppose it's a paper out of 20 and highest mark score is 18. ठीक है. तो 18 का frequency सबसे highest भी है. Highest frequency माने ज्यादातर बच्चों के, most of the students have scored good marks, have scored highest marks, right? Yes, like the current exam, even CUET exams, are becoming easy these days, right? So yes. So exam mein mode will be high, right? If exam is easy. Acha, here why I have written income distribution, because in income distribution the people with highest income, जिनका income बहुत ज्यादा होता है, वो बहुत कम होते हैं, and usually in any economy, developing economy like India, most of the people, they have average, बहुत medium income होता है. So suppose if I tell you that this is income in thousands, माने 10,000 इनकम के लोग ज्यादा हैं, देर आर मोर पीपल हु हैव 10,000 इनकम. बाकी लोगों का इनकम जो है, जो ज्यादा इनकम है, वो कम लोगों का है. सो मे बी 12,000 इनकम इज विद लेस पीपल, 15,000 income is with even less people. So more people have less income, right? That means when I have to show income distribution in developing economies where few people earn high income, सिर्फ ये जो high income है, ये सिर्फ कुछ लोगों के पास ही है. High income जैसे 15,000, 20,000, इसका frequency बहुत कम है. Only few people have high income and most people have low income. So this can be showed by this kind of data, है ना? तो इसमें हमारे पास positive skewness हो सकता है. It can be a right skewed data, right? So this is how you can also link it to some examples. जिसमें हम कुछ example भी पढ़ सकते हैं कि how skewness can be linked to these examples. Now, how do we measure skewness? तो इसमें सबसे पहला method that we have, it is called as absolute measure of skewness. बेटा ये वाला जो है absolute measure of skewness, rarely used. बहुत कम बारी, very rarely we use absolute measure of skewness. ठीक है, हम क्या यूज करते हैं? We use something which is called as relative measure of skewness. But फिर भी पहले हम एक बारी absolute पढ़ लेते हैं. So in absolute measure of skewness, you have some measures. So one is skewness is given by mean minus median, right? Second method which people use, skewness is given by Q3 minus Q2 minus Q2 minus Q1. Okay. But this method, it is not used very often. इसको हम बहुत ज़्यादा use नहीं करते हैं because this is not unit free, right? And what we go ahead and what we use, उसको हम बोल देते हैं relative measure of skewness or coefficient of skewness. So the next measure we have, जिसको हमें अब करना है, वो होता है relative measure of skewness or coefficient of skewness. One good thing about coefficient of skewness, जब भी हम किसी भी चीज का coefficient पढ़ते हैं, coefficient of correlation, coefficient of skewness, coefficient of anything that you study, ये हमेशा it is independent of units of measurement. माने ये नहीं है कि if mean is in kg तो coefficient will also be in kg. Sorry. So it is not in any units. किसी units में नहीं होता. It is unit free. That is why this is the most common method used. अब इसमें there are various formulas बेटा. पहला formula आ जाता है कार्ल पियर्सन coefficient of skewness. ठीक है. This is not unit free. This is in units. That is why rarely used. Like it will be in kg, in meter. So that does not make a lot of sense to us. Okay. So we want to always go for a unit-free measure as much as possible. अच्छा, so Carl Pearson coefficient of skewness, बेटा इसका formula number 1 बहुत important है, you need to remember skewness is equal to 3 mean minus median divided by standard deviation. Right, this is formula number 1. The second formula that you also have, that is skewness is equal to mean minus mode upon standard deviation. Right? So these two formulas you have to remember. एक ही बात है actually, the two formulas are exactly the same only because of the relationship between mean, median and mode. तो हमें पता है कि mean minus mode is approximately equal to 3 mean minus 3 median. है ना? We have studied this. और इसको हम दूसरे तरीके से भी लिख सकते हैं. So if I just take this on the other side, you would have learned that, है ना? So minus mode is approximately equal to 2 mean minus 3 median. Mode is approximately 3 median minus 2 mean. So using this formula, जो हम हमेशा से we are studying the relationship between mean, median and mode, जो हमने relationship पढ़ा है, based on that, one can be derived from other, either this or this, right? These two formulas, they are the same, दोनों एक ही चीज है. You can go ahead and you can use any of the two formulas. Now, the question is that how do I know the skewness based on this formula? कैसे हम skewness को interpret करेंगे based on this? So if this coefficient of skewness is positive, the data is positively skewed. If it is 0, then it is symmetric. And if it is negative, then it is negatively skewed. Right? So based on what your coefficient of skewness is, you can go ahead and you can tell whether the data is negatively skewed, positively skewed, or symmetric. Okay. So take a question. You're given mean is 50. You're given median is 45. Find. You're given standard deviation is 10. Find coefficient of skewness. In skewness, we don't have strong, medium, etc., etc. It's either negatively skewed or positively skewed. It's not correlation, right? Absolutely correct. Yes. So just use the formula. So coefficient of skewness हो जाएगा 3 mean minus median upon standard deviation. Right? 350 minus 45 upon 10. 1.5. Okay, since this is greater than 0, so we can say that this is positively skewed. Let's take another question. So supposedly I go ahead and I tell you that you have zaruri nahi hai har bari, you will be given skewness, right? You can also be given a data and you can be asked to apply this. So suppose let's work with a simple data set. You're given a data set. Quickly try to do this. 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 80. Find coefficient of skewness. Try this. We'll find mean first. What will be mean? Sum of all observations divided by number of observations. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So you will get 60.71. Exactly. Now go ahead and either find the median or find the mode, up to you. So I'll go through the median formula. So because this is already arranged in the ascending order, 45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 80. So median for odd number will be the fourth value in this case, n plus 1 by 2, 7 plus 1 by 2, 8 by 2, माने fourth value. So fourth value will come out as 60, है ना? So median will be 60. अच्छा, एक important चीज इसमें, हाँ. So if you notice, यहाँ पे हर चीज का frequency 1 है. Each of them have frequency as 1. So anyways, you cannot find mode of this data directly. Mode निकालने के लिए you need to use this formula. There is no other way to find the mode in this data because everything has frequency 1. किसी का भी frequency 2 नहीं है, right? So anyways, you will not be able to directly say that mode is that number. So median के साथ काम करना would be easy in this case. Okay, now find standard deviation. So standard deviation will be summation x minus x bar whole square divided by the number of observation under root. Quickly find out the standard deviation. (45, 50, 55, 60, 65, 70, 80. X minus x bar. X bar is 60.75. So you will get minus 15.71, minus 10.71, minus 5.71, minus 0.71, 19.29. Better square these. I am leaving it to you to please check that the numbers I am writing here are correct. Square करके 18.39, 86.39, 372.04. So if you find the standard deviation, it will be sum of these observations, which I am getting as 870.68 divided by 7 under root. So ये आ रहा है 11.15 approximately. I hope all of you are getting 11.14. Yes, they can still come. Such questions can be asked in exam. The number will be easy. ठीक है, numbers आपको easy दे देंगे, but they can expect you to calculate this. Don't worry. I mean, that much can be asked. Yes. So what will be coefficient of skewness? 3 mean minus median divided by standard deviation. Right? It will be 360.71 minus 20 divided by 11.15, approximately 0.19. So again, if you notice, this is very close to 0. माने ये डेटा more or less symmetric है, but फिर भी 0 तो नहीं है ना, so we will say it is positively skewed. It's positively skewed, but it is very, very close to being a symmetrical distribution because this is very, very close to 0, right? So therefore, we can say it is almost symmetrical. ऐसा लिख सकते हैं. Since the coefficient is very close to 0. Okay. And since you asked me ki ma'am when, if, what is the range? So range में usually when coefficient of skewness is greater than 1, right? Then we say it is highly positively skewed. Similarly, when coefficient of skewness is less than -1, minus 1.5, -2, highly negatively skewed. If it is very close to 0, जैसे यहाँ पे हो रहा है, so of course it is still skewed, positively skewed, but it is very close to being symmetric. Almost symmetrical है. Symmetrical नहीं है, but almost symmetrical है. Okay. Now, it will be mentioned in exam, which formula to use. Okay. Not always you have to use Karl-Pearson. If nothing is mentioned, then Karl-Pearson. Second formula, beta. Bowley's measure of skewness. Now, when we talk about Bowley's measure of skewness, this is based on the quartile deviations. So, इसका दो formulas है फिर से. Skewness coefficient is Q3 minus median minus Q1 upon Q3 minus median plus median minus Q1. Okay. So if you remember, but this is Q1. Q1 माने first quartile है ना? So 1/4 data यहाँ पर है. 3/4 वहां पे है. This is Q2. Q2 means half data here and half data here. This is nothing but median. And ये Q3 है. 3/4 is coming first and 1/4 is coming later. Okay. So Q3 minus median. Median minus Q1. So we are talking everything with respect to median. Difference between these two is this value. Difference between these two is this value. Similarly, difference between these two यहाँ पे आ गया. And difference between these two यहाँ पे आ गया. Instead of median, if I just open this up, अगर मैं इसको थोड़ा open up करूं, so I'll get Q3 minus 2 median plus Q1 upon Q3 minus Q1. इसी formula को, if I just open this up, I can also write like this. And we know median and Q2 is the same thing only. Second quartile हो या median हो एक ही बात है. So we can also go ahead and write it like this. Q3 minus 2Q2 plus Q1 upon Q3 minus Q1. Up to you. Ye formula is a little easy to remember because it is the gap of last two minus first two upon last two plus first two. इसी formula को if I open it up, I will get this formula. ये वाला formula आ जाएगा. And median की जगह पे I can also write Q2. So all three things, तीनों ही चीजों का जो interpretation है, जो formula है, they are actually coming out to be the same. Again, the interpretation is also the same, that if this coefficient comes out greater than 0, then positively skewed. Okay. If it comes out less than 0, negatively skewed. And if it comes out 0, then symmetric. Ye interpretation, it remains the same. Okay. Okay, let us go ahead and let us do one question based on it. So I am giving you a data and use Bowley's formula to find the skewness. 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. Find coefficient of skewness using Bowley's formula. Give it a try. Okay, first let's find the first quartile, Q1. It is n plus 1 item 1 by 4. N कितना है? N is 10. 10 plus 1, 11 by 4th item. That means 2.75th item. Okay. So whenever you go ahead and whenever you get 2.75th item, then what will you go ahead and what will you consider in this case? How will you go ahead and how will you find the quartile in this case? Okay. Third item. Okay. Go ahead. Do that once. Yes, exactly. You can do like that also. Tell me the answer, then we will solve it. ठीक है. So beta, whenever you will get the question like this ना, when you get 2.75, तो हम क्या करते हैं ना, that in this case depends on what you are given in exam. Third item is also correct because it is closest to the third item, right? But suppose in your exam you are also given an option of 27.5, ऐसा कुछ option दिया हुआ है. So there is a formula here that Q1, if you are getting this in decimals, अगर आपको यहाँ पे decimal 2.75, 2.85 अगर कोई decimal आ रहा है, so what you will do is you will consider, देखो 2.75 माने second item plus 0.75 माने 0.75 of third minus second item. Okay. So what you will do is second item plus 0.75, third is 30 minus 20, 20 plus 0.75, 10, 27.5. So in this case, your first quartile will become 27.5. Like that only, beta, try to do for the second one. Second quartile nikalo Q2. So again, how many items are there? There are 10 items, right? It is even. तो हम Q2 कैसे निकाल सकते हैं? Q2 is whenever there are even number of items, n by 2. So if you remember the formula, which means that I will be taking the fifth item, sixth item, which means n by 2 plus 1 by 2, right? So 10 by 2 minus fifth item, 10 by 2 plus 1 minus sixth item by 2. Fifth item is 50, sixth item is 60. So 50 plus 60 by 2, that means 55. अब Q3 निकालो. Find Q3. Q3 is what? 3 by 4 n plus 1 item. ठीक है. So 3 by 4 of 11th item. So 33 by 4. So 33 by 4 is 8.25. फिर से इसको हम split करेंगे. This means 8th item plus 0.25, 9th minus 8th item, right? So 8th item is 80 plus 0.25, 90 minus 80, 80 plus 2.5, 82.5. This is how you can go ahead and you can find. Okay. So we have got these three quartiles now. Now let us go ahead and apply the formula of skewness. So what will be skewness? क्या हो जाएगा skewness? Q3 plus Q1 minus 2Q2 upon Q3 minus Q1. So Q3 is coming out to be 82.5 plus 27.5 minus 2 times 55 upon, this is coming out as 82.5 minus 27.5. So when you will do this, you will get the answer as 0. ठीक है. अगर आप actually वैसे भी कर लेते, supposedly you would have taken this as approximate to third item, है ना? तो third item would have come out as 30. और यहाँ पे अगर आप इसको, because this is 8.25 less than 8.5, इसको आप approximately 8th item भी अगर लेते, तो it would have come out as 80. Then also you would have got the skewness as coefficient of skewness as 0. तो भी coefficient of skewness तो 0 ही आता, right? But just remember this way also. Sometimes in exam, if this is asked to me, right? This is, maybe they have also given some option to me. So I will be selecting this option then. This is the closest answer, right? Q2. Yes. Q2 is nothing but median. So median is n by 2 plus n by 2 plus 1th item by 2. Hi, good evening, everyone. Today, we will go ahead and solve all questions of CUET 2019 paper, statistics part, right? Whatever questions have been asked in the past paper. Okay. Look at the first one. We'll be a little quick, beta. These are very easy questions. Try to answer the first question. Coefficient of correlation will always be between. Coefficient of correlation will always be between. Okay, everyone is saying A. Okay, good. Okay, that is the correct answer. The correct answer to this question is in fact A. तो इसमें थोड़ा सा एक बात हमें याद रखना है कि what is the difference between coefficient of correlation and coefficient of determination. ठीक है, when we talk about determination तो वो R square होगा. ठीक है, और when we talk about correlation तो that will be R, right? And when we talk about R is between -1 to 1, but R square is between 0 and 1. इसको बोल देते हैं coefficient of correlation. This is coefficient of determination. है ना बेटा? So the correct answer is A. That's correct. So I have given some explanation. देख लो एक बारी quickly. The coefficient of correlation is denoted by R, measured as the strength and direction of only linear relationship. ये बहुत important point है. That correlation coefficient only measures the linear relationship. माने if I tell you y is equal to x square, then R will be 0. It cannot measure non-linear relationships. It can only measure linear relationships. ठीक है? And it varies between -1 to 1. But this is a typed answer, so just be a little sure. थोड़ा सा it can, I've typed the answers, तो थोड़ा printing देख लेना एक बारी. So this is between -1 to 1, and it is a key concept in statistics. So when you have R equal to 1, it is perfect positive correlation. R equal to -1, perfect negative correlation. R equal to 0 का मतलब no correlation नहीं है, doesn't mean no correlation. R equal to 0 का मतलब है no linear correlation. इसका मतलब no correlation नहीं है, just means no linear correlation. ठीक है? Now the most important formula for correlation coefficient, that is basically Pearson correlation coefficient formula. ठीक है? So let us just go ahead and write down the formula for this one. Let me just write down. Please write it with me. Formula number 1. R is equal to summation xi minus x bar yi minus y bar upon under root summation xi minus x bar whole square yi minus y bar whole square. Okay, this is formula number 1. Another way to write this down. N summation xy minus summation x summation y upon summation n summation x square minus summation x whole square n summation y square minus summation y whole square under root. ठीक है? So these are the two formulas. ये second formula is nothing but it is just expansion of the first formula. When you will expand the first formula, you will go ahead and you will get the second formula. So these two formulas are important for the formula of R. ठीक है? Okay. Now, interpretation, very important. But if your correlation coefficient is between 0.0 to 1 in absolute terms, if it is between 0.07 to 1, then it is a strong correlation. If it is between 0.03 to 0.7, then it is medium or moderate correlation. And if it is between 0 to 0.3, then it is weak or no correlation. ठीक है, नेग्लिजिबल, नो तो नहीं बोल सकते, नेग्लिजिबल कोरिलेशन। ठीक है, देर आर वेरियस टाइप ऑफ कोरिलेशन, मेनली हमें ये दो टाइप ऑफ कोरिलेशन पता होने चाहिए। पियर्सन कोरिलेशन इज helping to measure the linear relationships, and another one, beta, this is also available on your portal, everyone should go through this recording. There is Spearman rank correlation also, which helps us understand, तो इसका बहुत common example है when judges provide rank to candidates, है ना, and we want to check if those ranks are related or not. तो rank provided by judge A दिया होगा, rank provided by judge B will be given to you, and we want to check the correlation between the two. So rank correlation is very useful there. Okay, try the second question now. Try the second one. The collection of one or more outcomes from an experiment is called. Everyone is saying B. Okay, ठीक है, B, ठीक है. Okay, so yes, all of you are correct. It is called B, beta. Collection of one or more outcome from an experiment, उसको हम event ही बोलते हैं. So first is very easy to eliminate probability. Probability क्या हो जाता है? Probability is favorable outcome divided by total outcome. है ना, probability तो नहीं हो सकता, it cannot be probability. Now look at random variable. Random variable is basically whenever you assign number to any random experiment. Whenever you assign number to any random experiment. जैसे for example, if I tell you number of head when two coins are tossed, है ना, तो head, number of head can be what beta? Number of heads can be 2, number of head can be 1, number of head can be 0. तो random variable हो गया x. X is representing number of head, and number of head can be 2, it can be 1, or it can be 0. तो random variable is assigning a number. Random variable एक number assign करता है. Random variable is assigning numerical values to outcome of random experiment. But यहाँ पे we are not assigning any numerical value. ये सीधा बोल रहा है, it's saying collection of one or more outcome. It is only saying collection of one or more outcome. It is not saying assigning any number. So C cannot be the right answer. Let's look at the last one. It says random experiment. ठीक है, random experiment means any experiment where there is uncertainty, where prediction is not possible. जैसे tossing a coin, I don't know head आएगा या tail. We don't know the result of the outcome. Like tossing a dice, you don't know whether it will give 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 क्या देगा, right? So when we talk about random experiment, it is where we have the presence of uncertainty. वो भी यहाँ पे नहीं बोल रहे. It says collection of one or more outcome. Better, that is the definition of event. An event is called collection of one or more outcome. जो भी outcomes आते हैं जब हम उनको collect करते हैं, जैसे यहाँ पर when I am tossing a coin, ये जो collection of outcome है, these outcomes, है ना, these collection of outcome, this is an event. But when we give number to them, so it becomes random variable. इसको थोड़ा ध्यान से remember all the definitions. Okay, do the third question, beta. Try this one. Give this a try. Give it a try. Probability of both A and B not happening. Okay. Probability of A and B not happening. बेटा देखो, look here. This is A happening. This is B happening. ठीक है? ये जो है, this is both happening. दोनों हो रहे हैं, both happening. Not happening माने, what will be not happening? It means this part. Not happening means this part. कि A भी नहीं हो रहा और B भी नहीं हो रहा. Try to understand this thing. Probability of both occurring is given. It is asking probability of both not happening. So whenever we want to find probability of both not happening, right? अच्छा, this box total, ये तो हमारा total probability हो गया, and we know that total probability is always 1. Total probability is always 1. And from that total probability, I have to remove A also and B also. माने दोनों ही नहीं हो रहे, both not happening. So it is going to be 1 minus probability of either. Probability of both not happening, दोनों ही नहीं हो रहे. It is going to be this entire minus this. And ये जो है, this is what beta? This is A union B. Either A or B. It's A union B. So what will be A union B now? Let's find out यहाँ से. So probability of A union B हो जाएगा probability of A plus B minus A intersection B. A is 0.25, 0.50, 0.14, 0.75, 0.14, 0.69. माने ये जो मेरा ब्लू रीजन है, this is 0.69. And if I remove this blue region out, तो हमें यहाँ वाला आ जाएगा both not occurring, right? So it is going to be 1 minus 0.69, so 0.31, 0.3, sorry, this was 61, is it? 61, 0.39. So the correct answer to this question will be, all of you are correct, 0.39. Whenever in doubt, please make a Venn diagram. एक diagram बना के देखो, try to see what area you are looking at. ठीक है? Always remember this kind of formula also. So probability of A complement माने A नहीं हो रहा, and B complement माने B भी नहीं हो रहा. This is going to be 1 minus probability of A union B, either A or B. ठीक है, ये पूछ रहा है कि A not happening and B not happening. This will be 1 minus either A or B. बस इतना ही था. So this is a very simple question in which we have to use the application of probability. ठीक है. Now let us go ahead to the next question. So Hi, good evening, everyone. Today, we are going to take the questions from CUET 2020 paper. Right? These are all going to be statistics question that we are going to go ahead and we are going to do today. I'll try and finish stats first and then we move on to the next subject. We'll pick up maths, then micro, then macro. एक subject का पहले सारा past year questions we'll try and finish off. So we have done 18, we have done 19. Now I am beginning with the 2020 paper. ठीक है? Let us go ahead and let us start taking the first question. Beta, please read the first question. Try to do this question. Answer it in the chat window. In a frequency distribution, last cumulative frequency is 500. Then the third quartile must lie in last cumulative frequency माने अगर हम यहाँ पे एक x का वैल्यू ले लें और यहाँ पे इसका फ्रीक्वेंसी ले लें तो जब हम फ्रीक्वेंसीज को वी कीप एडिंग वी कीप गेटिंग क्यूमुलेटिव फ्रीक्वेंसीज यहाँ पे यू कैन हैव x1 x2 x3 x4 x5 एंड सो ऑन और जब आप फ्रीक्वेंसीज काट के रहते हो यू गेट क्यूमुलेटिव फ्रीक्वेंसी अब इसमें it is going ahead and it is saying the last cumulative frequency is 500 माने इधर जो last cumulative frequency आया होगा that is 500. So the last cumulative frequency is also equal to the summation of the frequencies. माने अगर हम इन frequencies को sum up करेंगे so I will from the sum of frequencies also get the same sum which is 500. दोनों से same ही answer आएगा. You'll get the same sum from here also. Now it is asking you to go ahead and to find the third quartile. आपको third quartile निकालना है. So let's see what the answer should be. Okay, B. So third quartile means what, beta? Third quartile means that you are going ahead and you are talking about it means you're talking about so quartile means data को आपने 4 parts में divide किया, right? Quarters. You have divided data in 4 parts. And third quartile का मतलब होता है that you're looking at 3/4 of the data set. You're looking at 3/4 of the data set. माने for this 500 third quartile, it will go ahead and it will mean 3/4 into 500. 3/4 into 500. That is what is the meaning of the third quartile. Okay. Suppose it would have asked you find the first quartile. So then it means that first we are doing it in 4 parts and then I want to find the first quartile. So 1/4 into 500. Is this making sense? 1/4 into 500. Similarly, if I want to find out the second quartile. Second quartile को हम median भी बोलते हैं. We also call that as median. So it will be 4 parts and I'm finding the second quartile. So 2/4 into 500. So beta this will be half into 500. Mane this will be 250. This will be 125. This will be 375. So simple. The answer will be 375th item. That is how you can go ahead and find the quartiles. Similarly, suppose it would have asked you find the 40th percentile. Find the 40th percentile. है ना? तो percentile का मतलब हो जाता कि you have to divide by 100. And 40th percentile would have meant कि the numerator will be 40 because it is 40th percentile. So we would have done 40 here into the total frequency which is 500. ये हो जाता 200. So try to understand. Percentile माने you will divide by 100. 40th निकालना है तो 40/100, 70th निकालना है तो 70/100, 80th निकालना है तो 80/100, and so on and so forth. Quartile means you will divide by 4. If it is decile, you will divide by 10. So if I ask you find the 6th decile, तो माने 6/10 into जो भी आपका summation frequency होगा, that means into 500. So just remember these definitions very well. ठीक है? Let us try to go ahead and take the next question. Try to do this question beta. Question number 2. Give this question a try. Okay. 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 So let's see. So it is a binomial distribution. What is the definition of binomial distribution? बेटा binomial distribution का क्या definition रहता है? Binomial distribution का definition होता है NCR P to the power R Q to the power N minus R. ठीक है? This is the probability that X is equal to some X. Right? Now, and you can also write X here क्योंकि ये X का terms में है. So I will just write NCX P to the power X Q to the power N minus X. ठीक है? Now in this question आपको दिया हुआ है, you're given that P and Q are equal to each other. तो ये first thing given है that P is equal to Q. But we know that there जब भी हम binomial की बात करते हैं, there are only two possibilities, दो ही event हो सकते हैं, या success या failure. So success is probability P, failure is probability Q. And we know that success plus failure, it is 1. The probability of the two events together, it is 1. है ना? Sum of the two events, P plus Q is 1. तो अगर P और Q equal हैं, so we will just have P plus P equal to 1. That means I will get 2P equal to 1. माने P हो जाएगा 0.5. We will get P as 0.5. So Q will also be 0.5. दोनों ही 0.5 हो गए P and Q. So we can just put it here. तो अगर हम इस फॉर्मूला में इसको डाल दें, if I just plug this here, I will get NCX 0.5 to the power X 0.5 to the power N minus X. अब base is same, दोनों का base is 0.5 है. So when base is same, powers can be added. So I will get NCX 0.5 to the power X plus N minus X. So NCX 0.5 to the power N. 0.5 to the power N. So yes, all those people who are saying that answer is C, that is the correct answer. C is the correct answer to this question. Any doubt anyone has? कुछ भी जो समझ नहीं आ रहा इसमें? Okay, go on to the next question. Try this one. Try to do this question. Okay. A, B, A, D. Why so much confusion? We have done this kind of question in the last class also. हमने ये question बहुत बारी कर लिया है. So what happens here बेटा? दो तरीके का skewness हो सकता है. This or this. ठीक है? Here बेटा देखो highest observation सबसे पहले आ गया. So this is mode. Right? Here highest observation is coming towards the end. So this is mode. Right? इसी से actually you should be able to detect your distribution. So you should be very, very clear with what we are doing. तो जब हम बात करते हैं, I'll just give you the relationship. Whenever we talk about positive skewness, mean is greater than median is greater than mode. That is this. Mode comes first, right? Median comes here, and then mean comes here, right? And whenever we talk about the negative skewed data, जब हम negative skewness का बात करते हैं, then we say mean is less than, median is less than mode. तो mode सबसे end में आता है. The highest, the observation with the highest frequency, it comes towards the end. And then 50% of the data इधर आ जाता है बीच में, median. And here I have mean. Now look into this data set. So for this data set, आपको क्या दिया हुआ है? You're given that mean is 23. You're given that median is 24. And you are given that mode is 25.5. So isn't it clear that mean is less than median, is less than mode? Mean is less than median is less than mode. माने mode वाला observation, the highest observation, I will make it a little more skewed. Mode observation towards the end आ रहा है. The highest observation is coming towards the end, right? So what can we go ahead and what can we say? Mode is the highest, right? And if it is symmetrical, then mean, median, mode are equal to each other. So yes, the answer to this question should be D, right? The answer will be D. Okay, go on to the next question. Try this next one. Sum of dots when two dice are rolled is. Absolutely. That's the correct answer. So sum of dots when two dice are rolled, definitely beta, it is a discrete variable. क्योंकि sum of dots है ना, तो sum of dots क्या हो सकता है? It can be 2, it can be 3, it can be 4. कहाँ तक जा सकता है sum? Till 12? यही तो करते हैं हम. When two dice are rolled, जब हम sum निकालते हैं, it can be 2, 3, 4 and so on till 12. It means that it is discrete in nature. It is a discrete variable. So definitely the correct answer is discrete variable. Continuous नहीं हो सकता है. There is no interval given to you. Continuous नहीं हो सकता है. Constant है नहीं. Qualitative भी नहीं है. So of course the correct answer to this question is discrete variable. That is the correct answer. Yes. अच्छा, tell me something. If instead of dice Hi, good evening, everyone. Today we are going to go ahead and do two things. First of all, beta, हम देखेंगे some MCQs based on the types of sampling, right? Because this is, I think, a confusing topic for many students. So we will go ahead and discuss the type of samplings, and then we will do some past year questions, PYQs. कौन से ईयर के 2021 all stats questions. Okay, so this is what I aim to do today. Okay, let us start with the first question. Try to answer it in the chat window. देखो क्या आंसर होगा. Which of the following is probability sampling method? Okay, correct. C. How about others? That is the correct answer. Answer will be C. देखो. Convenience sampling, purposive sampling, and snowball sampling. These are non-probabilistic sampling techniques. नॉन प्रोबेबिलिस्टिक सैम्पलिंग टेक्निक्स वो सैम्पलिंग टेक्निक होती है जिसमें प्रोबेबिलिटी इन्वॉल्व नहीं होती है. देयरफॉर ईच मेंबर डजंट हैव इक्वल चांस ऑफ बीइंग सेलेक्टेड. हर एक का सेलेक्ट होने का चांस इक्वल नहीं है, राइट? प्रोबेबिलिटी इन्वॉल्व नहीं है. whereas probabilistic sampling is when probability is involved. And one of the examples of probability sampling method, it is simple random sampling, SRS. सिंपल रैंडम सैम्पलिंग इंश्योर करता है कि हम जो भी सैंपल पिक करें इट हैज इक्वल चांस ऑफ कमिंग. सो इट्स लाइक दिस. अगर एक बैग के अंदर आई पुट सम नंबर्स, है ना, नंबर 1, नंबर 2, नंबर 3, नंबर 4, नंबर 5, ऐसे करके आई पुट सम चिट्स एंड ईच इंडिविजुअल आई गिव सम नंबर. जैसे अगर मैंने यहाँ पे 1, 2, 3 and so on दे दिया and I pick up some chits. Suppose मैंने chit number 3, chit number 5 pick करी, right? So now what will happen is कि जो भी यहाँ पे chits मैंने select की हैं, those individuals will be selected. So it is completely random in nature, right? It is completely random in nature. ठीक है. Let's go to the next one. I will discuss all of them. Don't worry, beta. अभी सारे धीरे धीरे डिस्कस हो जाएंगे. Come to the next one. Which type of sampling technique involves dividing population into subgroup and selecting sample randomly within each subgroup? Okay. ठीक है. All of you are absolutely correct, बेटा. इसका correct answer है answer number C, stratified sampling. तो stratified sampling अब क्या होता है? In stratified sampling, we create something which is known as strata. ठीक है. These stratas are representative of a particular subgroup. ये एक particular subgroup को represent करते हैं. जैसे for example, I can create strata based on religion. है ना? तो मैंने बोला कि all people belonging to religion A one strata, all people belonging to religion B second strata, all people belonging to religion C third strata. और फिर what I will do is that when I have to create a sample, जैसे किसी ने मुझे बोला कि I need 100 people, ठीक है, I will make sure that each strata is represented. तो I will pick some people from this group, some people from this group and some people from this group. हर group से मैं कुछ लोग select करूंगी, right? So there is probability also involved. Because suppose in religion A there were 150 people, ठीक है, और इसमें से मुझे सपोज 30 पीपल सेलेक्ट करने हैं. सो देयर इज प्रोबेबिलिटी इन्वॉल्व, बट एट द सेम टाइम रिलीजन ए इज रिप्रेजेंटेड अमंग दीज 100 पीपल. हम इंश्योर कर रहे हैं कि रिलीजन ए इस सैंपल का पार्ट हो. सिमिलरली सपोज बी हैज 200 पीपल, हाँ, एंड वी हैव टू सेलेक्ट 40 पीपल यहां से. तो एनी 40 आउट ऑफ 200 फिर से प्रोबेबिलिटी तो होगा, बट वी विल इंश्योर दैट रिलीजन बी इज ऑल्सो पार्ट ऑफ दिस ग्रुप. ठीक है. So stratified sampling ensures that you have representation of different groups from the population. हर group दिखे. Because otherwise, suppose religion C only 10 people are there. ठीक है. And हम directly random sampling कर लेते हैं. We don't create strata. तो क्या हो सकता है? There are chances that in the 100 sample, only people from A and B are there. शायद C से कोई select ही ना हो. Maybe nobody is selected from C. So in order to ensure that every group is represented, हर group का representation हो, we want to go ahead and we want to create stratas first, and therefore it is called as stratified sampling. ठीक है. Come to the next question. Try this one. Okay. All of you are correct. Yes. तो cluster sampling में क्या होता है? We divide the population into cluster and then we sample the entire cluster. We divide the population into cluster and we sample the entire cluster. Absolutely correct. Yes. तो cluster sampling basically क्या है? You are creating a cluster, but this cluster can be heterogeneous in nature. Whereas when you do the other sampling, which is your stratified sampling, will be homogeneous stratas. This is the difference between cluster and stratified sampling. जैसे अगर हम cluster sampling की बात कर रहे हैं, तो इसमें what we can do, suppose I need to go ahead and I need to create a sample of 20 schools out of entire India. ठीक है. अब instead of just taking 20 schools, what I can do is I can divide the entire region in 4 parts: north, south, east, west. ऐसा करके I have just divided it in entire part. हाँ. And now what I will go ahead and what I will do is I will say कि ठीक है, from east go ahead and select 5 schools. From north select 5 schools. From west select 5 schools. From south select 5 schools. अब ये जो 5 schools north से select किए हैं, the 5 schools I have selected from north, they will not have same properties. ऐसा नहीं है कि वो similar in nature है, right? They will not have same properties, but they belong to a cluster which is north. Similarly, west will not have same property. वो 5 school का properties are not same, but they belong to the cluster west. So what we are doing is we are creating cluster, but those clusters have members which are heterogeneous. They don't have similar properties. When we create strata, वो strata homogeneous property पे create होता है, right? So for example, if I want each religion to be represented, तो हर religion एक strata है. So all people in this religion are similar in nature. They follow the same religion. In this strata, they are having something similar to each other, right? So basically, strata is created on homogeneous properties. कि सबका religion same या gender same, some homogeneous property. But cluster is just created for our ease, right? Cluster is where you go ahead and you just divide population randomly in some parts, right? It can be based on geographical grouping. It can be based on some natural grouping. But internally cluster will be heterogeneous in nature. उसका जरूरी नहीं है properties will match. That is what is called as cluster sampling. ठीक है बेटा, जो भी सैम्पलिंग टेक्निक्स अभी नहीं कवर हुई हैं, once we do all MCQs they will be covered, don't worry. Yes, homogeneous group, strata, heterogeneous group, clusters, absolutely. Do this question. Which of the following is not a characteristic of non-probabilistic sampling? Okay, that's correct. तो non-probabilistic means probability ही नहीं है, और अगर probability नहीं है तो equal chance of selection कैसे हो सकता है? Right? If there is no probability, you cannot have equal chance of being selected. So that is the correct answer. B is the right answer. Every individual has equal chance of getting selected. Nahi. This is actually probabilistic sampling. This is probabilistic sampling, not non-probability sampling. ठीक है. Do the next question. Okay, good. That is correct. So systematic sampling is what sampling beta, where you systematically choose. Just for example, if there is a researcher who has gone to a village and he wants to go ahead and he wants to get sample of 10 houses and there are 100 houses, है ना? तो वो randomly क्या करेगा? He will select any one house. जैसे randomly he selects the 5th house. And then he will follow a system that, okay, after 5th, I will add 10 to it. I will select the 15th house. Then I will select the 25th house. Then I will select the 35th house, right? So there is some randomness. Randomness क्यों है? Because this first house itself is selected randomly. But there is also some systematic, right? Systematicness. क्योंकि हम एक regular interval पे systematically select कर रहे हैं. So we are selecting in regular interval in a ordered pattern, right? So yes, answer will be systematic sampling. ठीक है, do this one. Right. Yes, that's the correct answer. A researcher uses volunteers from university class for a study. This is an example of. So, जैसे for example, I tell you कि, make a Google form and tell me information about the watching pattern of people कि लोग कौन सा टीवी शो देखते हैं, how much do they watch, ऐसा करके कुछ make a Google form. Now what you do is कि instead of taking information from all kind of people, you just circulate this Google form in your class या among your relatives. It means that you are creating a bias. आपने सबसे नहीं लिया डेटा, आपने इसको across different kind of people rotate नहीं किया. जो आपके आसपास के लोग हैं, your class, your relatives, you just collected it from them. So in that sense, you have taken your own convenience. Those participants which were easily accessible, जो आराम से मिल रहे थे, आपने सिर्फ उनसे डेटा कलेक्ट किया. So when you go ahead and when you do that, when you collect data only from people who are easily accessible, right? It means you are acting at your convenience. And when you act at your convenience, definitely it is convenience sampling. Okay. So I hope this is clear. It is called as convenience sampling. Do this one. Okay. How about others? Absolutely, absolutely. That is correct. So what is snowball sampling? Snowball sampling is basically a sampling where we go ahead and we use referrals. ठीक है? तो हमने क्या किया कि suppose again let's take this Google form. ठीक है? And I have these 5 friends, ठीक है, जिनको I know, and I ask them to fill the Google form. Now what I go ahead and what I do is I tell them कि अच्छा you are filling the Google form ना, can you ask your mother and father also to fill this form for me? And I get more people to fill this Google form. माने I am using initial participants, जो मेरे initial participants हैं, to recruit others. बाकियों को recruit कर रही हूँ मैं through them, right? And therefore, what I am going ahead and I am doing is I am creating a network or a chain. So this is also called as network sampling or chain sampling. ये कब create करते हैं हम? When it is difficult to collect information from people. Usually, especially in villages. जैसे I go to a village. So let me tell you my story. In Delhi School of Economics, after first year, but आपके पास एक वो होता है, you get a scholarship kind of thing, an articleship kind of thing, जो सबको नहीं मिलती. मतलब you have to apply there, and you have to write a paper, and they will select 4-5 groups out of all. ठीक है, it's called as the RK scholarship, right? And based on that, उस scholarship के basis पे they give you funds to do your research during your summer break, right? Now in that break, they will fund जो भी आपका पैसा लगेगा, whatever money it takes. So if you decide to do something related to a village, say आपने बोला कि okay, I will go to a village, and for example what we had done is during that period, the paper that we had written was to go ahead and see women empowerment in a particular village, or that village was the village of a very big women wrestler. So we wanted to see कि क्या उसके women wrestler बनने से did women empowerment improve in that village, and how much is the women empowerment there. तो वहां पे women were not very open to speaking to you, right? So if you want to actually go ahead and if you want to talk to women, what you will do is you will make 2 or 3 friends वहां पे village में. कोई 2-3 जो थोड़ा vocal women लगेंगे, आप उनको अपना friend बनाओगे, and you will ask them to disclose data about other women, or to go ahead and to help you approach other women. Mana, you will create a network to do your survey, to do your research, right? So when the population is hard to reach, जब आप population को बहुत आसानी से नहीं बात कर सकते हो, at that time this is good to create a network and then to approach them using a network, right? So again there is no probability involved. This is all non-probabilistic, क्योंकि जो भी लोग मिल रहे हैं, you are selecting them through some network, right? They are not random in nature, and you will use them whenever the population is hard to reach. So the correct answer definitely is B. ठीक है, go ahead and do the next one. is that is yes, all of you write the correct answer. Nine. We are saying C also. The correct answer to this question will be B. It can lead to higher sampling error as compared to other methods. Okay. This is a cluster. Okay. What if only certain clusters are sampled? अगर आपने सारे clusters को sample नहीं किया, and you go ahead and you only take certain clusters, then it means that you are not able to incorporate the variability in the population. आप अपने पूरे population से related variability को नहीं ले रहे हो. You're not considering the variability among the population members when you only select certain clusters for sampling, right? And that increases the sampling error, right? So one issue with cluster sampling is that it will always lead to sampling errors. Clusters are heterogeneous among themselves, yes. Even on the basis of that, because they're heterogeneous, you can go ahead and say that the variance will be high. And if the variance will be high, the sampling error will also be high. Sampling error is nothing but under root of variance. So उस basis पे भी you can go ahead and say that the sampling error will be high in case of cluster sampling. Yes, the right answer to this question should be therefore B. It does not allow for population generalization. We are not able to do any kind of generalization. This is not a disadvantage of cluster sampling, right? Population mein to I am trying to include people from east, west, north, south. I am not going for generalization or non-generalization, right? So this is neither an advantage nor a disadvantage of cluster sampling, that it does not allow for population generalization. Rather it is good कि हम लोग हर cluster को represent कर रहे हैं. So we are able to represent different aspects of population, right? I don't want to anyways generalize the population. I don't want to say that everyone in my population is from east or west. I don't want that generalization. और वो कर भी नहीं रहा है. So it's not a disadvantage for me. It's good thing that it is able to take different aspects of population. Okay. ठीक है. Let's take the next question. Quota sampling. Try to answer this one. ठीक है, that is correct. Correct. Yes. So the correct answer to this question is B. Quota sampling क्या करता है? Quota sampling is non-probabilistic sampling technique. Non-random in nature. So this is very often used. Just for example, I am running for votes. Say I am party A. And I want to go ahead and I want to show that we have done significant improvement in my region. Okay. Now there are people who agree to this. उन्हें लगता है कि हाँ मैंने improvement की है. And there are people who don't agree. उन्हें लगता है कि कोई improvement नहीं हुई है. What I do is I purposely select these people and I just question them. Right? So I have created a predetermined quota. ठीक है कि only those people who think that there is improvement, I am just going ahead and putting them in my sample. And then I am showing that there has been an improvement. तो वो हो गया quota sampling. Quota sampling is where people meet a predetermined quota. आपके दिमाग में कुछ था और आपने सिर्फ उन्हीं लोगों को सेलेक्ट किया who fulfill that thing. So when they fulfill the predetermined quota, that Hi, good evening, everyone. We are going to do an in-detail revision of some questions of statistics today. This is from the past year paper CUET 2018. Okay. I'm going to pick on the past year papers now, ताकि at least we know the kind of pattern that will be asked in exam. What we will do is we will not only go through a question, I will try to show you all possible, topics related to that question. And we will try to go ahead and revise that topic thoroughly through a question. ठीक है? तो अगर एक क्वेश्चन सपोज सेंट्रल टेंडेंसी पे है या अगर एक क्वेश्चन सपोज स्टैंडर्ड डिविएशन पे है या डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन पे है तो वी विल ट्राई टू गो अहेड एंड वी विल ट्राई टू रिवाइज all possible concepts related to that question through that question. Okay, let's take the first question. Try to do the question yourself first. It says, which of the following is less likely to be affected by extreme value? Less likely. 4 options are given to you: mean, range, interquartile range, and correlation. Try to do this question. Tell me what do you think answer should be. Okay. ठीक है. You're saying everyone is saying D. Anything else? Okay. So let's see. So first of all, let's try to understand mean first. ठीक है. Mean तो definitely it will be affected by extreme value because mean takes care of all observations. It considers all observations. सारा observation लेता है ना. So for example, if I go ahead and if I tell you that I have my observation 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And I make this 6 as an extreme observation. इसको हम 6 की जगह पे कुछ और कर दें. Suppose I go ahead and I make this as 60. तो क्या होगा? What will happen? My mean will be affected. Mean will change. है ना? So माने mean will be affected by extreme observation. Mean cannot be the answer. Now let us try to go ahead and let us try to think about range. What is range? Range क्या होता है? Range is highest value minus lowest value, right? तो extreme observations तो यही है, highest and lowest. So if I change the highest value, तो automatically range तो change हो जाएगा. Range will change. So range will be affected by extreme values because the moment you change highest or lowest value, जैसे आप change करोगे, range will change. Now think about interquartile range. अब interquartile range, what is that? Interquartile range is basically dependent on the quartiles, right? And when we talk about quartile, तो quartile में क्या होता है? It is, so if I go ahead and if I have a data, if I have a data set, quartile means that I am dividing the entire data in 4 parts. मैंने उस पूरे data को 4 parts में divide किया है, right? Q1, Q2, Q3 and Q4. So for example, if I go ahead and I say that this is Q1 here, this is Q2 here. Q2 is nothing but median. This is Q3 here, right? So here you will have 25% of the data. यहाँ पे आएगा. Here you will have 25% of the data. Here you will have 25% of the data. Here you will have 25% of the data. The pura data has been split in 25, 25, 25, 25, right? And when we do interquartile range, this is basically Q3 minus Q1. है कि नहीं? So it is affected by this value and this value. It is very less affected by what happens towards the end. Like median is less affected by what happens towards the end. ठीक है? जैसे इस डेटा में if I tell you 1, 2, 3, 4, 60, median is 3. दिस इज Q2, सेकेंड क्वार्टाइल। तो अगर हमने इसको 60 से even if I make this as 100, median will remain 3. Even if I make this 1000, median will remain 3. Similarly, if I say that this is Q1 and this is Q3, so this will not be affected. माने one thing we know for sure कि interquartile range it will be less affected by the extreme values. जो towards the end values हैं उससे interquartile range will be less affected. Now if I go and I write down the formula of correlation, अगर हम correlation का formula लिखते हैं, so what is the formula of correlation? Pearson correlation coefficient का formula क्या होता है? Summation xi minus x bar yi minus y bar upon under root summation xi minus x bar whole square summation yi minus y bar whole square. माने it would be affected by when mean will be affected. जब भी mean change होगा it will be affecting R and mean will be affected by extreme values. है ना? So if I make this observation 60 की जगह 100, x bar will change. If x bar will change, that x bar only is coming here. So it will affect this correlation. It will affect the value of R. So the most the most sensible answer that we can give in this case, it should be C, not D. C is the correct answer. C ठीक लग रहा है. Right? C is that value which will be least affected by the extreme values. Is this clear? अब देखो, I have written exactly this thing. तो mean is highly sensitive to extreme values. आउटलायर से मीन पे सबसे ज्यादा फर्क पड़ता है. तो मीन ये this is a limitation of mean that it is affected by extreme values. Range is the difference between maximum and minimum value. तो अगर maximum या minimum ही change होगा, if that changes then range will be changing. So it is also very sensitive to the extreme value. It is also affected by outlier. This is also a limitation of range. ठीक है? Interquartile range, which is the difference between first and third quartile. Just because इसमें range word आ रहा does not mean that it is affected by extreme value. वो पॉइंट है जो 75% एंड 25% एंड 75% ऑफ द डेटा का पॉइंट है. It is less affected by extreme value because it focuses on middle 50% of the data. However, it can still be slightly affected if there are extreme values. If you have some extreme changes being made here, if I make some changes here only, तो of course वो affect होगा, but as compared to other data points, it will be less affected. ठीक है? Same is correlation. Correlation में because of the presence of mean, it will be affected. We can always debate that मैम deviations है यहाँ पे, mean नहीं है, but still R will be affected, right? So the right answer to this seems to be C. These are some of the formulas, beta. इनको you will revise. Revise formula. So formula of interquartile range is Q3 minus Q1. ठीक है? And it is very less affected by outlier. ये इसका एक advantage है. And Q3 minus Q1 का interpretation क्या है? So because I have 25% of the data here. यहाँ पे Q1 आ गया. This is Q2. This is Q3. And I have 25% of the data here. So it means that when I do Q3 minus Q1, I am focusing on this part of the data set. Q3 minus Q1. So out of Q3, Q1 is gone. So I'm focusing on this part of the data set. It means we are focusing on middle 50% of the data set. जो बीच का 50% data set है, we are focusing on that. So this is one important thing that it focuses on middle 50% of the data set. ठीक है? And the more IQR, जितना ज्यादा IQR होगा, it means more data is present in the center. ठीक है? Middle part of the data is more. ज्यादा डेटा यहाँ पे फ्रीक्वेंसी ज्यादा है. More data is spread out here. Less data points are here. The more the IQR will be. Okay. This is your homework. Please try to find your IQR for this data set that is given to you. Now, when we talk about visualizing IQR, तो यहाँ पे this is an important question which can be asked in MCQ paper, that how can we visualize IQR? हम IQR को कैसे बना सकते हैं? So one common way of understanding what IQR is through box plot. I'm not sure if you have ever seen a box plot or not, but if you go to econometrics book also, or you go to statistics book, you will see the presence of box plot very commonly for outliers. So what happens is that, suppose I tell you, this is my data set. Okay. So you will see that a box plot looks something like this. It visualizes the center 50% of the data. ठीक है, उतने में ही हम एक बॉक्स प्लॉट बनाते हैं. इट रिप्रेजेंट्स द मिडल 50% ऑफ द डेटा. माने इट शोज Q3 minus Q1 एंड बाकी डेटा पॉइंट्स आर आउटसाइड द बॉक्स प्लॉट, राइट? सो बॉक्स प्लॉट एक्चुअली इज 75th परसेंटाइल अगर हम 100% में देखें, माइनस 25th परसेंटाइल. So one way to go ahead and to show IQR, to show interquartile range, it can be through the box plot. It is a good way to show this. ठीक है? I hope this is absolutely clear to everyone. तो इसका correct answer हो जाएगा IQR, interquartile range. Look at the second question. Try to do this one and answer this question. Which of the following can be described as a categorical variable? Okay. ठीक है, make sense. So yes, all of you are correct that religion should be a categorical variable. The answer is कि age, of course, ये numbers में होता है, so it's a quantitative variable. ठीक है, income is also in numbers, so it's a quantitative variable. Grade points, score is there, तो score भी एक it's in numbers, so it's a quantitative variable. So the correct answer to this question should be religion, which is a categorical variable. ठीक है, so these are your different type of variables. Now within quantitative variable, please try to understand कि एक जो हमारा quantitative variable है, it can be discrete or it can be continuous, right? It can be either discrete or continuous. Like income is continuous in nature, right? For example, if we go ahead and if we talk about the number of cars, that is discrete in nature. या car 1 होगा या 2 होगा. But income can be continuous in nature, right? So whenever the data is continuous, we represent the data in limits, like income between 1000 to 2000, 2000 to 3000, in intervals. But whenever the data is discrete, we just go ahead and measure it in direct numbers, right? We can directly measure it in numbers. Okay. Try to do this one. Hi, good evening, everyone. Let us try to go ahead through the Asian financial crisis now. So let me just tell you the story behind Asian financial crisis first, then we will go through the notes also. The Asian financial crisis is a financial crisis of 1997. देखो, what started happening? कैसे कैसे शुरू हुआ, क्या हुआ? Let's try to understand the background first, that why Asia started growing actually. Then we will talk about why crisis came in Asia. So basically what started happening in Japan is that in Japan, yen, जो उसका currency है, it had started appreciating. ठीक है? Now, whenever a currency appreciates, suppose I want to go ahead and I want to start a production process in US. जैसे जैसे यूएस में प्रोडक्शन जैसे जैसे यूएस का करेंसी इट बिकम्स appreciates, the production will become expensive, right? So this is exactly what started happening in Japan. As its currency started appreciating, production in Japan became expensive. So whoever were the investors, they started looking for other options. सबको लगने लगा कि जापान में प्रोडक्शन इज बिकमिंग एक्सपेंसिव, लेट्स लुक फॉर अदर ऑप्शंस वेयर वी कैन गो अहेड एंड वी कैन इन्वेस्ट अवर मनी. अब इसी टाइम पे, ड्यूरिंग द सेम टाइम पीरियड, व्हाट वी स्टार्टेड सीइंग इज दैट इन थाईलैंड देयर वाज एस्टैब्लिशमेंट ऑफ प्रोडक्शन प्लांट्स. बहुत बड़े बड़े अच्छे अच्छे प्रोडक्शन प्लांट्स वहां एस्टैब्लिश होना शुरू हो गए. द प्रोडक्शन मैन्युफैक्चरिंग ऑफ द गुड्स वाज एक्सीलेंट इन थाईलैंड. एंड नॉट ओनली दिस, अपार्ट फ्रॉम द एस्टैब्लिशमेंट ऑफ द प्रोडक्शन प्लांट्स, इसी के साथ साथ इट वाज सीन दैट इन्फ्लेशन इन थाईलैंड वाज वेरी लो, राइट? एंड व्हाट द गवर्नमेंट वेंट अहेड एंड डिड is that it reduced import tariff very majorly. मतलब उसने जो import tariff है, right from 30% they reduced approximately to 17%. तो जो raw material import कर रहे थे, that raw material was getting imported at a cheaper price because the tariff on the raw material was lower. So reduced import tariff. ठीक है? So due to these reasons that there was a good production in place, inflation भी बहुत ज्यादा नहीं था, मतलब wages जो देना था, whatever wage you had to pay, that wage was low, and at the same time there was reduced import tariff. Due to these reasons Thailand became an attractive option. Everyone wanted to invest in Thailand. सबको लग रहा था कि अच्छा ठीक है, we can go ahead and we can establish our production process in Thailand. So what started happening during this time period is increased foreign direct investment to Thailand. सारा पैसा from across the world, it started flowing towards Thailand. Everything was flowing towards Thailand. और Thailand बहुत अच्छा grow कर रहा था, right? So this was a boom period for Thailand. Now what happened is that when Thailand was growing, जब Thailand ऐसे grow करना शुरू हो गया, some major things started happening. The first thing is that all countries associated with Thailand. So imagine, suppose I tell you that India has to produce something. और इस प्रोडक्शन के लिए इंडिया नीड्स सर्टेन मशीनरी, ठीक है, सर्टेन रॉ मटेरियल, एंड दिस मशीनरी एंड रॉ मटेरियल इज नॉट इन इंडिया. तो इंडिया क्या करेगा? इंडिया विल इंपोर्ट मशीनरी एंड रॉ मटेरियल फॉर प्रोडक्शन टू टेक प्लेस. And when it will import this machinery and import this raw material, so these countries will also grow. So there will be increased GDP of the countries from which it will import these raw material. ठीक है? अब once India has done the production, एक बारी इंडिया ने प्रोडक्शन स्टार्ट कर दिया, then what will happen? India can send this, sell its output to other countries. So India's GDP will also grow. ऐसा ही होता है. This is how countries are interlinked with each other. So this is exactly what started happening with Thailand also. So not only Thailand started growing, but once the production process started in Thailand, Sara foreign direct investment was coming to Thailand. Thailand was growing. So what happened due to this is that other associated countries also started growing. बाकी का जो भी आसपास का कंट्रीज था, सिंगापुर, ताइवान, every other country also started growing. During this period, it was seen that Thailand का जो import and export business था, it grew tons. It was in millions and it became in billions. So increased exports and increased imports. So this was a prosperity period for Thailand. 1994, 1995 बहुत अच्छा period चल रहा था. Everything was going very, very well in Thailand. Now the question is, where did problems start occurring? क्या problem majorly Thailand में होना शुरू हुआ? What were the major problems that led to the presence or the coming of the financial crisis? What started happening? So I'm just building the story around, but then you can go through the notes. So what started happening now is that first, the policy issues. ये एक major problem था. Policy issues. What is policy issues? The policy set by the government related to exchange rate वो बहुत ज़्यादा stringent थे. माने government ने क्या किया? Government had gone ahead and set one upper and lower limit for exchange rate. And government said that we will not allow our currency to depreciate beyond a particular exchange rate. ठीक है? Now try to understand. यहाँ पे only when yen had started appreciating, everybody had started investing in Thailand. But अगर आप थाईलैंड की करेंसी को डेप्रिशिएट एक पॉइंट के बाद नहीं होने दोगे, and at the same time if some other currency further depreciates, then people can go to that country jahan pe bhi production is cheaper, wherever production is easier. So the first thing that we started looking is that this government was very very stringent. वो बहुत strict थे इस चीज को लेके that we don't want to change our currency exchange rate beyond a time period. एक particular limit से ऊपर या नीचे we don't want to do that. So that's the first thing, that it had strict band between which exchange rate could fluctuate. ठीक है, this was not a major issue. अभी तक भी चीजें ठीक चल रही थी. But apart from this, at the same time, we started seeing that there was a competitor which started growing. And the major competitor of Thailand, it was China. चाइना के पास और एक्स्ट्रा चीज क्या थी जो थाईलैंड के पास नहीं थी? दैट वाज इमेंस अमाउंट ऑफ चीप लेबर. So China had huge cheap labor and it could do production at a cheaper price. Now what started happening in Thailand is that as compared to China, उसका जो amount of population था, that was limited. Right? So if they wanted to compete with China, they had to attract labor force from outside. तभी वो उससे compete कर पाते. And to attract labor force, it had to pay higher wages to the labor force. Right? अगर मुझे बाहर से labor चाहिए, अगर मुझे attract करना है लोगों को that come and work in my country, I will have to pay higher wage. So what started happening at the same time period, कि because this competitor started evolving, which had huge population, बहुत ज़्यादा लोग थे, therefore producing at a cheaper price, due to this reason, Thailand had to increase its labor force. And to increase this labor force, अगर ये labor force को increase करना है, for this, it had to attract more people and pay more wages. And how could it pay more wages? अगर वो wages ज़्यादा pay करेगा, it will go ahead and mean that the cost of production will increase. So it led to increased cost of production. And the moment cost of production started increasing, more people started getting attracted towards China. One way to lower this cost of production was if you could have depreciated your currency. ताकि जब वो जो भी आपका वैल्यू था गुड का, when it would got converted, it would remain low if you would have depreciated the currency enough. But the but the movement of currency was not allowed by the government. बहुत ज्यादा depreciate करने को वो allow नहीं कर रहे थे, बहुत ज्यादा change करने को they were not allowing the currency. So this is where Thailand started losing its customers, right? And when this started happening, and when there was a downfall here, जब यहाँ पे एक downfall आना शुरू हो गया in Thailand, so जो भी इससे related countries थी, whoever were doing import and export with Thailand, they also started suffering, right? And this is where the crisis started occurring. Okay. Now, another thing which happened, which I will just highlight here, is that when Thailand was booming, जब यहाँ पे सब कुछ अच्छा चल रहा था, it was on a boom. During that period, many factories, many industries, they had gone ahead and taken loan from outside the country, and the central bank had not put a lot of restrictions or regulations on that. मतलब आपका लोन लेना बहुत ही इजी था, बाहर से बहुत ज्यादा रेगुलेशंस उस टाइम पे नहीं डाले गए थे, right? So because there were not a lot of regulations that were put on them, and they had easily taken loan, when these companies started failing, जब उनका cost of production बढ़ गया और उनसे कोई खरीद नहीं रहा था, nobody was buying from them due to higher cost of production, what started happening is that they could not repay this loan, right? So that is another big issue that started happening, that the people could not repay the loan that they had taken from the internal banks also and outside banks also. Now, during this time only, एक और चीज देखी गई कि जो investors थे, they started doing short sale of currency. Short means what? What is a short position? Short position is when you first sell and later you will buy. तो investors को लग रहा था कि कभी तो ऐसा एक टाइम आएगा that the currency will start falling. So we will just go ahead and sell the currency today and buy it later. This is called as giving a short position. तो जो भी लोगों के पास Thailand का currency था, whoever had Thailand currency, everyone started selling. Now, when everyone will start selling the currency, that will put a lot of trouble with the foreign exchange of Thailand. तो Thailand का जो forex था, वो बहुत ज़्यादा affect हो गया, further going ahead and deepening the crisis. इसकी वजह से the financial crisis further deepened, right? So this is about the Asian crisis. It began initially in Thailand, but उसके बाद देखा गया that it grew by leaps and bounds for other countries also. जो भी उसका associated Asian countries था, they were also affected along with Thailand. Let's look here now. Okay. So this is about the Asian financial crisis. एक बारी just go through this once. You will notice that here we have gone ahead and we have talked about what this crisis is about. ठीक है, just read this, okay? उसके बाद you will notice that there are some causes of the crisis. The causes of the crisis, the last part. Yes, what last part? Going short. So what started happening is that once the investors started feeling that, you know, Thailand is not doing well and in future the currency is going to go down further, what they started doing is they started selling the currency. Just take an example. Suppose I tell you that there is a company ABC, right? And today you got access to its profit and loss statement. And in this profit and loss statement, you realized कि अगले एक साल में you analyzed that this company is going to have a downfall. Okay. Then what you can do as an investor is that you can take a short position. Short में what we can do is we can sell first and buy later. ठीक है, तो अगर आपको लग रहा है कि ठीक है आज करेंसी ₹90 का है, I mean this share, and in future it is going to be ₹40. So what you will do is you will sell at 90 today and you will buy at 40 later, making a profit. This is called as going short. Short में you sell first and buy later, right? Now, if everyone starts selling this share, सब लोग मार्केट में ये शेयर बेचना शुरू कर देंगे, तो what will happen? There will be excess of share in this market. Supply बढ़ जाएगा शेयर का और डिमांड है ही नहीं. So the price will automatically start decreasing. This is exactly what started happening in Thailand. People started realizing that nobody is demanding goods from Thailand. In the long run, the currency value is going to fall. So they started taking a short position. They started selling today and they started buying later. Right? So when everyone starts selling the currency, there is excess of currency in the market. ठीक है, मैं सेंट्रल बैंक के पास गई, I said you take this currency from me and in return give me dollar. Everybody starts demanding other currency and starts giving this currency back to the bank. तो what will happen? उतना वापस डॉलर देने के लिए, कोई और करेंसी देने के लिए, that bank should have that foreign exchange with it ना. But that it did not. उसका सारा forex खत्म होता जा रहा था. So therefore it had to go ahead and allow the depreciation of currency to take place. It had to allow things to go according to the market. ये band that it was trying to maintain, it had to change that. It had to let the market flow itself. ठीक है? That further exaggerated the crisis क्योंकि वो currency गिरना शुरू हो गई and it continuously kept falling. Is this clear now? Any doubt in this? Okay. Now let's go ahead and look at the notes. So these are some of the causes of the East Asian crisis. Over dependence on external debt. तो जैसे मैंने आपको बताया that everyone, the industries were taking loan from other countries जो repay करना होता है, which they were not able to repay. Weak financial system. As I told you that there were not very strong regulations in place. The regulations were not very strong. Currency pegs and overvalued exchange rate. As I told you that initially जो हमारा currency था because of which we attracted, वो एक band create हो गया and they didn't want to change that band. Speculative bubbles. So this is related to going short. Contagion and loss of confidence. ठीक है, so loss of confidence क्यों हो रहा था? Because ultimately now nobody was investing in the currency of Thailand. Everybody was taking a short position. सब लोग थाईलैंड से अपना पैसा withdraw कर रहे थे, thereby leading to a loss of confidence. ठीक है, now this word is important here, so I will just highlight this word. The crisis quickly spread to other countries and in what is called as contagion. तो जब एक कंट्री से बाकी कंट्रीज में the crisis spreads, this is called as being contagion, right? So this is contagion. Okay. Key events of the crisis. So first, the currency devalued. Please remember the currency baht. This is important. पहले currency devalue हुई, फिर stock market भी collapse हो गई. Then you had banks failing and you had to take international assistance. This is the flow of the crisis. Go through the countries affected also. So not only Thailand was affected, as I told you, जो भी Thailand से related countries थी, they also started getting affected, in which we had Indonesia, South Korea, Malaysia, and Philippines. And hence the name East Asian crisis. जितना भी East Asian countries था, they were getting affected. IMF bailout and austerity measures. So basically, whenever any country fails, right, इवन जैसे इंडिया का वी हैड 1991, हाँ, लिबरलाइजेशन, ग्लोबलाइजेशन, प्राइवेटाइजेशन पार्ट, we had to take international assistance. So when countries they start failing, you have to go ahead and you have to take international assistance. आपको IMF के पास जाना होता है, आपको वहां से थोड़ा पैसा चाहिए हो सकता है, और कुछ टर्म्स एंड कंडीशंस उस टाइम पे जो उनका होता है, you also need to go ahead and you need to understand what they are saying and follow that. ठीक है? So for example, in this case, country had to reduce the government spending, it had to take more taxes, it had to reduce the subsidiaries, and जब आप government spending reduce करोगे, it will lower the process of multiplier, right? It will lower the output in the economy. When that will happen, it will lead to unemployment. So there was also unemployment, poverty, and social unrest in the economy. Bank restructuring. So as I told you, ki because the banks did not have proper regulation, loans easily diye ja rahe the, so we had to restructure the banks, and we had to allow, we had to ask the countries to devalue their currency. हाँ, तो हमें उनको बोलना पड़ा कि अब अपनी करेंसी को allow it to go beyond that band and allow it to devalue. Impact of the crisis. These are some of the impact of crisis. इसमें most important impact is this: rise of China. तो जब ये ईस्ट एशियन क्राइसिस आया, द कंट्री विच गॉट पॉजिटिवली अफेक्टेड, जिसको सबसे ज्यादा फायदा हुआ, दैट वाज एक्चुअली चाइना, right? So you have to remember that China was the one who got positively affected in this entire scenario. Okay, lessons learned, I'm just leaving this to you, that you need proper financial regulation. अच्छे से आपको एक एक चीज देखनी होती है, when to give loan, how much loan to give, risk of over reliance on short term foreign capital, आपको बहुत ज्यादा foreign capital पे dependent नहीं होना चाहिए, need for exchange rate flexibility, you should not have a band in mind कि exchange rate इतने से इतने में ही रहेगा, you should allow exchange rate to fluctuate, and IMF role, there is a proper role that the international organizations are also playing, but that role is controversial. When India also had its 1991 policies, तो तब रोल कॉन्ट्रोवर्शियल था कि उन्होंने इंडिया को ओपन तो करवा दिया, बट दे हैव आस्क्ड इंडिया टू रिड्यूस इंपोर्ट टैरिफ्स, दे हैव आस्क्ड इंडिया टू डू सर्टेन थिंग्स व्हिच डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज आर नॉट डूइंग. तो जो इंटरनेशनल ऑर्गेनाइजेशन का रोल होता है, दैट इज ऑलवेज कॉन्ट्रोवर्शियल. Okay, so the conclusion. Let's look at some of the questions and let's try to see if we will be able to. Hi, good evening, everyone. The aim of today's class or marathon is to go ahead and to do the different kind of crisis that can be asked in exam. So ideally, we are going to go ahead and cover three main crises. The first one will be the 2008 financial crisis. The second one will be the Asian crisis. The third one will be the Great Depression. ठीक है? Based on all three of these crises, I have gone ahead and I have also prepared some notes that I will be uploading on the portal. वो notes एक बारी देख लेना. And we will also be discussing some MCQs based on these three crises. Okay. These three topics have been very commonly asked across different entrance exams. अलग अलग एंट्रेंस एग्जाम में ये टॉपिक आता है, सो वी नीड टू गो अहेड एंड वी नीड टू लुक एट दिस टॉपिक thoroughly. ठीक है, लेट अस स्टार्ट with the first one, which is called as the global financial crisis of 2008, right? Now, in order to understand this thing, let us try to understand what led to this crisis. किस वजह से ये crisis हुआ, क्या situation था, कैसे हो रहा था, वो सब एक बारी we will try to understand. So let's write down a basic story here. ठीक है, देखो, in 1996 there was a dot-com boom which was going on in US. ठीक है, इस dot-com boom में क्या हुआ, जो भी dot-com means what? Basically it was referring to the technology companies. तो whatever technology companies were there, जो भी technology companies were there, they were all growing, बहुत अच्छे से grow कर रही थी, right? And there was a point when they came on a height. They were at their all-time high. They were making a lot of profit. So, जो भी investors थे, whoever were the investors, they were going ahead and they were investing in these companies. अपना सारा पैसा वो इन .com companies में, इन technology companies में लगा रहे थे. They were putting their money in these companies. Now, during the period of 2000 to 2002, during this period, ये जो हमारा .com bubble था, it bursted. So the .com bubble, it bursted. Now, when this .com bubble bursted, what it meant? It meant that जो भी ये companies थी, whatever these technology companies were, for these technology companies, their share prices started to decline. So there was a sharp decline in the share prices of these companies. इनका price बहुत drastically गिरने लग गया. And when the share prices of these companies, they started to decline, so of course, nobody wants to invest in such companies. So these investors who were buying share of these companies, they started withdrawing their money. ये इन .com companies से बाहर निकलना शुरू हो गए. Everybody started withdrawing their company money from the stock market. ठीक है, so this is the first thing that happened. Try to understand कि कैसे कैसे चीजें हुई. So the first thing is that the .com bubble bursted. ठीक है, between 2000 to 2002. और जब ये bubble burst हुआ, so investors started withdrawing their money. उन्होंने अपना पैसा यहाँ से withdraw कर लिया. That's the first thing. Now, additionally, what started happening in US is that the interest rate started declining. Interest rate drastically started decreasing. ठीक है, और वो इतना कम हो गया that it reached its all-time low, which was 1%. The interest rate in US was just 1%. ठीक है, actually this has happened a lot of times. मतलब ये first time नहीं है that the interest rate starts to decline. So very recently also we saw that there was a decline in interest rate in the foreign economy. Now, whenever the interest rate starts declining, what happens is that at this time, these investors who put their money in the bank, they start looking out for other options. उनको लगता है कि कहीं और invest कर लो, क्योंकि बैंक तो बहुत कम return दे रहा है. ठीक है, this is what happened very recently with India also. So because the other countries, they were providing a very low interest rate, तो क्या होना शुरू हुआ ना कि इंडिया में सारा पैसा आना शुरू हो गया. There was a lot of money inflowing in India, and that is what led to the startup boom, right? investors were putting their money in these startups. So we started noticing that interest rate had started falling and these investors, they were looking for some other option. ये सोच रहे थे कि अब कहीं और पैसा लगाते हैं because here the return that we are getting, it is very, very low. So what they started doing is, rather than putting their money in the bank, वो कोई और investment ढूंढना start हो गए. And that was the same time when the third thing happened, that the real estate market was increasing. जो हाउसिंग सेक्टर था, जो रियल एस्टेट सेक्टर था, दैट वाज ट्रिमेंडसली इंक्रीजिंग. हाँ, सो एट द सेम टाइम आवर रियल एस्टेट सेक्टर दैट वाज ग्रोइंग. तो ये तीन फैक्टर्स हो गए. द फर्स्ट फैक्टर इज दैट देयर वाज .com बबल व्हिच बर्स्टेड. इसी के साथ साथ द सेकेंड थिंग दैट स्टार्टेड हैपनिंग इज वी सॉ दैट द इंटरेस्ट रेट ऑफर्ड बाय बैंक्स, it started reducing. And the third thing we saw was that real estate, it started increasing. Housing sector बहुत boom पे था, वो बहुत अच्छा return दे रहा था. So when this housing sector was in a boom, we saw that every investor, they started purchasing these houses. Right? उनको लगा कि इन घरों में invest करना, to buy houses, to go ahead and to invest money in houses, it will be a good opportunity to make good amount of money. तो उन्होंने यहाँ पे पैसा अपना लगाना start कर दिया. Now, what happened is that till now, अभी तक the way that banks were working is that, okay, there were these banks, right? And banks were going ahead and they were giving housing loan to different people. अलग अलग लोगों को वो लोन देते थे, right? Till now, what these banks were doing before this boom started is that to give housing loan, they used to go ahead and they used to scan people. वो बहुत कुछ देखते थे कि okay, what is the salary of these people? ठीक है, what is their credibility? क्या ये लोन वापस दे भी पाएंगे या नहीं? How much credible they are? What is their salary? What is their family background? So banks used to do a lot of scanning. अभी तक बहुत ज्यादा स्कैनिंग करके बैंक्स इनको जो है लोगों को, they were going ahead and they were giving the loan, which is fine. Now slowly what started happening is that the demand of these houses, it started booming. Everybody wanted houses. Okay? And as I told you that because the interest rate was very low, जिस इंटरेस्ट पे लोन मिल रहा था वो बहुत कम था, और जिस इंटरेस्ट पे सेविंग्स पे रिटर्न मिल रहा था वो भी बहुत कम था. सो व्हाट स्टार्टेड हैपनिंग इज पीपल स्टार्टेड फाइंडिंग इट वेरी अफोर्डेबल. उनको लग रहा था अरे वाह, ये तो बहुत सस्ता लोन है, लेट अस गो अहेड एंड टेक लोन एंड लेट अस स्टार्ट इन्वेस्टिंग आवर मनी इन द हाउसेस, राइट? सो बिकॉज एवरीबडी वाज इन्वेस्टिंग देयर मनी इन हाउसेस, this meant that the price of houses started going up. जो housing sector में the price of houses, it started shooting up. बहुत ज्यादा बढ़ने शुरू हो गए ये houses के prices, which is fine till now. ठीक है, अभी तक ठीक है. Demand was increasing, price of house was increasing, real estate sector was increasing. Okay, so far so good. अब इसमें a new player entered the market, and that new player who entered the market, that was basically investment banks. And this is where the story started going in the wrong way. तो अब इन इन्वेस्टमेंट बैंक्स ने क्या किया, दे वांटेड टू गो अहेड एंड दे वांटेड टू गेट सम ऑफ देयर शेयर आल्सो. उनको भी इस पूरे चीज में प्रॉफिट अर्न करना था. सो व्हाट दीज इन्वेस्टमेंट बैंक्स दे स्टार्टेड डूइंग इज दे स्टार्टेड गोइंग अहेड एंड दे स्टार्टेड शेयरिंग द रिस्क विद द बैंक. दे स्टार्टेड शेयरिंग द रिस्क विद द बैंक. तो उन्होंने क्या बोला कि ठीक है, ऐसा करो, this is a bank. In between came the investment bank, and here came another organization called the credit agency. Right? These investment banks, they started saying we will go ahead and we will issue something और उस डॉक्यूमेंट को हम नाम देंगे कोलैटरलाइज्ड डेट ऑब्लिगेशन, which they started calling as CDO. इन्होंने इसको बोल दिया CDO, collateralized debt obligation. और इन्होंने क्या बोला? They started saying, look, whatever loan you are giving to people, जिसको भी घर खरीदना, they need a loan. So whatever loan you are giving to people, give the details of that loan to these credit agencies. ठीक है? The credit agencies will give a score or a rating. ये क्रेडिट एजेंसी कोई एक स्कोर या कुछ एक रेटिंग दे देंगे, एंड रेटिंग विल बी बेस्ड ऑन द टाइप ऑफ लोन. माने इमेजिन, सपोज देयर इज अ पर्सन whom I have given the loan, ठीक है, and this person, he has a salary of say 2 lakh per month, right? He is working since last 5 years, right? And he is just having a family of 2 people, right? And he has never defaulted on loan. That means he has a very sound background. बहुत अच्छे से अच्छा background है. So we know that he's a good person who can be easily given loan. जिसको हम loan देंगे वो वापस कर देगा. Now just imagine if to such a person I go ahead and I give a loan, तो he is a credible person, ये return करेगा. So such a person we went ahead and we called as AAA person. ये क्रेडिट एजेंसी ने इसको रेटिंग दे दिया AAA. ऐसे ही द क्रेडिट एजेंसी टू डिफरेंट पीपल स्टार्टेड गिविंग डिफरेंट रेटिंग, मोस्टली बिकॉज बैंक ने ऑलरेडी ये स्कैनिंग प्रोसेस किया हुआ था. बैंक हैड ऑलरेडी डन दिस स्कैनिंग प्रोसेस. सो द पीपल दैट वी वर गेटिंग वो सब अच्छा क्वालिटी पीपल थे. दीज पीपल वर गुड क्वालिटी पीपल एंड देयरफॉर दे हैड अ गुड रेटिंग. उनका अच्छा खासा रेटिंग था एंड देयरफॉर देयर रेटिंग वाज एक्चुअली AAA. Now what this investment bank did is, इन्होंने बोला बैंक को कि you go ahead and you forward me their risk. माने ये जो भी लोन्स हैं, बंडल देम आउट. इन लोन्स को एक बार बंडल कर दो एंड कॉल देम एज CDO, कोलैटरलाइज्ड डेट ऑब्लिगेशन, और ये मुझे ट्रांसफर कर दो इसका रिस्क. So now what will happen is कि in case no one is able to repay the loan, अगर कोई लोन नहीं रीपे कर पाता है, मैं उसका पैसा आपको दे दूंगा. I am the person who is going to take risk. ठीक है? So investment bank came in और बोला कि ठीक है ये रिस्क मैं लूंगा. I am going to go ahead and I am going to go ahead and issue this CDO, right? CDO. Okay. So CDO is called as collateralized debt obligation, which goes ahead and so as the word suggests, it is a paper. एक पेपर पे लिख दिया that so suppose Mr. X has taken loan from bank Y. So this CDO says that Mr. X who has taken loan from bank Y, if he is not able to repay the loan, ठीक है, तो ये जो लोन होगा it will be repaid by this investment bank. बट उसके अगेंस्ट बिकॉज इट इज कोलैटरलाइज्ड, तो मिस्टर एक्स ने जो इससे हाउस लिया होगा, वट एवर हाउस ही हैज परचेज्ड, दैट हाउस ऑल्सो बिलोंग्स टू दिस बैंक. माने इन अ वे ये जो बैंक है, what work this bank is doing, it has gone ahead and transferred its risk to this investment bank. और वो पेपर on which it is transferring the risk, it is called as collateralized debt obligation. And it is not for one person, एक इंसान के लिए नहीं कर रहा. So it has many such people who have taken loan. Mr. A ने भी लोन लिया हुआ है इसी बैंक से, Mr. B ने भी लिया हुआ है. So all the risk is transferred to this investment bank. और ये जो sheets हमने बनाए, we call these sheets as collateralized debt obligation, in which it is written कि if they are not able to repay the loan, investment bank को हम जाके पकड़ेंगे, investment bank will repay the loan. कैसे रीपे कर सकता है? बाय सेलिंग द हाउस, वी डोंट केयर. ठीक है, सो दिस इज व्हाट हैज हैपेंड, दैट वी हैव गॉन अहेड एंड ट्रांसफर्ड अवर रिस्क टू इन्वेस्टमेंट बैंक. अब इन्वेस्टमेंट बैंक ऐसा क्यों करेगा? व्हाई विल इन्वेस्टमेंट बैंक गो अहेड? Absolutely. So why will investment bank go ahead and do this? What is the profit investment bank is getting out of it? So now what investment bank was getting profit out of it is that further investment bank had many small investors. उसके पास बहुत छोटे छोटे अलग अलग इन्वेस्टर्स थे. right? And what investment bank did is that it sold its CDO. ये जो CDOs इसने इससे लिए थे बैंक से, it sold its CDO to these different people. जैसे हम लोग बॉन्ड खरीदते हैं गवर्नमेंट से कि ठीक है, हम आपसे बॉन्ड खरीद रहे हैं और गवर्नमेंट हमें प्रॉमिस कर रहा है कि आफ्टर 1 year इट विल गिव मी रिटर्न ऑफ 8%. लाइक दैट व्हाट इट डिड इज कि यहां पे हमने एक शीट बनाया. हमने इन लोगों को बोला कि ठीक है, यू टेक रिस्क ऑन आवर बिहाफ, और ये रिस्क लेने के लिए वी विल गो अहेड एंड वी विल गिव यू अ रिटर्न ऑफ से 4% और 3% और वॉट एवर परसेंट, राइट, लाइक शेयर्स. एब्सोल्युटली. तो अब हमने ये वाला रिस्क फर्दर डिवाइड कर दिया इन लोगों में, राइट. सो इमेजिन हाउ स्प्रेड अप इट इज. अच्छा, एट दैट टाइम अनदर थिंग हैपेंड. ये जो सीडीओस थे, these CDOs, they did not have any market or any government regulation. So if today you purchase a government bond, अगर आप जाके कोई government bond खरीदते हो और गवर्नमेंट आपको रीपे ना करे, you can lodge a complaint against that person कि government is not paying me back the money, right? You can lodge a complaint against a company, right? But at that time these CDOs, they were not illegal, but they were not regulated. Iske around there were no pointers that was made that what happens if CDO will default, what happens if something wrong happens, what will be the premium on the CDOs, how much return will be given on the CDO. ऐसा कुछ भी regulated नहीं था. It wasn't a regulated market. This was a market created by themselves. ये पूरा asset market उन्होंने खुद से create कर दिया कि लोन को हमने एक पेपर फॉर्म में बना दिया, एक पेपर बना के हमने उसको we distributed further. So no real market was regulated. It was just a created market. Story didn't even end here. अब ये जो इन्वेस्टर्स थे, इनमें से कुछ इन्वेस्टर्स, फ्यू ऑफ दीज इन्वेस्टर्स, दे हैड ब्रेन्स. उन्हें लग रहा था दैट यस, अभी तो हमें हर साल कुछ रिटर्न मिले जा रहा है, बट शायद इन द फ्यूचर द सिस्टम में फेल. What if the system fails? What if we never get our money back? What will we do? So these investors, they were very brain people. इन्होंने क्या किया? What they did is that they further went to an insurance company. इन्होंने अपने आप को एक इंश्योरेंस कंपनी से लिंक कर लिया and they said, look, you insure us कि अगर हमें यहां से लॉस हो जाए, हमने जो इस इन्वेस्टमेंट बैंक को पैसा दिया और इन्वेस्टमेंट बैंक ने इस बैंक का रिस्क लिया है, इन केस वी आर एट लॉस, हमें ये सीडीओस का मनी रिकवर ना हो पाए, देन यू गो अहेड एंड यू इंश्योर अस. प्लीज इंश्योर अस, यू गिव अस द मनी, इन रिटर्न ऑफ विच करेंटली वी विल कीप पेइंग यू प्रीमियम. जैसे हमें किसी भी इंश्योरेंस कंपनी में करते हैं कि ठीक है, यू गो अहेड एंड यू बियर अवर रिस्क. आप हमारा आज कार का रिस्क बियर करो, बट टुमारो इफ वी हैव एन एक्सीडेंट, इंश्योरेंस कंपनी विल पे. दिस इंश्योरेंस कंपनी वाज द बिगेस्ट इंश्योरेंस कंपनी ऑफ दैट टाइम, और उस इंश्योरेंस कंपनी का नाम था AIG. बिगेस्ट कंपनी, वेरी वेरी प्रोमिनेंट कंपनी ऑफ दैट टाइम. और ये जो हमारे इन्वेस्टमेंट बैंक्स थे, these were also very prominent banks like Lehman, like Moody's. ये बहुत अच्छे इन्वेस्टमेंट बैंक्स एंड बहुत अच्छा क्रेडिट एजेंसीज वर इन्वॉल्व्ड इन दिस प्रोसेस. ठीक, एवरीथिंग वाज गोइंग स्मूथ. ये सिस्टम बहुत अच्छे से, इट वाज गोइंग वेरी वेरी वेल. एवरीथिंग वाज ब्यूटिफुली प्लान्ड एंड एवरीथिंग वाज गोइंग वेल. नाउ व्हेन डिड द प्रॉब्लम स्टार्ट हैपनिंग? ये कब इशू क्रिएट होना शुरू हुआ? So after few years there was more demand. यहाँ पे और investors आना शुरू हो गए. Everybody wanted to buy these and get some return. उनको यहाँ पे return बहुत अच्छा मिल रहा था. By taking risk, the investment bank was giving them good returns. कि ठीक है, आप अपना पैसा यहाँ लगाओ और कुछ टाइम बाद देखो, we will give you more return. So slowly what started happening is that there was huge demand among these investors for these CDOs. और ये CDOs किससे बैकअप थे? लोन से. So now this investment bank, it started going back to this bank and it started saying, can you give us more CDOs? Please give us more CDOs. We have more demand for CDOs. But CDOs कब आते? अगर बैंक और लोन देता, इफ बैंक वुड हैव गिवन मोर लोन, तो उसी के अगेंस्ट तो वो ये सीडीओ इशू करता. बट इट हैड ऑलरेडी गिवन लोन टू ऑल गुड पीपल, टू ऑल क्रेडिबल पीपल. सबको तो लोन पहले ही दे दिया. So now what started happening is that bank started, AIG was insurance company beta, which was insuring these people. So now what started happening is कि जब बैंक पे investment banks ने और थोड़ा सा pressure डाला that you know what, we need more CDOs और loan generate करो, bank stopped looking at the credibility of people. ठीक है, इट स्टार्टेड गिविंग लोन टू दोज पीपल हु वर डूइंग बैड डेट्स ऑल्सो. किसी को भी लोन देना शुरू कर दिया. इट स्टार्टेड गिविंग लोन टू एनीवन एंड एवरीवन विदाउट लुकिंग एट देयर बैकग्राउंड. क्या वो सैलरीड है या नहीं है, विल दे बी एबल टू रीपे और नॉट. एंड दीज क्रेडिट एजेंसीज इन द बैकग्राउंड, यहाँ पे जो हमारे पास एक क्रेडिट एजेंसी था जो उस पूरे सिस्टम को देख रहा था, दैट क्रेडिट एजेंसी ऑल्सो इट वॉज गिविंग बैड रेटिंग ऑल्सो. ठीक है, बट नो वन वॉज कंसर्न्ड. वो लोन जो कभी भी रीपे नहीं हो सकता था, इवन दैट लोन वॉज गिवन आउट बाय बैंक, एंड दैट अगेंस्ट दैट लोन ऑल्सो CDO वॉज इशूड, एंड अगेंस्ट दैट CDO इन्वेस्टर स्टार्टेड परचेजिंग CDO. So in a way now bad debt was floating in the market. हमें पता था कि ये लोन कभी भी रीपे नहीं हो पाएगा, right? So the first thing that started happening that then is that one, we had bad loans which we had started giving. Okay. The second thing, this, when you give loan to such kind of people who will not be able to repay, this kind of loan, it is called as subprime loan. Okay, you might have heard this word, subprime mortgage or loan. Subprime loan is that loan which is given to people but is not of very good quality. हाँ, वो जो लोन दे रहे हैं उन लोगों को दे रहे हैं हम who may not be able to repay the loan. So that became my subprime loan, and we had started giving loan to these people also. Apart from this, what started happening at the same time is that we started seeing that banks ने ये जो लोन दिया था, this loan was basically a flexible loan. It was given at flexible interest rate. Money, what does that mean? That for first few years, it had a lower interest on the loan, and slowly the interest rate would increase. और banks ने ये information, when people were taking loans from banks had not informed them, right? So initially when people took loan, for the first year they had to only pay 1% return. They were happy, they were able to repay the EMI. Next year 2% return, ठीक है, वो EMI दे पा रहे थे. But as the EMI started increasing, these people, especially who didn't have salary, जिनका कुछ scan नहीं हुआ, कुछ check नहीं हुआ, they started defaulting on the loan. So now what started happening is that people started defaulting on the loans, right? And at the same time, we saw that interest rate started shooting up. So when interest rate will increase, what will happen? कुछ लोग तो ऐसे इन्वेस्टर्स होंगे ना जो बोलेंगे कि ना why to buy this? मार्केट में इंटरेस्ट रेट हाई है, I will simply invest my money in fixed deposits. So investors started falling. Some investors exited this CDO market. वो यहाँ पे अब इन्वेस्ट ही नहीं कर रहे थे. And also banks saw that people had started defaulting on the loan. So when people started defaulting on the loan, the only way to get banks out of this position and investment bank out of this position was to sell their houses. Sell the houses of these people. So banks ने उनसे घर वापस लिए. They took back these houses and they started selling these houses. Now the issue in this case became that there were no buyers to purchase these houses. Why? Because by that time market में interest rate increase हो चुका था. So loan was available at a higher interest rate. When loan was available at a higher interest rate, there were no buyers to purchase these houses. So when there is excess supply, no demand, क्या होगा? The price of house started decreasing. So we saw that the price of house started decreasing. Okay. Let's repeat the part of increase in interest rate. Fine. So what we started seeing is that, see, one reason which I had given here was that, initially the interest rate in banks was very low. Okay. The interest rate on your deposit was just 1%. Okay. This is never a temporary, permanent situation. Okay. Interest rate fluctuates in the market. So we started seeing that with time, US interest rate that banks were offering, it started taking a height. वो interest rate बढ़ने लग गया, right? So interest rate in banks, it started increasing. When interest rate increases, it means that now some investors will go ahead and put their money directly in the bank as fixed deposits. So when that will happen, they will exit the CDO market. उनको इतना risk नहीं लेना. They just want to go ahead and they just want to put their money in the CDO market, right? That's the one. That is one thing. Why no buyers? No buyers because one, a lot of people have already purchased house, and two, most important, कि अब जो loan मिल रहा है, that loan is available at a higher interest rate. If banks offer higher return on your deposit, they also charge higher return on the loan. लोन पे जो रिटर्न चलता है, इंटरेस्ट चलता है, और डिपॉजिट पे जो रिटर्न चलता है, दे मूव साइमल्टेनियसली, right? So as the interest on deposit is shooting up, the interest on loan will also shoot up. And when loan will become expensive, तो लोग तो इस लोन से ही तो फाइनेंस कर रहे थे purchasing houses. So people no more want to buy these houses, right? So there were no buyers. People don't want to buy these houses. So because of this, because there were no buyers in the market, the price of houses started falling further. Now, try to understand. Take an example. There are two people. Okay. Both purchased house for 50,000. This person, he is giving a return of, suppose, he is giving an interest of 7% on house. हर महीने वो 7% EMI का interest pay करता है. This person, he didn't have money. So he surrendered his house to the government or to the bank. That is the situation. See, banks interest rate low or high depends on multiple factors. कि उस टाइम पे monetary policy क्या था, fiscal policy क्या था, एक world economy कैसे चल रहा था. But bank interest rate was low during that time. During the beginning, the bank interest rate was low. The factors can be multiple. So we have studied the IS curve, the LM curve. बहुत कुछ affect करता है interest rate को, right? Okay. So this person, he didn't have money. उसने अपना house government को या bank को दे दिया. And now this bank has multiple houses, because of which the price of house started decreasing. So the price of house, suppose it fell to 35,000. ये price गिर गया 35,000 पे. Now think about this person. What will he think? Am I stupid? मैं क्यों ये पैसा दूं? जब घर का प्राइस ही मार्केट में 35,000 है, तो मैं 50,000 पे रिटर्न लोन का EMI क्यों दूं? Why will I pay loan at a higher price when the price of houses overall have dipped down? So these people who were good quality people, who were AAA creditors, जो repay कर सकते थे, when they realized that the price of house itself is falling, they thought, why to pay interest, so much interest on so much money? तो ये लोग जो थे, अब these people, they also started defaulting. So earlier only these people were defaulting. ये वो लोग थे जो पे नहीं कर पा रहे थे. But now, by looking at the price of houses, other people, they started defaulting by choice. उन्होंने बोला हमें भी पैसा नहीं देना. It makes no sense to repay the money. So everyone started defaulting, and the bank was left up with so many houses and no one to buy those houses because house का price गिरता जा रहा था, right? That boom had bursted. The price of house was very low, और वो सारे houses loan पे बैंक से ही लिए गए थे. So ultimately, people, instead of people, it was the bank who were losing out the money, right? They were putting these houses in the auction process, but वहां से no return was coming, right? And ultimately, when the bank started losing money, तो बैंक का रिस्क किसने लिया हुआ था? इन्वेस्टमेंट बैंक ने. So these investment banks started losing money, and they had distributed their risk with these investors. So these investors started losing money, and these investors, they had gone ahead and shifted their risk to insurance company. So ये insurance company started losing money. So the economy as a whole was losing money. Everyone was failing, right? And during that period, ये हमने देखा that many investment banks, they became bankrupt. One such example was Lehman Brothers, right? It became bankrupt, right? The other one was, so it collaborated then Merrill Lynch, okay? It joined its hand with Bank of America. ये बैंक के साथ ही it joined its hand. But we saw that many investment banks, they started going ahead and they started becoming bankrupt. And this was the entire 2008 financial crisis. Okay. Now, this same financial crisis, I have gone ahead and I have mentioned it in this PDF. एक बार ये PDF देख लेना. This PDF talks about this global financial crisis. It talks about the main reasons or the causes of the crisis. So it talks about what caused the crisis. It talks about what is CDOs. It talks about the credit rating agencies. It also talks about how the crisis unfolded. कि क्या steps रहे in this crisis. I'll post it. I'll post it after the session. I usually take time before the session to prepare it. So I give it to the team post the session. Huh? So this is telling us how the crisis unfolds. 2007 में क्या हुआ, 8 में क्या हुआ, everything, how it led to recession. Achha, this is also one fact. So because the US is a very big economy and it was linked to other economies, बहुत सारा अलग economies के साथ linked था. That is why when this economy started failing, the other economies automatically started having its impact. And therefore, global recession. It was not limited. ऐसा नहीं था कि एक country के अंदर अंदर रहा ये recession. It just blew overall to the world. Right? So read this part. Read the consequences and the lessons. ये पूरा अच्छे से just read this out. Huh? Okay. Let us try to look at some of the questions now based on this 2008 financial crisis. Why I am doing this is that if you look, I think I have written towards the end, but if you look here now, this is a question from CUET 2020 or 21 paper, 22, sorry. CUET 2022 paper. Okay. And you see that in this paper, it is asking you that arrange the following in chronological order. And it has given you these crises. Global financial crisis of 2008, Asian crisis, Great Depression, and the gold standard mechanism. Yeah, but this is one of the example. But usually you will see a question coming on global financial crisis in exam. Okay. It's a good idea to know about these different financial crises. Okay. Okay. So let's go ahead and do this. I will discuss its answer after we do all the crises. Huh? Okay, let's start with this one first. Yes, yes, definitely. All recordings will be available on portal. Don't. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Before we start the session for today, I just want to go ahead and, just want to give you some information. So you will be given access to something which is called as CUET question bank. I've tried to make this question bank a bit more structured as compared to what it was last year. So there will be sections that you will find in this question bank, which will be exactly according to the syllabus. So you will find micro, you will find macro, you will find money and banking, Indian eco, then you will find math, stats, ekdam. As per the structure and the syllabus of CUET, you will go ahead and you will be able to see this question bank. Right? And there will be some recorded questions in this question bank. I think I've already uploaded about 200 plus questions in maths and stats, and about 200 questions in Indian eco, and some in micro, macro, and money and banking. Right. And I will add more questions to it also. So what you are supposed to go ahead and you're supposed to do is you're supposed to start making notes from this question bank. So jitna bhi questions diya hua hai, all questions are in the recorded form. I have recorded each and every question myself. So for example, let's say that there is a question which says that what is the 1991 reform about? Okay. And there are 4 options given to you. And then I have told you what the right option will be. So just after that, I would have given you some explanation about the 1991 reform. इसको मैंने थोड़ा सा समझाया भी होगा. I would have given you some explanation about that topic. So how will you go ahead and how will you prepare it? Keep a separate register. Name that register as question bank series, CUET question bank series. And what you will do is you will write pointers for each question. हर question का कैसे लिखोगे? So suppose the answer to 1990 reforms is liberalization, privatization, globalization. ठीक है? So you will make question number 1 pointer that LPG refers to this, and this. In 1991, the reforms were brought under who was the PM, whatever information I've given you. You will go ahead and you will replicate all that information in your register. एक चीज लिखना है. You have to make sure that you write each and everything down. Right? And you have to do this for all the recorded questions. So if I provide you 1200 recorded questions, you have to do it for each and every question. Right? That is the way that you need to follow this process. So you pick up on one subject, जो भी subject आपको लगता है you are comfortable. Suppose you have done micro thoroughly. So you pick up with microeconomics. You pick up the question bank of micro. जो भी वहाँ questions दिए हैं, you start preparing notes of those questions. Then you move on to the next subject and so on and so forth. Try to go ahead And no, there is no PDF because I didn't have any PDF. I just had something like this in a printed format in the tab. You have to note everything down. That's the idea of the question bank. Only then it will be easier for you to remember everything, right? The idea is not to have a downloadable printout and just tick mark things. Usse you will only remember the answer, not the explanation I'm giving you and 100 other things I am telling you, right? The idea is to listen to the question, listen to the answer, and make note of it. That is why it is in the recorded format. And you have to follow this approach if you really want to score very well in the exam. Okay, so what you will be going ahead and doing is, it is September now, right? And I want all of you to go ahead and finish this question bank in a beautiful way by writing each and everything down, revising everything. I want all of you to do it by December. 4 months are more than enough for you to just look at these questions, right? So you pick up on this thing simultaneously. Every day you sit for 20 minutes, 30 minutes, 40 minutes. एक फिक्स टाइम टेबल बना लो दैट एवरी डे फ्रॉम 10 to 10:30 बिफोर आई स्लीप आई विल सिट फॉर हाफ एन आवर. I will make a note of the question bank. I will make, listen to one video and then I will sleep. So I want all of you to start doing this question bank now, and I want you to finish it by December, because here then we will begin with mock test series of the entire syllabus for CUET also. So I want you to wrap up the question bank before that. Okay. See, even if you target, see, it will depend. So let me tell you. So there are videos in which are say 30 to 40 minutes, and I have just covered 10 questions. And there are videos say 30 to 40 minutes in which I have covered 40 questions also. Huh? It is, some are very, very easy. Some are like who gave indifference curve theory. And then there are options given, Hicks and Allen and Marshall. So the idea is to see that if the entire if the entire question bank structure, if it is say for if the total one is for supposedly say 50 hours, say 60 hours, so you just split it ki har roz ka I just want to cover half an hour, I want to cover 1 hour, and in next 60 days I want to finish it off. See, the two things are different. GATE will be different, CUET will be different, IIT will be different. PYQs you have to do for all the papers you are giving, right? But this is just, I am telling you how to approach this question bank. Of course, you need to do the past year questions of GATE also, that is also coming, IIT also. But this is just how you should approach this one, how you should approach the CUET question, right? But of course, GATE is the first priority. Where is this question bank? So this question bank access will be given to you. It will be, I think it has been created as a separate course, and you will be given its access. Just like you see micro, macro separately on the portal, there will be something called as question bank, and the access will be given to you, right? So I have already shared everything with the team. Maximum by tomorrow or day after, you will be seeing it on your portal. You will have access to the question bank, right? And I have already added these questions there. Okay. So this is going to be, believe me, it is going to be very, very useful for all of you. Okay. So I really want that all of you would start doing this now only with me. And usi mein na, you need to, so whatever marathons we are taking, us marathon ko bhi you need to make sure that you cover these questions also. So I don't want to create too much things at different places. So I am thinking that these marathon questions also, I will put it under the question bank only, so that, when you start looking at the questions, you can revise it within those question bank only. So jo bhi hum yahan pe bhi lenge, I will put it under the stats part of the question bank only. For IIT GATE, yes, I am trying to create. I'm not sure how much I would be able to do. I've already started creating for micro and statistics this year, but I haven't created a lot in the recorded format. I'm just posting it. So for stats, I've created 40 questions as of now, and for micro also 40, 50, but not all. discuss the answers in class. Answers discussion would not be required, beta. They are already in the recorded format. All questions have been recorded and explained well. So you will realize that that is very inclusive in itself. You would not need any other explanation for that question. Okay, let's start. So let's start with this. So today I have taken a very, very simple topic. I wanted to simultaneously begin with statistics. And आज का जो हमारा topic है, that is measure of central tendency and variation. Right? Try to pick up on the first question. The mean deviation of score 12, 15, and 18 is. What is the mean deviation of these scores? Go ahead, answer it in the chat window. How do we make formula sheet? So no. So once you complete one chapter, just write the formulas and then keep adding it. So just do it chapter wise. Write all for central tendency, then for variance, standard deviation, then for movement, then skewness, then kurtosis. Just keep adding it in the same, in the same formula sheet. So see here. So this is what is important to understand. So when we talk about mean deviation, either there is nothing mentioned. So we have done mean deviation around mean also, and mean deviation around median also. If nothing is mentioned, if nothing is mentioned, you will find mean deviation around mean, right? What is the mean? 12 plus 15 plus 18 by 3. 45 by 3, that means 15, right? So how do we find mean deviation? 12 minus 15 in absolute value, 15 minus 15 in absolute value, 18 minus 15 in absolute value, 3, 0, 3. We sum this over 6 divided by number of observation, and answer will be 2. So the correct answer is 2 here. The mean deviation should be 2. Right? Is GATE necessary? Nah, beta, GATE is not necessary, but I suggest that you give GATE exam. It will be comparatively easier and it will give you admission to IIT. So if possible, just give the exam. Huh? Okay, let's go to the next question now. So quartile deviation is equal to dash standard deviation. These relations are very important. Very, very important relations. Right? So what is the relation between quartile deviation and standard deviation? Anyone? Quartile deviation will be always 2/3 of standard deviation. You need to remember these relations well, that quartile deviation will be 2/3 of the standard deviation. Answer will be A. Let's go to the next question. Try to see this one. It says the variance of 19, 21, 23, 25 and 27 is 8. Variance of 19, 21, 23, 25, 27 इसका variance is given to you as 8. The variance of 14, 16, 18, 20, 22 will be. Okay. So when we go ahead and when we see this thing, why two observations, why two series of observations are given, which means that I need to go ahead and somehow create some relationship. So देखो, if I from the first observation, if I subtract 5, I will get this first observation. If from 27, I will subtract 5, I will get this observation. From 25, I will subtract 5. तो बेटा, I will get this observation. अब हमें पता है, we know a rule that variance is unaffected by origin. Variance is unaffected by origin. Unaffected by origin means what? Unaffected by origin means that if we go ahead and we add or subtract anything to xi's, then the variance will remain unchanged. So here I am subtracting 5 from each of the xi, but variance will remain unchanged. So yes, you're right that the variance will remain 8. कुछ भी add या subtract करने से variance will not change, but variance will be affected by scale. अगर हम किसी कांस्टेंट से मल्टीप्लाई या डिवाइड करेंगे, then variance will be affected. Variance will change. So remember this property. Variance is unaffected by origin. Origin से change नहीं होता है, but it is affected by scale. Okay. Come to the next question. Do it quickly, huh? These are very easy questions. The variance is 0 if and only if the observations are absolutely. So variance is 0 only when all observations are same. So if I create a data set 2, 2, 2, 2, 2, तो इसका mean क्या हो जाएगा? Mean will also be 2. So xi minus x bar whole square will be 0, 0, 0, 0, 0. So variance will also be 0. So you are correct. अगर सारा observation same ही है, तो there is no dispersion from mean. Mean से कुछ भी अलग ही नहीं है. So when there is no dispersion from mean, then the variance will turn out to be 0. Okay, come to the next question. Which of the following is unit-free quantity? Unit-free means you should not be writing in kilometer, meter, ye sab, wo sab. So it should be unit-free. So absolutely correct. So unit-free is CV, coefficient of variation. Coefficient of variation. इसमें कोई भी यूनिट नहीं आता because it's a ratio of mean and standard deviation. रेशियो में आते हैं स्टैंडर्ड डिविएशन एंड मीन, राइट? यू हैव अ रेशियो, तो ऊपर भी यूनिट है नीचे भी यूनिट है. व्हेन यू डिवाइड यूनिट बाय यूनिट इट बिकम्स यूनिट फ्री, यूनिटलेस हो जाता है. सो देयरफॉर कोएफिशिएंट ऑफ वेरिएशन इट इज यूनिट फ्री. बट रेंज, रेंज क्या है? मैक्सिमम वैल्यू माइनस मिनिमम वैल्यू. सो अगर मैक्सिमम वैल्यू इज 100 kg एंड मिनिमम वैल्यू इज 80 kg, तो रेंज विल ऑल्सो बी इन kg ना, 20 kg. So range unit free नहीं है. Range has a unit to it. Standard deviation also has unit to it. Mean also has unit to it. But because coefficient of variation ये एक ratio है. This is in ratio. So therefore it is unit free. Correct. So correct answer will be B. It is unit free. ठीक है. Come to the next question. Okay. Tell me this one. Think. The sum of absolute deviation is minimum if deviations are taken from. तो ध्यान से सुन लो. This is tricky and it will come in exam. If we are finding deviations, then this is minimum. it is going to have a minimum value when it is taken from median. And if we are finding summation xi minus a whole square, sum of squared deviation, then it is minimum when taken from mean. So sum of absolute deviation is minimum if taken from median. अगर हम मीडियन से लेंगे तो that will be minimum. And अगर वो बोलता sum of the square of deviations, then it is minimum if taken from mean. So please understand, this will not be mean, this will be median. Remember this, please write this down somewhere. Right? Okay, so correct answer is median. Come to the next question. Try to do this one. ये सब ना, you should know all these formulas. From this only they will ask you, ऐसा कुछ दे देंगे. Suppose they tell you that Q3 is equal to 20, Q1 is equal to 10, then arrange in ascending order. And then they will give you coefficient of QD. Then they will give you only interquartile deviation. Then they will give you something else. ऐसे करके 4 things they will ask you. And they will ask you कि which is the smallest, which is the highest. Ascending order में उसको arrange करना है. But for that you need to remember all these formulas. कि what is coefficient of quartile deviation? What is just quartile deviation? What is interquartile range? ये सारा formulas you need to remember. Only then you will be able to derive these formulas. Right? So you need to make sure that you remember these formulas. So just try to find this. Okay, see. Good. So what is the formula of coefficient of quartile deviation? Q3 minus Q1 absolutely upon Q3 plus Q1. So 20 minus 10 upon 20 plus 10, 10 by 30, 1 by 3, answer is C. Correct. ठीक है बेटा. Come to the next question. Try to do this one. Hi, good evening, everyone. So today I am starting with the questions, CUET questions of producer theory. And if you will look into this marathons that we are doing, you will realize that yesterday I had posted one more marathon, and one I think I had posted some week back. One was on consumer theory and one was on tax incidents. Okay. You need to ensure that you do those questions also. They are also important from the point of view of exam. Okay, let us start with the first question for the day today. So read the question. When an economist refers to long run, he is referring to. Yes, they were not live. Correct. Okay, so he is referring to which period? Okay. Correct. ठीक है. So please try to understand that when we talk about long run or short run, long run या short run कभी भी time interval से नहीं होता है. It is never decided using the time space. We never go ahead and say that 1 year is long run or 5 year is short run. That will be incorrect. Long run and short run are always based on the input. Whether there are some variable inputs and some fixed input, या सारे के सारे इनपुट्स जो हैं वो फिक्स्ड हैं या सारे ही वेरिएबल हैं. सो डिपेंडिंग ऑन व्हाट आई कैन चेंज एंड व्हाट आई कैन नॉट चेंज, we will have long run and short run. So it is not on the basis of period. It is based on whether inputs are variable or fixed. So you are right. The correct answer is D. तो यहां लिख लो कहीं पे, long run, all input variable. Short run, two kind of input, variable and fixed. Okay, come to the next question. The real rate of interest is calculated by, try to solve this one. What is real rate of interest? Okay, good. So अगर हम एक approximate formula देखें, if we look into an approximate formula, real rate of, and I will do the actual formula in macroeconomics, but अगर हम एक approximate formula की बात करें, so real rate of interest can be written as interest rate minus nominal interest rate minus inflation, right? So this can be an approximate formula for real interest rate. So the correct answer to this question is B. That is the correct answer. ठीक है. Come to the next one. The rate of interest is flow variable, stock variable, ratio of flow variable to stock variable, ratio of stock variable to flow variable. तो there are two kind of variables जो हमें microeconomics में पढ़ने हैं. Variables can be of two types. जो हमारा पहला वेरिएबल होगा, that will be called as stock, and the other one can be called as flow. And we can link this to the concept of water flowing into a lake या river या flowing into a small bucket. ऐसा कुछ समझ सकते हो. तो ये देखो जरा ध्यान से. When we talk about a pond, जैसे यहाँ पर एक pond है, हाँ, and suppose यहाँ पे water is flowing into it. तो water इस pond में accumulate हो रहा है. It is getting accumulated in the pond. It is getting collected into the pond. So I can go ahead and tell that at any point of time, what is the water here? Is it 4 liter? कितना fill हो गया? 4 liter fill हो गया, 5 liter fill हो गया, and so on and so forth. but this water is flowing from some river या कहीं एक जगह से इस पानी को आ रहा है, so it is flowing from here and it is getting collected here. So this is an example which we give to compare stock versus flow, right? Similarly, when we talk about income, when we collect income over a period of time, suppose in your bank account, that becomes your wealth. So the flow of income, जो income flow कर रही है, the flow of income is going ahead and it is leading to the stock which is becoming wealth, जो wealth में convert हो रहा है. So same is the case here, beta. When we talk about interest rate is a flow variable. Why flow variable? Because we are talking that, for this period of time, this is how the interest rate is there, right? It is 6% per annum or it is 7% per annum and so on and so forth. So interest rate is a flow variable. Yes, you're right. So savings, मतलब you're accumulating your wealth. एक तरीके से इकट्ठा कर रहे हो ना? So it has been accumulated. So once it becomes a wealth, then it becomes the stock concept, right? So anyone, okay, let's answer this. So anyone, what is savings? Flow or stock? Exactly. So savings, so usually what happens is that savings is considered to be a flow variable, right? But savings when accumulated, जो हमारा saving of period 1 हुआ, it got accumulated, saving of period 2, saving of period 3, तो जब ये accumulate हो गया and it converted itself into wealth. Wealth is your saving over the period of time, right? So saving is basically flowing to become an accumulated wealth, right? So usually if you will see, books will write saving to be a flow variable, getting converted into wealth, which will become a stock variable, right? Okay. What about money? Money is a flow variable या stock variable? Money क्या है? Okay, stock flow, stock flow. Can you think of the reason? Money is a stock concept. ठीक है, बिकॉज मनी सप्लाई इट इज लाइक एक्यूमुलेटेड कॉन्सेप्ट, जहां पे हम कह रहे हैं कि मनी इज कंसिस्टिंग ऑफ द, सो मनी कैसे बन रहा है, इट्स एन एग्रीगेट है ना. मनी सप्लाई कंसिस्ट ऑफ करेंसी, रिजर्व्स, सो इट कंसिस्ट ऑफ मेनी थिंग्स, एक साथ मिला के इतने सारे अलग अलग चीजों को व्हेन वी आर कंबाइनिंग इट, देन इट इज कन्वर्टिंग इनटू the money supply mein you have currency in hand, you have deposits, you have the reserves, so you are accumulating many things to make it into money. So money is a stock concept. ठीक है, money is a stock concept. ठीक है, what about bank account balance? Is it stock or flow? Good, it's a stock concept. What about salary? Is it stock or flow? Salary. Good. Salary is flowing into your bank account, getting accumulated. So salary is a flow concept. So I hope that you are now clear with this. Acha, what about capital? Stock or flow? Stock concept. But what about investment? Flow concept. Investment accumulated over time becomes capital. जब इन्वेस्टमेंट चेंज होती है तभी तो वो आगे कैपिटल में कन्वर्ट होती है. व्हेन आई add more investment, it becomes my capital. So capital is a stock concept. It is measured over a point of time. Investment is a flow concept, right? So yes, all of you are correct. So that's the answer to this question. Take it. Next, let's come to the next question. Try to do this one. I think this is an international economics question. I don't know how it got merged, but nevertheless, let's try to do this one. Just try this one once. So it is saying, assume that there is country A, which is labor abundant, and country B, which is land abundant. Wages are the return to labor and rent is the return to capital. According to factor price equalization theorem, once country A begins specializing according to comparative advantage and trading with B, what should happen? I'm not sure अगर आपने अभी international, if you have started going through the international video lectures or not, but I will just try to explain this thing. So see that A is labor abundant. ठीक है. Now when they will start trading, एक बारी trade होना शुरू हो जाएगा. So whatever product A is producing, whatever product A is producing, both country A and B will buy that product from A. Just say, for example, let's say there is good X. Good X is labor intensive product. Good X को बनाने में labor ज़्यादा लगता है. And there is good Y. Good Y is capital intensive product. इसमें capital ज़्यादा लगता है. Now let's say that good, because country A is labor abundant, country A is producing good X. But before trade, जब तक trade open नहीं हुआ था, before trade, country A was producing good X only for itself, सिर्फ अपने लिए बना रही थी अभी तक. Similarly, country B जो है वो good Y बना तो रही थी, but it was producing good Y only for itself because there was no trade. Now, once trade opens up, so country B will also buy good X from country A. क्योंकि country A labor intensive है, वो इस good को सस्ते में बना सकते हैं. It can produce it cheaper. So, good X by country A will be produced both for country A and B. वो अपने लिए भी बनाएगी और दूसरी country के लिए भी बनाएगी. Similarly, good Y will be purchased by country A also. Country A इससे खरीदेगी good Y. So demand of good Y will increase in country B and demand for good X will increase in country A. Now, when the demand for good X will increase in country A, to fulfill this demand, country A will require more labor. वो सारा labor को employ करेगी. So it will increase the demand of labor. और जब वो ज्यादा labor use करेगी, when the demand of labor will increase, so if I look through the labor market, suppose this is demand of labor and supply of labor, so more demand of labor would mean higher wages to the labor. And country A will no more produce good Y. वो good Y सीधा import करेगी. So who will produce good Y? Country B will produce good Y for both the countries. And good Y is land intensive, capital intensive. So in country B, demand of land will increase. Right? So again, if I make a demand and supply curve of land, demand of land is increasing. So the rental will increase. Okay, so this is how we can go ahead and we can say this thing that in country A, क्योंकि वो labor intensive है, and after trade it will produce more, अपने लिए भी produce कर रहा है, and it is going to produce for the other country also. So what will happen? There will be increase in the demand of the product. और जब product का demand बढ़ेगा, it will go ahead and lead to increase in the wages and decrease in the rental rate. So correct answer will be answer C. Okay, let's go to the next question now. So do the next question. Question number 5. Just try this. No, we don't assume the movement of the factors beta. We are not saying labor from B will come to A. No. We are simply saying that demand for labor will increase in country A. We are not saying that there will be movement of labor from B to A. वो नहीं बोल रहे हैं. Okay, so let's see this. So this is saying that your output is given by x to the power 1 by 3 into y. It is saying the production function exhibits. तो बहुत simple है. We just have to add the powers. तो sum of power क्या हो जाएगा? 1 by 3 plus 1. That means 4 by 3 greater than 1. Therefore, increasing returns to scale. So the correct answer to this question will be increasing returns to scale. Simple. Okay. Answer 3. 3 का answer is A. Okay. So yes, all of you are right that the correct answer will be increasing returns to scale. Do the next question. I don't know how I have missed and added some macro questions by mistake. Try to do the next question once if you can. Utensils worth 1500 are produced with steel costing 750 and material costing 150. Labor cost of producing utensil is 150. Depreciation is 0. Value added in producing these utensils is. So what do you think? Okay, A. Okay. ठीक है. तो we are yet to start with the revision of macroeconomics. अभी नहीं किया है हमने. But value added is the value of final good minus the value of intermediate good. Value of final good minus the value of the intermediate good. ठीक है. तो अब देखो क्या हुआ. What has happened? So if I talk about the utensil, the final utensil that I have, उसका value 1500 है. ठीक है. Utensil worth 1500 is produced. इस utensil को produce करने के लिए I am going ahead and I am using steel worth 750. So I purchased steel raw material worth 750. and other material worth 150. So there are some other material worth 150. लेबर कॉस्ट ऑफ प्रोड्यूसिंग दीज यूटेंसिल इज 150. तो ये जो लेबर कॉस्ट है यूटेंसिल को प्रोड्यूस करने का, ये लेबर कॉस्ट भी एक्चुअली रॉ मटेरियल में ही कंसिडर होना चाहिए. इट शुड आल्सो बी कंसिडर्ड एज पार्ट ऑफ द रॉ मटेरियल, राइट? सो it is also one of the value of the intermediate goods. Okay, it's also one of the raw material. But usually what we go ahead and what we assume is that this 1500, जब हमने utensil को 1500 में sell किया, this 1500 is inclusive of the cost. मैं assume करके चली कि ठीक है, इसका cost इतना इतना इतना, and then I just go ahead and I understand how much is the value I added to the product, how much is the enhancement I did to the product. So if we look from the point of view of a layman, अगर हम ऐसे generally देखेंगे तो हमें ये लगेगा कि okay, I am selling a good for 1500. This is the selling price and my cost has three components to it: 750 का steel, 150 other material, and then there is another cost that I have, which is going to be the cost of labor, right? Wages that I have paid, और वो wages हो गया 150. So from my perspective, if I were to go ahead and find the profit, that how much profit I have made on the utensil, उसके लिए all of you are correct that profit will be 1500 minus 750 minus 150 minus 150. So it is going to be 1500 minus 450. So the profit that I am making on the utensil is 450. ये एकदम correct है. There is no issue in this. You, all of you are right if you are saying 450 for the profit made on the utensil. Now, let us try to think this from the perspective of macroeconomics. जब हम इसको macroeconomics के perspective से देखते हैं या value added जब लिखा जाता है, तो usually we don't consider the cost of the labor. In the value added technique, जब हम value added technique से करते हैं, so we just try to go ahead and see how much value we added. So it's like this. For example, if I purchased a milk, if I purchased milk worth 400, and suppose I am converting this milk into ice cream, right? And suppose this ice cream is costing me 800. I have converted this into ice cream, which is costing me 800. So the value that I have added in the process is 400. In adding this value, of course, मैंने कुछ raw material लगाया होगा, कुछ labor लगाया होगा, कुछ electricity लगाया होगा, but we will not consider that. वो cost of production हम consider नहीं करते हैं. हम बस ये देखते हैं कि ये जो हमने raw material लिया था, whatever raw material we had taken, जिसको we are converting it into final product, what is the value I have added in between? Of course, in this 400, because I am selling this for 800 now. Definitely in this process of converting it from milk to ice cream, I would have employed some labor. मैंने कुछ labor लगाया होगा. I would have employed some electricity. I agree to that. Huh? So if I were to go ahead and find the profit, yes, definitely it makes sense कि मैं यहाँ पर cost of labor भी लूँ. But when we talk of value addition, I am going from one product, one final product to the next final product. So one final product to the next final product, unka jo gap hoga, that is considered to be the value that I have added. I hope this is clear to you. So why I am not going ahead and talking about labor in the value added? क्योंकि जब हमने इसका final value बनाया, of course, the value I have said includes that, you know, I've employed some labor, some electricity, etc. But value added literally goes ahead and tells me that when I convert one good into another, like milk into ice cream, like cloth into maybe some beautiful kurta, तो what is the final value of kurta minus the value of cloth, that gives me the value added. ठीक है, तो वैल्यू एडेड उसके हिसाब से हमारा सिर्फ ये गैप होगा, विच इज गोइंग टू बी ओनली 1500 minus 900, which will be 600. I hope this is clear to you. ठीक है बेटा, नेक्स्ट क्वेश्चन करो. डू क्वेश्चन नंबर 7 नाउ. Hi, good afternoon, everyone. So, this is, I think, the third marathon that we are doing on CUET-based questions. And this is where we had stopped in the last class, right? We had done this question in the last class. So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to continue taking questions from this. And as I have already announced on the group also, next Saturday, right, there is going to be a full consumer theory test based on CUET pattern. Right? So, based on the kind of questions that we have already done in the last two marathons and what I will be doing today, you can consider them for practice, and then you can also go ahead and you can refer to the lectures that we have done. Prepare yourself. There will be a 50 marks test next Saturday from entire consumer theory CUET based. Okay. Yes, today's test is IIT JAM based and GATE economics based test. CUET based test is going to be the next week. Okay, that's the first thing. Another thing that I want to go ahead and I want to tell is I am starting with the CUET subject wise question bank. I will start releasing CUET subject wise question bank for all of you. And that will be available on the portal. There will be a separate part which will say question bank, and it will have questions related to micro, macro, maths, stats, and Indian eco, right? Last time I had introduced this question bank, but this time I want to make it better than last time. So I want to go ahead and I want to ensure that I want to do some revamping around that, and I want to ensure that it is better placed, right? So you get micro first and then macro. Last time I just launched all the question bank together, so it was difficult for students to do everything together. But this time, because I am starting from the very beginning and this is just July, so I will be going ahead and I will be launching in a sequence. I will not be launching all 5 subjects together. I will start with micro, right? I will slowly release questions related to micro. Then I will go to macro, then maths, then stats, and then Indian eco. The aim is for you to, so these are again all recorded question banks. The aim is that you do these question banks simultaneously on the day that I launch the question bank to you. Just then, jo 10, 15, 20 question I give you, you go ahead and you do those 15, 20 questions on the same day. And then, you also go ahead and you practice the topic wise tests that I will be giving you, right? That will help you do a thorough preparation based on CUET. Okay, let's start with today's session. it is 6 to 8 p.m. Whenever there will be tests like these now, which will be full syllabus, it will be 6 to 8 p.m. So that all of you can go ahead, and whoever goes to college on Saturdays is also able to go ahead and give the test. Right? Okay, so let's start with it now. So let's start with the question today. So this is the first question. Try to also answer the questions on the chat window. So read out the first question. Indifference curve are downward sloping because. Okay. So although this question seems to be easy, it is actually tricky. It is actually tricky. So there are two properties of indifference curve. And now you will understand if you're answering the question correctly or not. There are two properties of indifference curve which are important. The first is that ICs are downward sloping. ये पहला property है कि ICs downward sloping होते हैं. And the second property of indifference curve is that they are convex to origin. Dekho, listen to me. This is also downward sloping. This is also downward sloping. This is also downward sloping. ये तीनों ही curve downward sloping है. All these three curves are downward sloping. But they have different MRS. इसका MRS is diminishing क्योंकि ये convex है. इसका MRS is increasing and इसका MRS is constant. So even though MRS can be diminishing, increasing or constant, the curve is still downward sloping. फिर भी indifference curve downward sloping है. It is still downward sloping. So do you think that answer D is correct? Decreasing MRS. Do you think that is the reason behind downward sloping ICs? Try to think about it. Here, I have a downward sloping indifference curve. I have a downward sloping indifference curve. But they don't have diminishing MRS, na? So how can we say that the answer will be diminishing MRS? No. The cause for downward sloping indifference curve is the negative slope. And negative slope का क्या मतलब है? That in order to increase the consumption of good X, you must give up some amount of good Y. एक गुड को बढ़ाने के लिए दूसरे को कम करना पड़ रहा है. In order to increase the consumption of one commodity, you have to decrease the consumption of other commodity. क्योंकि दूसरे को दे रहे हो, you're giving up on the other good. That is why it is downward sloping. What about convex to origin? Convex to origin के लिए हमें चाहिए diminishing MRS. For convex to origin, we have studied this property that how MRS changes as X changes should be less than 0. When MRS is taken in absolute value, always remember, MRS को हमेशा absolute value में लेते हैं. This is the property of convex to origin. Right? So answer cannot be D. This is incorrect. D is only अगर question पूछता indifference curve are convex to origin because of diminishing MRS. So if you just see here, D is not correct, C is not correct, B is not correct. ये तीनों ही option possible हैं for downward sloping indifference curve. More of good is better. हाँ, ये तो more of good better का मतलब क्या हो गया? That higher the indifference curve, the better it is. But this does not tell me anything about downward sloping IC. ये तो सिर्फ ये बोल रहा है higher IC, better it is. Monotonicity. This is also incorrect. So answer will be E. This is the most common mistake that students make. right? So the correct answer will be none of the above. Why is it downward sloping? Let's write this down. An indifference curve, you can just make a note of it. An indifference curve is downward sloping because to increase the consumption of one commodity, you have to give up the other commodity. अगर हम एक commodity के consumption को बढ़ाते हैं, तो दूसरे commodity की consumption को कम करना पड़ता है, right? So what is MRS? MRS is nothing but how much Y I have to give up for an additional unit of X. तो Y को हम give up कर रहे हैं. I am giving up Y. X को हम increase कर रहे हैं for extra unit of X. तो giving up itself means that there is fall. There is a negative sign. That means it will be downward sloping. Right? So what will be MRS? Minus MUX by MUY. So there is a negative sign telling me downward sloping. Right? So the correct answer will be E. Okay. Try to do the next question. Write your answer in the chat window. The value of price elasticity of demand. No, A is also not correct. I'm not sure which question you're talking about. If you're talking about this question, A is not correct. A only says more of good is better. Right? So if you look here, even if I have an L-shaped indifference curve, then also I can say that more of good is better. This does not prove why it will be downward sloping. Even if I have substitute good, this also tells me more of good is better, right? So the shape of indifference curve cannot be determined by saying ki more of good will be better. That just says higher the indifference curve, the better it is. ये सिर्फ monotonicity के ऊपर है. But option A is also incorrect, right? Here also I am able to prove this, that more of good is better. Okay, fine. Let's go to the next question. Question number 20. The value of price elasticity of demand. Okay. Look here. This is my demand curve. पहले तो remember we always draw inverse demand curve, है ना? तो inverse demand curve में I'm taking price here and quantity here. So what is the slope of this inverse demand curve? क्या slope होगा? We know perpendicular by base. So it is going to be this divided by this. So the slope of my inverse demand curve, which will be how price changes as quantity changes. ये inverse demand curve का slope हो गया. And even if I were to find the slope of demand curve, है ना? तो demand curve means quantity as a function of price. तो भी what would have been its slope? Perpendicular by base. That means change in quantity due to change in price. This is the slope. But what is elasticity? Elasticity is how quantity changes as price changes into initial price by initial quantity. So it is slope into P by Q. So how can we say it will be same as slope? Slope is getting multiplied ना. Slope को हम P by Q से multiply कर रहे हैं. Multiply करने के बाद जो आंसर आ रहा है वो elasticity है. So slope and elasticity are not the same thing. So we cannot say it is C. Now, think about it. How is price measured? Price is measured in terms of rupees. And how is quantity measured? Quantity is measured in terms of units. तो दोनों का यूनिट अलग अलग होता है, एक का रुपीज है एंड एक का यूनिट्स है. But when we write elasticity of demand, it is a number, isn't it? We write elasticity of demand as 0.5 or elasticity of demand as minus 2.5. We write it as number. We don't write elasticity of demand in units or in rupees. Why? Because elasticity of demand is always percentage change in quantity due to percentage change in price. It is in percentage. We have converted it in terms of percentage. हमने उसको परसेंटेज में कन्वर्ट किया है कि ठीक है, द क्वांटिटी चेंज कैन बी 20%, द प्राइस चेंज कैन बी 10%. So when you are converting it in terms of percentage, you are ensuring that you are making it unit free. आपने उसके यूनिट्स को हटा दिया. परसेंटेज में ना वो रुपीज में रहा, ना वो अब यूनिट्स में रहा. It is unit free. Right? So the correct answer to this is that elasticity of demand is a unit free concept. It does not depend on any kind of units. So किसी भी units पे depend नहीं करता है. So what will be the correct answer to this question? It will be this. Does not depend on units of measurement of either price or quantity. That is the right answer to this question. Right? So don't think that elasticity of demand and slope are the same thing. Okay? ठीक है, take the next question. A 5% increase in income leads to 12% increase in demand. It follows that. Try to do this thing. Let me zoom this. Try to find the income elasticity. Okay. I think that I haven't given option D here. And yes, and there should be an option D to this. तो एक बार देखते हैं जरा. It says 5% increase in income leads to 12% increase in demand. So first of all, when my income is increasing, the demand of phone is increasing. So definitely phone cannot be inferior. Income बढ़ रहा है, demand बढ़ रहा है. So I can say that this is a normal good. Right? And what is going to be my income elasticity? My income elasticity is going to be percentage change in the quantity due to percentage change in income. So quantity is changing by 12% and income is changing by 5%, right? So 12 divided by 5 is actually 2.4. And what can we rather say? We can say that since 2.4 is greater than 1, we can also talk further about the kind of good, that it is a luxury good, because income elasticity is coming more than 1. So I think I have missed out on the last option here. यहाँ पे एक और option होना चाहिए, and that is why the confusion. You will write income elasticity of demand. It is 2.4 and mobile phones are actually normal good. Because when the income is increasing, the demand of phone is increasing. Increase. So I cannot say that it is going to be inferior good. Acha, in this case, this will sometimes nahi, a lot of times happen in the CUET exam. बहुत बारी ऐसा होगा that none of the option will be correct. ठीक है? And कभी कभी ऐसा होगा that more than one option will be correct. So let me tell you here how to react to such questions. देखो, if none of the question options is correct, अगर एक भी option correct नहीं है, then all students will secure marks, whether attempted or not attempted. चाहे आपने अटेम्प्ट किया हो या ना किया हो, ठीक है, दिस इज अ बेसिक रूल वेदर वी टॉक अबाउट यूजीसी नेट और वेदर वी टॉक अबाउट CUET or any such exam which is conducted. If none of the option is correct, whether you have attempted or not attempted, all students are going to get marks. But suppose they give you 4 options and 2 options are correct. So we know it's an MCQ paper. कोई एक ही ठीक हो सकता है. In that case, only the students who have marked one of these 2 options, they will be getting marks. सबको नहीं मिलेगा marks. Only students who have marked one of these 2 correct options, only they will be securing marks. This is the way the rules are set. ठीक है? Which means that suppose, let's say that this was the question. It follows that. और यहाँ पे क्या होता ना, that they would have given option A, income elasticity is 2.4 and mobile phones are, यहाँ पे suppose they would have written normal goods, और यहाँ पे वो लिख देते income elasticity is 2.4 and mobile phones are luxury goods. तो both are correct, normal भी है ही और luxury भी है ही. So only students who would have marked A or D would have secured marks. But those students who will leave the question will not secure marks. So don't think कि अच्छा एक से ज्यादा ठीक है तो let me just skip it, otherwise I will get negative marking. No, you need to mark one of the correct options to secure marks in this case. ठीक है? So act very carefully in your exam. Okay, let's take one more question now. So read it out. Try to do this question. In a two good economy, utility function is given to you. Price of both good is given to you. Income is given to you. Find the optimal consumption bundle.